during tasking his vice president with trying to get something done on this issue?
Look, we have Ambassador Susan Rice, who is the president's domestic policy advisor, as you all know, and she is coordinating the president's whole of government approach to reducing gun violence. She has decades of experience
Good morning, everybody, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko, with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. I'll be here with you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on everything that we are covering here on Live Now from Fox. If you take a look at your screen, you can see exactly what that is. We do know closing arguments are expected today in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. As always, we of course will take you live inside of the courtroom for non-stop coverage of that ongoing trial. Also, a man accused of plotting to assassinate former President George W. Bush is expected to appear in a federal courtroom in Ohio today. A criminal complaint alleges that the suspect planned to bring other Iraqis to the United States illegally and that he traveled to Texas to scope out and record the entrance gate to Bush's Dallas neighborhood, and he is currently being held without bond. We also know President Joe Biden plans to visit Uvalde, Texas on Sunday with First Lady Jill Biden. Again, they will be traveling to the Lone Star State just days after an 18-year-old man went into that elementary school and shot and killed 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. And we, of course, are learning more details about that shooting as well. Happening in Houston this weekend, the National Rifle Association, the NRA Convention, happening in Houston. We do know that protests are planned in Houston ahead of that NRA annual meeting, which is the first one to happen in more than 2 years since the pandemic. We do know former President Donald Trump and other Republicans are expected to attend. And that convention, again, has been in the works for several years, but it coincidentally comes after the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, which, as we have been reporting to you here on Live Now from Fox, took the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers. And the police response to that shooting is being scrutinized, confirming what witnesses said. Texas officials say that the shooter was not confronted by a school resource officer, which is what police initially stated. But we now know that the shooter was actually inside of the school for more than an hour before being shot and killed by Border Patrol. Parents, of course, panicking outside, trying to pick up their kids while local law enforcement held a perimeter. Texas Department of Public Safety officials say that police did a good job containing the gunman to a single classroom while waiting on backup, but they have not answered any questions as to why it took so long, why the gunman was in the school for more than an hour. And we do want to head to a full update from officials from the Texas Department of Public Safety. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I was able to make it here during the event on May 24th. Same with a lot of other law enforcement officers that came to this event, this critical incident. I got to see the victims, I got to see the officers, I got to see the community members. It is so hard. It's hard to take. It's traumatic. We're all hurting inside. We're hurting inside for the community members in Uvalde, Texas. We're hurting inside with our local partners that have to live here and work here every day. The victims, the family members, we feel for them. I'm a father. I can't go home tonight and hug my kids. That hurts. The members behind me are family members. Their kids. It's tough. It's tough. It's hard. But that gives us the motivation to move on, to do good work for Uvalde, Texas, for the victims. We speak for the victims, and we take that dearly. Before I get started, Texas Rangers are leading this investigation. But we can't do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We have ATF, FBI, CBP, Border Patrol, Uvalde County District Attorney's Office. The list goes on and on and on. But the agencies I told you are the main ones that are assisting with this investigation. We want to know what happened, recreate the scene. That takes days, that takes hours, that takes time, a lot of information. Then we have to do a lot of interviews. So we just started. We started on Tuesday. Today's Thursday. We're still grabbing a lot of information. We also, what's important to us is why. Why did he do this? Why did he do this? Who is this man? The suspect. We're going to find out. With all the different agencies that are involved, we're working every angle that's available. And we won't stop until we get all the answers that we possibly can. So again, I want to thank these men and women that are behind us supporting the DPS and the Rangers. So there's a lot of information I'm going to give you. There's some new information as of Tuesday that I wanted to clear up, that we want to clear up, that's been pushed out. We'll continue to have updates in the coming days once the information is obtained and we're able to confirm and corroborate that. We want to make sure we're pushing out the right information. Early on, when we came in, we were receiving a lot of information from a lot of different locations. That's a baseline. You start there. We made some reports. But since then, we started doing interviews. We started working the crime scene, so we're cooperating. I want to share some of that. It's a small piece of information right now, but it'll grow within days. So please, thank you for being here and being patient with us. It means a lot. On Tuesday, May 24th at 11:28, suspect just west of here wrecks his vehicle, pickup truck that he took from his grandmother. He had just shot his grandmother in the face, She's alive. She's stable at this point. 11:28, he's sitting there at the bar ditch. He jumps out the passenger side of the truck. According to witnesses, he's got a long arm, rifle, and a bag. Later we find out it's ammunition. He walks around, he sees two witnesses at the funeral home across the street from where he wrecked. He engages and fires towards them. He continues walking. He continues walking towards the school. He climbs a fence. Now he's in the parking lot, shooting at the school multiple times. 11:40, he walks into the west side of Robb Elementary. According to reports, video we have obtained from outside, inside, and again, we're still combing through that, so bear with us. Multiple rounds, numerous rounds are discharged in the school. We're trying to get a number. We're in the process of analyzing that video. 4 minutes later, local police departments, Uvalde Police Department, the Independent School District Police Department, are inside, making entry. They hear gunfire, they take rounds, they move back, get cover, and during that time, they approach where the suspect is at. According to the information I have, he went in at 11:40. He walks, and I'm at approximate 20 feet, 30 feet. He makes a right. He walks into the hallway, he makes a right, walks another 20 feet. Turns left into a schoolroom, into a classroom that has doors open in the middle. Officers are there, the initial officers, they receive gunfire. They don't make entry initially because of the gunfire they're receiving. But we have officers calling for additional resources. Everybody that's in the area, tactical teams. We need equipment. We need specialty equipment. We need body armor. We need precision riflemen, negotiators. So during that time that they're making those calls to bring in help to solve this problem and stop it immediately, they're also evacuating personnel, not say personnel, students, teachers. There's a lot going on, a lot complex situation. They're measuring. Approximately an hour later, U.S. Border Patrol tactical teams arrive. They make entry, shoot and kill the suspect. But you also had a Zavala County deputy and Uvalde Police Department that made entry and killed the suspect. Immediately, numerous officers. Now it turns into a rescue operation. How do we save these children? How do we save these children? Some made it out. We don't have a hard number yet, but that was a goal. And then continuing, making the area safe continued. A lot of moving parts afterwards. But during, they were taking gunfire, negotiations, and developing a team to make entry to stop them. I'll take a few questions. And again, look, a summary. One more thing I forgot to mention that I want to clear up that came out early on. It was reported that a school district police officer confronted the suspect that was making entry. Not accurate. He walked in unobstructed initially. So from the grandmother's house to the bar ditch to the school, into the school, he was not confronted by anybody. To clear the record on that. 4 minutes later, law enforcement are coming in to solve this problem. Step by. So, just want to clear that up. That's very important. And again, this will happen as we move forward. So, thank you. I'll take a few questions. So right now, during the investigation, it appears it was unlocked. So we're going to look at that and try to corroborate that as best as we can. I do that. Hey, please, one at a time, and we'll address as many questions as we can. So let me finish this question.
One at a time. Announce your name. Announce your network. Okay. Be respectful, please.
So Josh, thank you for the question. So right now, it appears it was unlocked. Like I said, it goes back to the investigation. It takes time. We will find out as much as we can why it was unlocked, or maybe it was locked. But right now, it appears it was unlocked. So thank you. Yes, sir.
You say at one point he was inside here. Among the things you were attempting negotiation, was he responding to negotiation, and in that period of time was there continued gunfire?
So during that time, right now, according to the information we have, the majority of the gunfire was in the beginning. In the beginning. I say numerous, more than 25. I mean, it was a lot of gunfire in the beginning. During the negotiations, there wasn't much gunfire other than trying to keep the officers at bay. But that could change depending as once we analyze the video. But right now, according to the information, he did not respond. So at this time, no. There was not an officer readily available armed. No. Nothing. I can't answer that yet. I'll circle back with you again. As we do that investigation, we have all these questions we want to answer. So, but I'll get back with you, sir. Yeah. So you got to understand, 11:30 is the information we have at this point that we can confirm. 11:30 a.m. the PD gets we got a crash and a man with a gun. And then you have responding officers. That's what it is. If it's 12 minutes from 11:30 to 11:40, that's the information we have right now. Look, at the end of the day, our job is to report the facts and have those answers. We're not there yet. Over here. Say it again. So right now, the first 911 call is at 11:30. I will get the time what it took to respond. So we'll have that answer. Yes. Could. There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities. Until we receive an interview, because there was numerous officers at that classroom, numerous. Once we interview all those officers, what they were thinking, what they did, why they did it, the video, the residual interviews, we'll have a better idea. Could anybody have got there sooner? You got to understand, small town. Yeah, people from Eagle Pass, from Del Rio, Laredo, San Antonio responding to a small community.
Director.
That's a tough question. Again, it goes back. Our job is to report the facts. And later we can answer those questions. I don't have enough information to answer that question just yet. So, one more question, please.
Is it accurate that eyewitnesses and potentially parents of the students were urging the police to go in while you were waiting for a tactical SWAT team, even that some parents were asking to borrow police armor so they could make a counter-assault on the school?
I have heard that information, but we have not verified that yet. So,
What part haven't you verified?
We have not verified if that is a true statement or not. Or is it just rumor out there? So you got to understand, we're getting a lot of information we're trying to track down and see what is true. We want to vet it. That's all I have for questions. Thank you so much. Hold on. So look, we appreciate the questions.
What were the officers doing between 11:44 and 12:45?
I got you. Yes, sir.
Behind that, you guys have said that he was barricaded. Can you explain to us how he was barricaded and why you guys did not use that word?
So I have taken all your questions into consideration. We will be doing updates. We will be doing updates to answer those questions. What is your name? Shimon. I hear you.
Because we've been given a lot of bad information, so why don't you clear all of this up now and explain to us how it is that your officers were in there for an hour, yes, rescuing people, but yet no one was able to get inside that building?
Shimon, we will circle back with you. We want to answer all your questions. We want to give you the why. That's our job. So give us time. I'm taking all your questions. I'm taking them back to talk to the team. And look, thank you for being here. We'll talk soon. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. The latest update coming in from the Texas Department of Public Safety, trying to clarify the timeline of how this shooting took place. Definitely some conflicting information over the past few days. But again, DPS in Texas working to iron out those details and verify those details of information. But right now, we do want to take you out to Robb Elementary School, where you can see this memorial growing right now, flowers, balloons, and white crosses there to honor the 19 students and 2 teachers who were shot and killed at Robb Elementary. And again, as you just heard, the gunman's final 90 minutes now fueling some questions about those police delays and how he was able to get into that school door unlocked and why he was in the classroom for more than an hour, about 90 minutes before being shot and killed by Border Patrol. And for more on that, we do want to head over to a full conversation with our LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft, who spoke with national intelligence expert Hal Kemper about those details.
More of the investigation, the questions you presumably have, the questions I still have about how the response all unfolded. We had that 15-minute press conference from Texas DPS officials, and some of what we knew 48 hours ago has turned out to be not the case at all. Joining me now to discuss how these investigations go forward and what might have gone wrong, Hal Kemper, national security expert as always. Hal, good to see you. I think a lot of people are angry right now about why some of the information that we were sold or told 48 hours ago has turned out not to be the case. And I want to start with the fact of the school resource officer that now we know was not on campus and did not engage with the shooter. We also know how that the shooter was in that classroom for possibly well over an hour before he was taken out by responding law enforcement. Why do you think, and this is the question so many probably have, why did it take so long? Why was he there in the classroom for so long?
Andrew, you know, first off, there's a full investigation going forward. The FBI is there on scene. They're going to investigate very closely to see what happens. You have federal, local, and I'm guessing DPS, Department of Public Safety with the state, may have been there as well. So you got multiple different jurisdictions all rolling into one site. So they're going to work through a lot of this stuff, and they're going to be working through the jurisdictional chain of command. They're going to be finding out, I think one of the questions will be, did they set up incident command on site? And if they didn't, why didn't they, with so many different jurisdictions rolling in? And that may have been part of what hindered coming up with an operations plan where they could have potentially got into the classroom or done something in regards to the shooter that could have lessened the loss of life, maybe lessened the damage, the number of injuries. Who knows? I'm not physically there. I'm looking at this. I've seen video, and one of the things I was looking for in the video was, were officers outside the classroom before the breach who had assault rifles, long rifles, you know, with everything else, were they wearing ballistic vests? And what I saw was, yes, they were. And I could just, you know, I don't do this. I mean, right now, my door kicker days are kind of behind me, all right? But I used to do this, and I can tell you that you can throw together a plan pretty quick to do something. And in an active shooter situation, certainly come out of Columbine, where they stopped and set up a perimeter and they waited for SWAT to come in. And while they were doing that, Harris and Klebold were walking around the school killing students. The lesson of that, which is over 20 years old, was in an active shooter scenario, and it's in the International Association of Chiefs of Police has this written in their doctrine. It's all over, is that if there's, you know, the threat of injury or death, that they're not supposed to wait outside. They're supposed to go in. You know, tactical considerations have to be thought about, but they're not supposed to wait. They're supposed to find some way to get in. And there's more ways to get into a classroom than just through a door. Most classrooms have access to windows. There could be other ways they could do it. Again, I don't know. I wasn't physically there. Maybe this classroom didn't have windows, but I did see windows at classrooms at that school. And yes, it's not a simple plan. It's not something where you can just say, well, you just do this or just do that. You know, when you do a raid, and I've done a lot of raids where we go into buildings and stuff like that, you come up with a dynamic plan that has, you know, sometimes a little bit of a deception plan in there as well, and some other things, so you can go in there and do the most you can in the amount of time you have with the weapons that you have. You know, I would have even considered a vehicle breach of the wall if that's what it took to get into the classroom. That's a tough decision. So, but with that said, with the training, a lot of the lockdown training, and one of the things we've done is, because we turn a lot of these classrooms into defensive positions, if you will, we harden the doors, we've hardened the locks. One of the challenges that law enforcement has is when they come up to these classrooms, if the shooter's inside, the same thing that would keep the shooter out is now the same thing keeping law enforcement out.
I see.
So it's a bit of a challenge.
But Hal, you're saying, though, that the protocol and the plans have been in place since post-Columbine now. The law enforcement agencies nationwide, after the horror of Columbine, adopted those plans to neutralize the threat as quickly as possible. Why, though, and I know I just asked this, but why do you think that didn't happen here? We were told there's this 12-minute kind of gap in the timeline where the shooter apparently kind of was lingering around the school until they went in the school. And so that's a long, long time. We also know that he, as far as Texas DPS officials say, walked in the school unobstructed. There was no engagement with law enforcement initially. And so do you think there needs to be more transparency coming out from law enforcement? Do you think as the days go on, we're going to learn more information? I mean, granted, yes, they said that things happen so quickly. It's only been 48 hours. They have to piece together this time frame. But the narrative has completely flipped on its head. The fact pattern is completely new.
Well, the fact pattern has shifted dramatically, and I got to tell you, part of that is I really think they need to look at how they were collecting, collating, and piecing together this information before they went public. I think what they did was they ran with bits and pieces of information that hadn't been fully vetted, that they hadn't quite figured out. For example, the school resource officer engaging with the shooter when in fact there was no school resource officer there. There was no engagement with the shooter. And frankly, that's something that I would have thought they could have kind of cleaned up or basically disposed of as a story initially. I don't know where that came from. These things do happen. I will tell you, in the heat of tactical operations, in the heat of combat, if you will, there is a certain fog of war. And in this case, there was some fog, and that obviously made its way to the podium when they were describing it, when Governor Abbott was describing it. There obviously was some fog and some things that probably need to be worked through. With that said, this is a huge, it's a huge tactical operation with a lot of different jurisdictions. And there could have just been some, bad information that was being earnestly passed up in all belief that it was completely true. And then as they went in and started doing that forensic examination, they started asking questions, they started interviewing everybody who was there. You got 80 different officers there. As they started going through, they start sifting through it. They said, we said this, but that may not have been completely correct. And who knows, there could be something about a school resource officer out there that will slightly switch what they're saying now. We may find out later, but with that said, these things do happen. I will say this, every school is a little bit different. They have different fencing, they have different access points, they have different things. One of the things, and I know it's been said, that we've been teaching, or we've been telling the teachers and or the staff at all these schools is lock the doors. That was something they didn't used to do. Fire code stuff, they used to say, hey, keep the doors open. All right. And there were shootings where actually teenagers took advantage of the fact they knew that in a fire drill, students would file out into a certain area and they used that area as a killing field. That was back in Arkansas years ago. So now they're saying, look, think about this threat, keep the doors locked. Obviously, he got into the building and he got into the classroom very quickly. So some procedural things that are ingrained, and I'm not going to say so much they're plans, but they're more like procedures is really what it is. Certain things like keeping the doors locked. And by the way, that goes to how the school's being run. Is a principal or vice principal going around checking all the doors at random intervals on a regular basis to make sure the teachers are locking the doors? And if they don't lock their doors during school hours, then they need to do that. With that said, shooters are thinking dynamic. These are dynamic individuals who think about this stuff. So you had the, Marjorie Stoneman shooting, where he actually waited until the break between classes when all the doors would logically be open because students are moving around, and use that as an opportunity to do the attack. So there's no perfect plan for every tactical scenario, but in this one, there was a procedural problem right off the top. Of course, we do access control at these schools. I've had kids go through elementary school, middle school, high school. The access controls over these years have been tightened up and tightened up and tightened up. Problem is, he went over a fence. And if you're building access control saying they're going to go through this gate and the guy jumps over a fence, all your access control based on that gate, based on that fence, based on that doorway kind of goes out the window. And that's part of the challenge that the officers have to deal with.
Excuse me. Yeah, and Hal, it is curious, I guess. And law enforcement, they go into harm's way and they put their lives on the line. What we saw here, though, and we learned, according to reports, that this particular school district, they had beefed up spending in the event of something like this. They had gone through scenarios, drills, active shooter drills, the ones like you probably teach and train. And so this was on the top of mind for this school district, for this community, and yet when you put it in practice, when the theory goes out the window and you have to act on that, it doesn't seem like they acted on the plan that they presumably had in place.
Well, when you do active shooter training, the byword or the phrase we use is run, hide, fight. Okay, a shooter's coming in, we say you got three options. You can run, you can hide, which usually means also barricade, or you can fight. All right. Now, with all the students outside of that classroom, or those two classrooms, all right, it appears that that what was taught is what was practiced. And in that regard, he got into those classrooms, which were adjoining classrooms where he had access to both classrooms, but he didn't get around the school. And I have to tell you, in a tragedy like this, that may seem very little solace for anyone. But the fact that he was not able to move around the school and hit other classrooms, there is some degree that the plan did work in that regard. The problem is run, hide, fight. If he comes into the classroom, they didn't lock the door. Well, you can't hide or barricade because the access to the room was open. The problem is this too. The fight option is pretty much off the table. You've got little kids, and that's always been a challenge, especially at elementary school. High school, middle school, sometimes you can do some stuff. And I know there would be those out there saying, oh, you shouldn't be training middle school kids to attack an active shooter. High school kids, you could probably get away with some stuff. In fact, I can tell you that high school kids, if they're organized, they can be a pretty vicious crew, all right, and they can do stuff. But with little kids, the only person there who can really do anything is the teacher, and they're about, per classroom, about one deep. And so when he came in that classroom, it was the worst case scenario. There really a lot of things that we teach as far as active shooter, you can't really do. Now, as far as going into the classroom, I would have looked at the building. I probably would have thought a little bit differently. I'm sure if they thought about doing possibly with with that cinder block wall, if they thought about doing a vehicle breach, they have to consider a lot of things, which is, could I end up inadvertently killing students in the classroom by trying to breach the wall? Would I be successful breaching the wall? If I tried to shoot through the windows and smash the windows, would I have fields of fire? Could I have suppressed him? These are all tactical considerations that those on the ground are working through. And there may be some very compelling reasons that come out in the final report where they said it just wasn't feasible to do that. And that's very possible. I just don't know. But generally speaking, when there is an active shooter, when the shooter's in there shooting, the officers are supposed to go in. Now, unlike Marjorie Stoneman, it didn't appear that a school resource officer took off in a golf cart or avoided going in. It did sound like officers went in, they came under fire. Now, I am sure their actions, their thinking, their rationale on why they didn't continue to engage or find some other avenue of approach will be scrutinized in depth. I am sure they are asking themselves, could they have done something different? And frankly, I'm sure that they're eating themselves up asking these questions as whether they could have done something different. And then the other thing that I have to tell you, I just don't know, is there could have been a more senior official on the scene that may have not fully assessed the situation or misassessed the situation and given an order. And so you're saying, oh, all these officers are saying, they may have been under strict orders not to do that for some reason. And I don't know. That's not been addressed. I will tell you this. I've done a lot of work in Texas with Texas law enforcement, to include working with Texas Rangers, working with Department of Public Safety as a whole. And I've always been very impressed with their professionalism, their candor. And I'm going to tell you, never been concerned about their courage. And okay. So, I think if they could have, they would have. Mm-hmm. I just don't know. I mean, I look at it and say, what would I have done? But I'm how many miles away? Right. And I'm not there looking at the building. I'm not there looking at the tactical situation.
Right. I mean, we've been getting reports and we've seen, cell phone videos that I have never seen before in an incident like this, where parents pleading with law enforcement to go inside the school to rescue their children or to see if their children are safe, to the point where some in these videos detained, put in handcuffs, tased. You haven't seen that before. We're also getting reports that some law enforcement went in, they got their children out. You also saw after, they were allowed to do so, they ran in. These parents ran in to get their kids, and then they ran back out. So there are these theories percolating out there, and maybe we'll find out more information that possibly whoever was the command center in charge, that individual, possibly did not give the go-ahead to go into that classroom until 40, 50 minutes from when it all transpired. Is that a scenario that you're thinking about?
Well, the scenario I'm thinking about here is this. When did they set up incident command? And who was incident command? And how quickly did that get enacted? And I will say this, that if they set up incident command and it took them an extremely long period of time to come up with a plan, that's a huge problem. And if they're waiting to come up with that plan before while there's an active shooter in there, that's not what the International Association of Chiefs of Police recommends. What they've said is, look, you got an active shooter, you go in. That's the post-Columbine thing. That's the lesson from that horrific scenario where they set up a perimeter outside, they waited for SWAT. Meanwhile, Harris and Klebold are literally walking around shooting students, going from room to room. And they
Hal,
said,
do you see any hallmarks of that here, though? Do you see them? I haven't seen evidence that they took this time to set up a perimeter, or have they? I'm not sure.
I don't know. The fact that they're pulling students out of the rooms all around them tells me that there were certain parts where they were actively engaged right from the very beginning. And I'm hearing stories that they busted through windows. Now, that's the one that kind of gets my attention. If they could bust through windows in other classrooms, could they have potentially busted through windows in that classroom? And if they could have busted through a window in that classroom, could they have potentially got a vantage point where they could have maybe taken the shooter under fire, or maybe suppressed the shooter so that he couldn't walk around shooting other students? I got to tell you, the investigators are going to look at all this stuff, and they're going to be second guessing every tactical decision that was made, one way or the other. And it may turn out that there's a certain amount of tactical training they need to do. It may turn out that the different jurisdictions coming in may have added to a little bit of confusion too. You know, it's I've done a lot of work on the southwest border. I can tell you that as you get closer to the border, you have a lot of Customs and Border Patrol, federal that come in, and that's possible. This is pure speculation. There may have been confusion on incident command based on the preponderance of whoever was there. There could have been a lot of different things that could have slowed things up. I will say one thing though, that the officers doing those things to those parents, they're looking at the parents that want to rush in there as potential victims. They realize it's a very dangerous situation, and that those unarmed parents rushing into that building have a very high likelihood of getting themselves killed or injured, and a very low likelihood of doing anything to stop the shooter. And that's a predominant part of the thinking that those officers have that are out there. So whereas it looks horrible, there is a tough logic, but there's a very key logic, which is, I don't want to create more victims. Maybe I can't get in that room, and maybe I can't stop what's happening in that room, but I can stop everything else around that room. And I think that's what those officers are doing.
Yeah, and just from the everyday American who's looking at this story, I can't help but stop, picturing what it was like inside that classroom for possibly over an hour as the shooter was in there. That is something that is just sticking with me over the last now 24 hours since we learned that information. He was in there for that long. And so, like you've been saying, Hal, the timeline is fitting together. The pieces are coming together. Some were initially wrong, and that happens in these very, very fluid situations. So what are the questions you still have as we go into the weekend?
Well, my questions going in is how did I would say forensically, how did they get the information so wrong at the very beginning? And once they figure that out, there needs to be corrective action that will include a lot of training. And I will tell you this too. This is a problem. It's not just with active shooter training. We have this in all emergency training, Homeland Security training. You get a lot of money to go out there and do an exercise. And so we're going to do this big exercise. Well, then it gets a lot of attention. Somebody tells, the city council, they tell the school board. Next thing you know, all these senior elected officials want to show up for the exercise. All right. With all these prying eyes on the exercise, you want to make sure you don't look bad. So then you start scripting that exercise out. So it's a very controlled exercise. And when the exercise is done, everyone looks great. We have the extract report, and we talk about how much we've improved and all the things we've learned, not realizing that we really choreographed this exercise to look good for senior officials that showed up. That's not the real reason you do an exercise. The reason you do an exercise, if you want to get learning value out of it, you go in there and you mess things up. You make mistakes. You have people go with assumptions and they realize they're completely wrong. And when they do that, then you could come back and say, and if we did that in the real world, we'd get people hurt or killed or something else. That's a learning experience. I have to tell you one thing I've seen, and this is a post 9/11 thing, is instead of these diagnostic exercises, we tend to do what we call dog and pony exercises, where we choreograph everything to the point that there's very little learning value. And unfortunately, whereas you could say, check the box, did we really get better from doing that, or did we just go through the exercise? I don't know if that's the case here. It may not be, but I've been in this business for a very long time, and I will tell you, that's an endemic problem we have across the board.
Interesting.
And it's something that needs to be addressed.
Hal, as always, we appreciate your insight into these stories of the day. Of course, we bring you on to talk about the war in Ukraine. The war, of course, is still going on, but we have been primarily focused on this story for the last 48 hours. Hal, we'll talk to you again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, as always, a huge thanks to our own LiveNOW's Andrew Kraft and our in-house, if you will, national intelligence expert Hal Kemper for that insightful conversation about the gunman's final 90 minutes and those questions we all have about those police delays and why he was able to be in the classroom for over an hour. You're taking a live look at the White House right now. We do now know President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will visit Uvalde, Texas on Sunday to meet with the victims' families. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us. We do want to keep you updated on everything that we are covering today here on Live Now from Fox. You can see some live feeds that we have coming into our desk. Of course, the White House, where we do now know President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Uvalde, Texas over the weekend. They will spend their Sunday with families of some of the victims, those 19 children and 2 teachers who were shot and killed after a man walked into Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas on Tuesday with a rifle and shot and killed, again, 19 students and 2 teachers. Lawmakers, of course, split on how to prevent mass shootings, so that debate over gun control, possibly adding more security in schools, currently underway. Also, we do know protests are planned in Houston, Texas, ahead of the NRA Convention. That's the National Rifle Association. We do know former President Donald Trump will be there, along with several Republican lawmakers from Texas. And of course, that convention, it was actually planned 2 years ago. It's been 2 years in the making, but coincidentally, ironically, is happening just days, again, after that Texas school shooting in Uvalde. Also, some other news we are covering today. The man accused of plotting to assassinate former President George W. Bush is expected in court today. He will appear in a federal courtroom in Ohio later today. So as soon as we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, another story we can't forget to tell you about: the ongoing war in Ukraine. Ukraine's president says Vladimir Putin will not stop with Ukraine and his territorial ambitions. And this, of course, comes as Russia continues its offensive in Kharkiv. We do want to head to a full report with our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst.
The body of a Ukrainian civilian lies on the sidewalk. This afternoon, Russian forces renewed the shelling of central Kharkiv, killing at least 8 people.
The strikes were made by multiple rocket launchers and artillery. It indicates that the enemy has again engaged in treacherously striking the civilian population.
Outgoing artillery fire right now from the northern part of Kharkiv. The battle rages on here as some civilians are returning to find their homes completely destroyed.
The damage in Kharkiv is extensive, with entire apartment blocks destroyed. And as fighting continues across eastern Ukraine, Russian troops are making small territorial gains in areas that still house thousands of civilians. Tatiana Pochivalova stands in front of her destroyed home outside of Kharkiv. Even with shelling nearby, she wants to return.
I want to go back home, but my home is completely destroyed. I hope that someone will rebuild it.
The Ukrainian military is struggling to retain territory further east in the Luhansk province, where Russian troops are estimated to control 90% of the land. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the Latvian parliament Thursday, stressing the urgency.
In Russia, they openly say that they will not have enough only with Ukraine. They also need the Baltic states, Poland, and other European countries.
This comes as leadership from the G7 is considering a plan to allow Russian oligarchs to purchase sanctions relief and then use that money for reconstruction in Ukraine. In Kharkiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you for that report. And as we told you, the man accused of plotting to kill former President George W. Bush is expected to appear in an Ohio courtroom later this morning. So again, this is video, of course, of President George W. Bush. The director of the FBI answered some questions from lawmakers this week about that plot to assassinate the former president. The suspect is a man affiliated with the ISIS terror group. Our Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has the latest from the Pentagon.
We've got to continue to stay laser focused on our efforts to counter violence motivated by hate and extremism.
FBI Director Chris Wray faced questions from frustrated lawmakers a day after the Texas school shooting and a day after an Iraqi man appeared in an Ohio court charged with a plot to kill a former U.S. president.
This was confirmed just yesterday when an FBI search warrant unsealed in Ohio revealed that an assassination plot against former President George W. Bush included plans to smuggle assassins into the United States from Mexico.
So I'm very proud of the work that our folks did on the Ohio case. Certainly any porous point of entry is a potential vulnerability that bad actors of all sorts, including national security threats, can seek to exploit.
The perpetrator, 52-year-old Shihab Ahmed Shihab, was living in Columbus, Ohio, an Iraqi citizen who entered the U.S. on a tourist visa and then applied for asylum. He scouted President Bush's Dallas home and library. Affiliated with ISIS, according to the affidavit, he recruited 4 Iraqi nationals who he wanted to smuggle into the United States through the southern border.
They do not have operational control, and they do not have a handle on the people coming across, and they're really flirting with fire.
A recent DoD Inspector General report says ISIS is taking advantage of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, warning the U.S. homeland could be targeted in the next 12 to 18 months.
The Iraqi man accused of plotting to kill President Bush did not enter a plea when he appeared before a magistrate on Tuesday. A detention hearing is slated for Friday. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
I have the right to tell my story. I have the right to say what happened to me. I have the right to my voice and my name.
All right, everybody, this is a video of Amber Heard on the stand. The Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial entering its final day. We are expecting closing arguments later this morning. We, of course, have been bringing you live inside of the courtroom from the get-go. Again, this defamation lawsuit against Amber Heard is nearing its end. The 6-week trial started back on April 11th. And yesterday, the last of the witnesses took the stand. Our Fox News national correspondent, William LaJeunesse, has more.
It was a day of rebuttal testimonies Thursday as the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial continues. Both sides calling witnesses to offer counter-insight into key evidence. Depp's team calling up orthopedic surgeon Dr. Richard Gilbert, who said a vodka bottle could have injured Depp's finger, as the actor claimed.
A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
Dr. Dawn Hughes was back on the stand to say Heard suffered from PTSD, a claim Depp's expert witness said was not appropriate. Hughes disagreed.
I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that.
Depp's legal team questioned that diagnosis, saying the test must be administered within a certain time frame.
The instructions say, look over the past year. And
yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
A tearful Heard also returned to the stand.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through.
During Heard's rebuttal testimony, the judge stepped in, giving the gallery a stern warning.
If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
Closing arguments for the trial are expected Friday. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
William, thank you for that report. Now to another story we have also been following since it first started. Store after store, search after search. The baby formula shortage still a problem for many parents, despite those packages of baby formula coming from Europe. Our Fox 13's Cynthia Smoot gets some advice for parents from a pediatrician in Tampa.
Government's working to try to ease this ongoing baby formula shortage. Shipments from overseas have been arriving. We've seen that. And Abbott, one of the biggest manufacturers, says it's going to reopen its Michigan plant June 4th, which is, I think, the end of next week. But it's still going to be several weeks before the shelves get restocked. So joining us this afternoon is pediatrician Dr. David Berger, who we want to thank for being with us. And what a stressful time for parents trying to track down a specific formula. What kind of advice are you giving parents as they're out there going from store to store or looking online?
Yeah, hi, nice to see you. So there's a lot of options that are out there. So if one does have sees an option for one type of formula that's the same, like if it's a cow milk formula or a soy milk formula, they're usually pretty interchangeable from one company to another. So anything that's out there is usually pretty compatible. Now, in our practice, we've actually always had some patients who prefer to use goat milk formula, and there are goat milk formulas, especially that are able to be found from Europe, as long as the nutrients match up similar to what the formula is that the child is normally taking in terms of all the vitamins and minerals and fats and proteins and calories. That is fine for them to use. Of course, we want to make sure that it's from a reputable company, from a reputable country that it's doing. So that's an option that some people will take.
So maybe they should ask their their doctor about the goat milk if the doctor hasn't raised that as a possibility, so they would know what to look for?
Yeah, a goat milk formula, not just goat milk, but goat milk formula. Another option is there are toddler formulas. And some toddler formulas, again, if you look nutrient for nutrient, they match up the exact same. But also, toddler formulas can often be used after 6 months of age in a older infant as well. And again, being in consultation with the pediatric provider on that.
What about parents who might be tempted in some cases to start introducing food? You know, maybe their baby's getting close to that age. How do they know if that's even an option, or maybe it's not quite time yet?
Yeah, so it's typically felt that a lot of babies can start eating baby food by 4 months of age. They will show certain symptoms, such as being able to sit up by themselves in a high chair, grabbing at food off of our plate, watching us go from our plate to our mouth to our plate to our mouth with a spoon or a spoon or fork. Those are all signals that a child developmentally is ready to. And now it's important to know that babies need about 24 ounces of formula a day. If they are, and regardless of their size, because usually baby foods will kick in. So babies who may be taking 40, 50 ounces a day, they may not be needing that much formula either.
Okay, so I know sometimes, the bottle is what people resort to if you got a fussy baby, screaming baby. So is that something else that maybe you need to talk to your pediatrician about? Is, am I maybe overfeeding my baby in this case? Maybe I don't need as much formula.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. And so while we should never water down formula, something like Pedialyte, which has the proper electrolytes to fluids ratio that is the same that we would have in breast milk and in formula, that's something that can also be done. So let's say, for instance, if a baby is used to taking an 8-ounce bottle of formula, and so they could spread that out over more bottles if they were like 6 ounces of the regularly mixed up formula plus 2 ounces of Pedialyte to give the same amount of volume. But babies are allowed to drink some water, for Pedialyte for sure. So as long as they're getting 24, 28 ounces of regular formula before so again, diluting with Pedialyte, not diluting with water. That's another way of getting some more volume.
Yeah. Okay, some good advice there. We thank you, Dr. David Berger. Government's...
All right, a huge thanks to our Fox 13 team in Tampa for that conversation. It is 6:06 in the morning here on the East Coast. You're taking a live look at the waning crescent moon above Houston, Texas. So courtesy of our Fox 26 team in Houston, showing us this beautiful shot of the moon as we all start our morning. And we do want to take you from Houston to Geneva, Switzerland, where we do have a live feed coming into our desk. The World Health Organization, the WHO, currently discussing the monkeypox outbreak, a multi-country monkeypox outbreak happening in Geneva, Switzerland. So again, we're going to take you live out there. So let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
That he has. Dr. Tedros.
Thank you, Mike. I agree with you. Let's proceed.
I'm going to hand over to someone who knows a hell of a lot more about this than me, Dr. Sylvie Briand. Sylvie, you're going to take us through the proceedings, so over to you with my thanks.
Thank you very much, Mike, DG, distinguished delegates. I would like to start first by introducing my colleagues who are here, technical colleagues who have kindly prepared the slides we are going to show to you today, and who are working behind the scenes actually to collect the information, coordinate different expert networks, and try to produce the most up-to-date technical guidance on this subject. So I will start by Lorenzo. Can you...
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lorenzo Subissi, virologist, and currently acting as laboratory and diagnostic focal point for the incident management team.
Good morning. My name is Janet Diaz. I lead the clinical management unit in the Health Emergencies Program, focusing on emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases.
I'm Corey Henderson, and I am leading the project management team. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melinda Frost, and I'm the lead for risk communication and community engagement. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Esther Hamblian. I'm one of the leads for the epidemiology pillar. Thank you.
a lot, and we have other colleagues from other departments who are also contributing very actively to this, the response to this event, but they will join a bit later, but you will be able also to ask them a specific question when they arrive. With this, I will start a very short presentation just to highlight the current situation, but also to provide you a little bit more information than what I have been able to provide on the past briefing on Tuesday. So with this, thank you for the slides. Yeah, thank you very much. Next slide, please. So this is just to reiterate that monkeypox is a zoonotic disease, which means that it's a disease transmitted from animal. But unfortunately, we don't know yet what is the animal reservoir for this virus. We know that it's endemic in a bit more than 9 countries in Africa, where we have seen outbreaks in the recent years. This virus is an orthopox virus. It's a virus from the same family as smallpox and also other cowpox viruses. Regarding the monkeypox virus, we have currently 2 clades, and one clade for West Africa and one clade for Central Africa, and those 2 clades are also circulating in Cameroon. Next, please. So currently we have nearly 200 cases that have been reported all over the world, and you have on this map the countries who have detected some cases. We know that this number may increase in the coming days because we are still at the very, very beginning of this event. The first case was notified 7th of May, so it's really it's 3 weeks or no more, and so we know that we will have more cases in the coming days, and WHO will update you as soon as member states are notifying the cases. Next, please. So this is the epi curve that has been put together, really bringing together all the cases that have been reported so far. So you see that depending on the day, we have more or less cases reported. These are due to the surveillance methods that are put in place in different countries. But what is important is just to see that this event is unusual. Usually we have no cases or very sporadic cases that are exported to non-endemic countries, but now we have more and more cases. Next, please. So it's an unusual situation because we have a high number of cases in many countries, more than 20 now, 20 countries in few days. And we have also many unknowns about this disease because we don't know if this unusual situation is due to a virus change. It doesn't seem so because the first sequencing of the virus shows that the strain is not different from the strain we can find in endemic countries. And it's probably more due to a change in human behavior, but we are also investigating this and trying to understand the origin of this sudden outbreak of monkeypox in non-endemic countries. There are also many uncertainty about the future and this disease. About the future because we don't know if this transmission will stop. What we have seen in endemic countries is that usually we have self-limiting outbreaks, and so we hope it will be exactly the same with the current one, but we don't know. And also we don't know the extent of the disease because, as I said, as we ask countries to be more vigilant, then we detect more cases. So we hope that in a short time we will be able to tell you, okay, this is probably the situation, but currently we don't know if we are just seeing the peak of the iceberg, and there are many more cases that are still undetected in the community. We have also unknowns, as I said, on the animal reservoir. We are still looking at, with our colleagues from FAO, OIE, and other agencies specialized in animal health, if they have more insights on the reservoir and also on the modes of transmission, because we know that it requires close contact between people. Also, we know that objects can be contaminated, but we would like to know a lot more about the risk and the real patterns for transmission. We are afraid that there will be a spread in community, but currently it's very hard to assess this risk. We think that if we put in place the right measure now, we probably can contain this easily. So that's why we are making this briefing today, and we are trying to raise the awareness, because we are at the very, very beginning, and we have a good window of opportunity to stop the transmission now. We do have medical countermeasures for this disease. There are vaccines, there are therapeutics as well, but those vaccines and therapeutics were developed for smallpox in case of the re-emergence of this disease. As you all know, it has been eradicated in 1978, and since then we have not used those tools. So that's why we need first to look at the licensing those tools for monkeypox, and also assess the quantities that are available, so that we can develop good strategies with those medical countermeasures. Next, please. So just to give you some insight on what is this disease, because it will be very useful for all member states to know what is the disease, to be able to better detect it. So usually it lasts 2 to 4 weeks. It's a mild disease, most of the cases, but it may be we may have severe cases in children, pregnant women, or persons with immunosuppression due to other health conditions. The incubation is 6 to 13 days, but it can be longer. And the typical symptom is that it starts with fever, headache, muscle ache, backache, and fatigue, and swollen lymph nodes. And then it's followed by skin rashes. And so the swollen nose is really a distinctive feature, because otherwise acute fever at the beginning may be confused with many other viral diseases, including influenza or parasitic disease like malaria. So it's very important to look at the swollen nodes. And then the skin rash also is quite typical. And it begins 1 or 3 days to 3 days after fever's onset, and it's a rash that has different stages. It started with macules, then papules, vesicles, and pustules, and at the end it crusts that dry up and fall off. The case fatality ratio is not very high, because it's between 3 to 6%, but also it depends really the care you can have. And again, as I said, we can maybe access treatment that may reduce this case fatality ratio. Next, please. So there are also tests for this disease, and for us, we really recommend to use PCR. So my colleague here from laboratory can talk about it if you need more information, but you can take sample from skin lesion, from fluid, from vesicles or pustule or dry crust, and then apply the PCR on that. And a sample needs to be stored in a dry, sterile tube and kept cold. So we are developing laboratory protocols for that, and they will be put on the website very soon. Next, please. On treatment, we have drugs that are still experimental, because, as I said, they were developed for smallpox, which is an eradicated disease. But thanks to the ACVVR, the group that is meeting every year, a group of experts, they are discussing how to have more medical countermeasures if smallpox re-emerge, and fortunately those countermeasures can be applied also to monkeypox. So Rosamund Lewis is the focal point for WHO on smallpox, and she has also been driving the agenda for monkeypox preparedness for the past few years. So we have tecovirimat, which is an antiviral that has been tested as experimental drugs, and there is another experimental antiviral treatment, NIOCH14, that is also in the pipeline. Next, please. Regarding vaccination, we have a vaccine that were available for smallpox eradication, the first generation of vaccine. Since then, we have had a new generation of vaccine, second and third generation of vaccine, and even more recently the MVA vaccine. But again, those last generation of vaccine and MVA are experimental because they were tested for smallpox and not monkeypox, although MVA has been licensed for monkeypox very recently in 2019. Some countries have stockpile of the first generation of vaccine. We don't know exactly the number of doses that are available in the world, and so that's why we encourage countries to come to WHO and tell us what are their stockpile, what are the quantities available, and if they have done potency testing on those vaccines, so that we have a better understanding of what are the resources currently in hand. Next, please. Very importantly is infection prevention and control procedures. So you need to protect yourself and others, avoid close contact with people who have suspected or confirmed monkeypox. And then when caring for a person with monkeypox, it's important to cover the lesion, wear a medical mask, avoid skin-to-skin contact, clean hands regularly, and wash clothes, towels, bed sheets, and eating utensils with warm water and detergent. And also clean other clothes and bedding sufficiently, and disinfect any contaminated surface, and safe disposal of contaminated waste. But again, I think this is not a disease the general public should be worried of. It's not like COVID or other diseases that spread fast. So all those recommendations are not to create anxiety in the general public, but it's more to raise the alert and make sure that we all know what is the risk we have in front of us, and we can take the adequate measure in a timely manner. Next, please. So WHO has been working very, very hard to produce some technical information, but also inform all member states under the IHR procedures. And you have here the timeline. I will not go through it, just to tell you that we will continue to work, and we will continue to support you the best way we can. Next, please. So for us, we think that the key priorities currently is trying to contain this transmission in non-endemic countries, raising awareness in special risk group, detect cases early and isolate them, and stop change of transmission through intensified surveillance in certain population groups that are more at risk, do cluster investigation and contact tracing, and protect healthcare workers or any health worker that can be exposed to the virus to prevent transmission in healthcare setting or laboratories. For this, we have also developing a case reporting form. So if member states can please notify to WHO and use this form, it will be very useful to better understand the disease and also the characteristic of the patient, and see if we have a specific high-risk group. We are also developing standardized clinical protocols so that we can collect data in a standardized manner across different countries and regions and compare the data. And we are also providing guidance to adapt and strengthen care pathways and with appropriate IPC measures so that a patient can receive the best care possible. Next, please. Then it's very important to communicate about this event to avoid panic, of course, stigmatization as well of certain population group, and reduce already impact on society. We don't recommend travel bans or restriction, and we need to continue to communicate about what we know, what is being done, and really reassure the public. The point is that we need just to take the right measure. And it's a third point, we need risk-based strategies, meaning that the strategies and the intervention should be commensurate to the risk. And we need also to, if there are possibility to use vaccines or treatment, it has to be used taking into account the public health needs, and be very wise in the use of those countermeasures. We will need also global collaboration. Please continue to share information, diagnostic resources, data. Try to use standardized protocol as much as possible so that we can compare data between countries. And please work with WHO so that we can have a global response to this event, and we are coordinated, and we make sure that there is an equitable access to countermeasures based on public health needs. We have a virtual stockpile for vaccine, and we also encourage countries to tell us They made some pledges a few years ago, so we would like very much to revisit with them the status of those pledges and see how we can access vaccines and antivirals with those countries. And we need also.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are taking you live to Geneva, Switzerland, where we have the World Health Organization currently holding a meeting on the monkeypox virus, saying that there is no need for any travel bans, that they have a stockpile of vaccines, and that at this moment there is no reason to panic. So again, taking you live out to Geneva, Switzerland at this very moment. We do want to give you this 3-box of some other stories that we are currently covering at this very moment, along with the meeting on the monkeypox virus. We do know President Joe Biden is expected to visit Uvalde, Texas on Sunday. He and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will be meeting with families of those victims, where we do now know 19 children ages 8, 9, and just 10 years old were shot and killed inside of their classroom Tuesday morning when an 18-year-old man walked into the building, going through an unlocked door of the school with an AR-15 style rifle, walking into their classroom, barricading himself inside, and then shooting and killing those 19 students and 2 teachers. And we do know over in Houston, Texas, the NRA meeting, the NRA Convention, the National Rifle Association, is going to be happening there this weekend. Houston's mayor saying that he cannot cancel that. It's an obligation that the city has booked. And again, we do know protests are expected ahead of that NRA meeting, which apparently was in the works for the past 2 years, but coincidentally is happening just days after that Texas school shooting, which again left 19 children and 2 teachers dead just days before school was supposed to let out for the summer. So again, that is the latest information on that situation. And we do want to take you out to Robb Elementary, where you can see this growing memorial right outside of the school, those white balloons with the names of all 19 students and 2 teachers who were killed in this awful, awful tragedy. You can see crosses there as well, a memorial of 21 crosses in Uvalde, right outside of Robb Elementary, one for each of the victims in Tuesday's mass shooting. And as the mourning continues, the police response in Uvalde continues to be scrutinized. Investigators now saying that the gunman was in the building for around an hour before being shot and killed by Border Patrol. So here's what we know about the timeline. It has changed over the course of the past few days, but here's what we know. It was 11:28 in the morning on Tuesday when the 18-year-old shooter wrecked his grandmother's truck outside of the school. We know that he fired shots from an AR-style rifle towards a nearby funeral home, but didn't walk into the school until 11:40. So he was outside of the school for at least 12 minutes with that AR-15 style rifle before he entered. We now know that he was not confronted by a school resource officer before entering the building, which is different from the original reports that we got from Texas officials on the shooting. And also we have received some disturbing video on social media as well, which appears to show the gunman going inside an unlocked side door of the school. That's when police say they arrived exactly 12 minutes after that crash. They claim they waited only 4 minutes before going inside after him, and when he fired shots, they took cover along with the rest of the students and staff at the school. And we do want to head to a full conversation with our own LiveNow's Andrew Kraft, who actually spoke with Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez, who represents Uvalde, Texas, on exactly what happened and what can be done to prevent school shootings in the future.
Tony Gonzalez. Congressman, you represent the community of Uvalde. You and your community have gone through the worst of imaginable tragedies And we now know President Biden and the First Lady will be visiting on Sunday. Will you be there to meet with the president? And if so, what will you say to him?
I will, and I welcome the president's visit, and I welcome anyone that wants to help my community as we try to get through this and get whole again. And my message to the president, my message to anyone is we need to unify. And right now, the initial shock of the community is still ongoing, but we're starting to transition, and people are starting to. The realities of the carnage is starting to seep in, and I think it's a very dangerous time. We had the husband of one of the deceased teachers passed away today due to a heart attack, and I worry about others that are trying to cope with what is happening. So my message to the president is, it needs to be the visit needs to be one of positive focus that unites this country, unites Uvalde.
Yeah, of course. Let's get to the press conference that was held this afternoon by Texas DPS officials. And frankly, Congressman, a lot of the fact pattern and the narrative of what we knew 48 hours ago has changed. We were told that there was a school resource officer on the campus grounds and that they exchanged gunfire with the shooter. That is not the case. We also now know that the shooter was in that fourth grade classroom, for possibly over an hour. Are you concerned with some of these contradictory details coming out of DPS? Are you concerned that it could possibly compromise the integrity of the investigation going forward?
As more time goes on, there's going to be a more in-depth results of this investigation. What I will tell you at no time, and I have been in contact with law enforcement's minutes after this incident first occurred. I got on the phone immediately with the sheriff and was throughout this entire ordeal. And at no point did any law enforcement relay to me that that they had engaged the assailant before he had entered the school. So I would say I give it a little time. I will also say I've spoken with a lot of the law enforcement officers, and they got to the scene as fast as possible. And I've started today. I'm in Uvalde again, and I've met with those just on the ground because the healing isn't over yet. And we just kind of walk through different things. And I'll tell you, every agency, every law enforcement agency ran to the scene. We hear about Border Patrol, we hear about sheriffs, we hear about local PD. What we don't hear about is this story. Here you had a game warden that, when they were going to breach that door to ultimately neutralize that assailant, they were looking for a ballistic shield. This is a shield that can withstand heavy piercing rounds. And there was a game warden that happened to have a ballistic shield. He was 2 blocks away. This shield weighs over 80 pounds, and he rushes it to the scene. I tell that story to say all law enforcement officers got on scene as quickly as possible, and they knew they needed to get there in order to save more lives.
Congressman, getting on the scene is one thing, but we have been hearing reports, you no doubt have read some of them, that parents who were on site were pleading with more law enforcement to go into the school where the shooter was quicker. Some of them went themselves after they were either detained or told not to let the operation go its course. Do you think the response, though, was inadequate now that we've been hearing some of the reports and on record statements from Texas DPS? Do you think the response was inadequate so far?
So there's going to be more details that come out, but every piece of information that I've been told was once the shooter entered the school, he immediately entered the classroom and immediately began murdering children and teachers. And it wasn't until the law enforcement engaged with him that essentially stopped him from doing that. He visited, you could say 2 classrooms since they were connected, but there was an entire school there of 600 children. So if it weren't for the law enforcement officers that were able to stop him from continuing in the school, this carnage would have been a whole lot worse. Law enforcement officers that I just spoke with hours ago, told me that when they arrived, these were folks that had taken them about 40 minutes to arrive on scene. There were folks already there. But when they arrived, there was no shooting, that it was at a standstill standpoint. Even negotiating, they were trying to negotiate with this assailant to try to get him to de-escalate the situation. So it wasn't as if there was a live, ongoing battle. So those are the reports that I've gotten. But I look forward to getting all the facts.
Yeah, of course, we know in just tragic situations, and we've seen them unfold in communities across the country, that the facts do change on the ground. But are you demanding possibly more transparency from law enforcement as the investigation goes forward? And have you spoken with your constituents? Are they worried that they're not getting the accurate information?
Yeah, I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground here in Uvalde. I've literally spoken with people on the ground all day long. My office has done the same. My office has turned essentially into a mini FEMA office. I mean, we're constantly helping families and helping those on the ground. I will tell you, I mean, this wasn't a school that just happened to be, that law enforcement reacted to. These were people's children. There were law enforcement officers that lost children at this school. There were law enforcement officers that their children were saved. So they got there. There's no doubt in my mind that law enforcement got there as quickly as possible, and they engaged and they neutralized the assailant as quickly as possible. And I also say it was a mix of different folks. You normally don't have federal, state, and local agencies working together. This is an area I think Congress can work on. How do we increase interagency cooperation, so that way, when something like this does happen, that you're ready to do it? But I will tell you, every account that I've gotten on the ground, law enforcement got to the scene as quickly as possible, and they reacted as quickly as possible.
Congressman Gonzalez, we know that after the wake of these shootings, unfortunately, politics is brought in almost immediately. And let's talk about what's happening in Houston over the weekend. The NRA's annual meeting will be taking place over the weekend. Do you think Governor Abbott should not attend? Do you think the convention, the perception of even holding it, is in bad taste? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Governor Abbott should not go?
I can't speak for Governor Abbott. What I will say is I do appreciate Governor Abbott coming and visiting yesterday, along with Senator Cornyn and Senator Cruz. And I do appreciate the president planning a visit as well. I think that's important. I think it's important that we don't lose sight of Uvalde, Texas, one, as we heal, but two, as we go forward and ultimately, prevent something like this from ever happening again in Uvalde or elsewhere. Senator Cornyn is leading up a bipartisan talk on kind of a way forward. I look forward to having a conversation similar in the House. I say all that to go, there needs to be more unity, and parties need to come together, because none of us want to see innocent children murdered in schools, in churches, or anywhere else. This should be a bipartisan moment. This should be an American moment right here that doesn't divide us, but that unites us. And I think we need to stay focused on Uvalde. I certainly am.
Let's talk, though, congressionally speaking. We saw Beto O'Rourke interrupt the press conference yesterday, demanding something should be done. A lot of people are demanding that something should be done, not necessarily what those specifics look like, but at a congressional level, what needs to be done? Are you open to some incremental change, putting more laws on the books? Texas does not have a red flag law. Who knows if that could have prevented this? But what more needs to be done at that level in Congress?
Andrew, a lot more needs to be done. And right now, what we're seeing is inaction, and people are getting killed for it. What I also say is what we're also seeing right now is politicians trying to turn this into a political statement, and it shouldn't be that way. Right now you have Democrats pushing H.R. 8, a gun bill. And guess what? H.R. 8 passed in the House last year, and it stalled in the Senate. Well, let's say it wasn't to stall. Let's say it get passed, and it were to pass signed into law by President Biden. H.R. 8 would not have prevented the Uvalde shooting from occurring. I say that to go, just because we're adding new laws doesn't mean we are protecting our children any more than not having these laws. So it's important that we have the discussion. I think it is important that we add legislation, but there have to be solutions that make us more safe, not just actions that are empty. And I would also add the mental health concern. You know, in Texas, we're a population of 30 million. We only have 1,000 beds for a population of 30 million. That needs to increase. And if it's a problem in Texas, I guarantee you it's a problem across the country. We need to focus on mental health. That's an area that I think is bipartisan. People should come together, and we need to grow it out from there.
Congressman, last question. You and your community have gone through the most unspeakable of tragedies. We're now 3 days removed. What more does Uvalde need?
We need, you know, right now it's in the red zone still. I served 5 years in the military, and anytime you're in a heated environment, your adrenaline is pumping. That's continued to happen. A lot of people are operating on little sleep. They haven't fully seeped in yet. The next couple of weeks, when we start to bury our children, that is going to hit us the hardest. So one, you know, my office, once again, is essentially turned into a FEMA office. And we called for early on for clinicians, for mental health professionals. We got over 100 people that answered the call. What I also say is there are survivors. There are children that are injured in hospitals, and they need help, and their families need resources. So we will continue to push out on our official pages and elsewhere, places where people that want to support, people want to lend a hand, that they have the opportunity to do that. But we're very far. The shootings may be over, but it is going to take weeks, if not months, before our community truly heals.
All right, Congressman Tony Gonzalez, we appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll talk to you again.
Great, thank you.
Joining us.
All right, everybody, here is a look at some of the victims. Again, 19 children, 2 teachers shot and killed inside of Robb Elementary School on Tuesday morning. And amid the tears and heartbreak over the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, there's even more grief for a new victim. The husband of one of the teachers who was shot and killed in the school shooting has died of a heart attack. Our Fox News correspondent, Alexis McAdams, has the details.
Don't cry, I'm so sorry you're crying.
A mother in tears as 21 white crosses sit in front of this Texas elementary school. Each one stands for an innocent life lost in the Uvalde school shooting. Now another tragedy as the husband of one of the heroic teachers has died. The family saying Irma Garcia's husband, Joe Garcia, passed away this morning of a medical emergency. But really, they say he died of a broken heart. This couple were high school sweethearts, together for more than 30 years. They now leave behind 4 children. So many families left broken. The grandpa of Jose Flores remembering the last time he saw his 10-year-old grandson. Now the next time will be at his funeral.
He was just a little boy, like growing up, going to school.
As families plan these services, Ellie Garcia's mom writing she can't eat, drink, or even get out of bed, sickened by the loss of her little girl, asking why this shooting wasn't prevented. Other families have questions about the teen gunman.
I just don't understand how people could sell that type of a gun to a kid, to an 18-year-old. Like, what is he going to use it for?
The father of Jacqueline Casares grieving, holding her photo in his hands, asking why police didn't respond sooner.
I honestly think that it could have been, so a lot more could have been prevented or prepared. You know, I didn't see no preparedness at all. I mean,
With the unanswered questions, grief, and anger, a local minister trying to offer comfort.
I may cry some more here as we speak. You may cry because our hearts are broken. But you know what I also know and I also believe? God's heart is broken.
Right now, funeral homes in Uvalde preparing for these services, some coming as soon as this weekend. This as a Texas man is on his way to that town to donate 21 caskets, 19 of those custom for the small kids. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. We're going to take you live out to Houston, Texas right now, where we do know that the NRA's annual convention, annual meeting is happening in Houston this weekend. The city preparing for protests ahead of that convention, which has apparently been in the works for several years, but is happening just days after 19 children and 2 teachers were shot and killed inside of Robb Elementary in the western part of the state. So again, this NRA meeting currently taking place in Houston, Texas. There have been calls for it to be canceled, but the mayor of Houston saying that that is not possible. We do know Governor Greg Abbott will no longer speak at the event, instead recording a message. He will be in Uvalde today instead. Abbott is one of several speakers who have dropped out of the conference in the wake of this shooting, which again has taken the lives of 21 people. And we do again know several protests have been planned. Senator Ted Cruz and former President Donald Trump are still scheduled to make some appearances there. Houston's mayor, as we said, says he cannot cancel the event, though multiple musical performers have pulled out. The city leader adds that both sides of the gun rights argument will have their rights protected and will be provided a space to express their opinions safely.
For those persons who will be attending the NRA, whether we agree with their positions that they take on guns, we certainly will be providing the necessary security for those individuals who will be attending the NRA convention. I know I've gotten several emails and calls about, Mayor, why not just cancel this convention? Well, we just don't have that luxury or that option just to cancel a convention that has been on the books for 2 years, where we are contractually obligated, where plans and have already been made. You just can't cancel that convention. And neither do we have the legal right to cancel conferences or conventions because we don't like the subject matter that will be discussed. So we just can't do that. Certainly the NRA had the option of delaying the start of their convention for a week or 2 to allow the families to plan and have the funeral arrangements if they so desired, but from all indication, it's moving forward. And so we will do everything as we would do for any convention, any conference, is to make sure that it goes as smoothly as possible, and that we provide the necessary security for people who will be visiting our city. At the same time, people do have the right to express their points of view. And we will be providing various staging areas for people to express their points of view, whether they are pro the positions being taken by the NRA or against, have contrary opinions of people being presented by the NRA. We will be providing the necessary staging grounds for them. But for everyone involved who are in our city, whether living in our city or visiting our city for this particular event, any of the events surrounding it, we will provide and ramp up and provide the necessary security, because we want everyone to be safe in our city. So those initially of the plan.
All right, that was the mayor of Houston giving his response as to why he cannot cancel the NRA convention happening in Houston, Texas. As we said, there will be protests. They are planned for several areas in the city and also at Houston City Hall. We know teachers, students, and victims of gun violence are expected to protest there around 10 a.m. Texas time. Here's more from our Fox 26 team in Houston.
The thousands expected to protest at the George R. Brown Convention Center include groups calling for stricter gun control, like Moms Demand Action.
They push the guns. They push the sale of guns. It's not saying that, it's not about the Second Amendment. It is not about that. Even though I had a child that was murdered by guns, it's not. It is about what is our human right to live, and it's about safety.
That's the first thing that the left has brought up, obviously. Infringe on people's Second Amendment rights. But you know why gun sales are at an all-time high? Why are gun sales at an all-time high? Because people need to protect themselves. Crime is at an all-time high.
Police will be out in full force, and there will be designated protest zones.
We will not tolerate destruction of property, nor will we tolerate people assaulting individuals.
Hydrate appropriately, nourish yourself appropriately, look after one another, keep situational awareness, look for things that are going on around you.
All right, everybody, again, City of Houston preparing for those protests ahead of the NRA convention. You were looking at some video of families angry and upset with the police response at Robb Elementary. The deadly school shooting there has sparked a national debate on how to keep kids safe at school and how to prevent these mass shootings and school shootings from happening. This one here at Robb Elementary, the 27th school shooting to happen in the United States just this year alone. While some people are calling on lawmakers to crack down on guns, others say it's time to allow teachers to carry guns in classrooms. In Colorado, one rural school has already armed their educators. Fox's Vincent Arenas has more on how that process works.
At the Hanover Junior Senior High School, staff members are allowed to carry guns. The small school is located in a rural area southeast of Fountain.
I think more often than not you see that they happen in small communities.
Superintendent Kyle Cooper says arming staff is a necessity when your school is so remotely located.
We're 30 minutes away from law enforcement response, and in a situation where the safety of our students is at risk, we feel that it's important that we have an opportunity to defend our students.
Hanover is surrounded by miles and miles of country roads. At the campus entrance is a warning sign saying teachers and staff may be armed here.
Hanover Junior Senior High School does have a school resource officer, but there's only one officer that has to be shared with 4 or 5 other schools. Simply not enough.
There are nearly 300 students in the district. How many staff members are armed is not clear. They first started carrying weapons here in 2016.
The last thing we would want is for us to make the problem worse. So our teachers need to be well trained, defend in position. It's not designed to be an attack position. It's designed to protect students.
Staff that carry weapons on campus must be trained annually, and they must train with their weapons monthly. Training many here hope they never have to use.
All right, as always, a big thanks to our Fox 26 team in Houston, Texas for that report. It is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You can see some beautiful sunrises in Port Canaveral, Florida, here in the Sunshine State. Also, the sun rising there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And over in the Lone Star State, you can see the highway and the skyline in Dallas, Texas. Again, it is 6:52 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a break, but we'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your morning with us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next hour and a half or so, bringing you up to speed on everything that we are covering here nationwide and globally around the world. We do want to bring you these beautiful sunrises, of Minneapolis, Minnesota, Port Canaveral, Florida, and of course, a beautiful cotton candy sunrise over in Dallas, Texas. You're taking a look at some of the top stories we are covering today here on Live Now from Fox on this Friday, May 27th. Closing arguments are expected today in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. This trial we have been covering from the get-go, going to be ending today after 6 weeks of testimony. We are expecting those closing arguments to happen around 9 o'clock this morning, so you will definitely want to stay tuned for that. And you can always head over to our Live Now from Fox YouTube page, where we have been streaming the trial nonstop from start to finish as soon as it happens. So again, that trial, the closing remarks expected at 9 a.m. today. Also, the man accused of plotting to assassinate former President George W. Bush expected to appear in a federal courtroom in the Buckeye State in Ohio. So if we get more information on that, we of course will bring that to you. And as we mentioned before the break, the NRA Convention opening in Houston, Texas today, where that is taking place just a few days after that deadly school shooting in Uvalde, Texas. So again, that is the latest information on that. We do know that there are several protests expected to take place in the city of Houston, as gun rights advocates will be meeting along with several Republican lawmakers at that convention in Houston, Texas. And that school shooting, we are slowly learning more details, really day by day, hour by hour, of that deadly school shooting that left 21 people dead, including 19 children and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas, just days after they were supposed to break for the summer. So we do want to bring you live out to Robb Elementary. Some video there, as you can see, of the memorial growing those balloons and white crosses with the names representing those 21 victims. Of course, this is a traumatic event for the Uvalde, Texas community, all of the victims, all of their families. We know President Joe Biden will be traveling there on Sunday with First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to meet with the victims' families. And again, a very traumatic event, specifically for those victims, their families, and the entire Uvalde community, the Lone Star State, and of course the country, as we now deal with another school shooting, a deadly school shooting, the 27th one to happen so far this year. And on that very same topic, dealing with the grief, we do want to head to a full conversation from our Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson from our Phoenix team, who spoke with a grief therapist on how to handle and deal with the grief and trauma that these mass shootings bring. Let's listen in.
Been a tragic few days here after that mass shooting in a Texas school. Families, friends, communities, and even worldwide, we are grieving the loss of those lives that were taken at the hands of a gunman. I do want to bring in a counselor. She's a grief counselor. She's an end-of-life therapist, international speaker, and author. It's Kelly Grosslocks to talk about how we handle all of this traumatic grief and cope with this crisis that we're having of gun violence across America. Kelly, I know you've been on with us before. We appreciate your time, especially as we talk about this tragic situation where families are once again grieving the loss of their children who were just going to school, celebrating the end of their school year, and here they are now planning funerals.
Yeah. Christy, thanks for having me on. I think what I'm hearing a lot from people is there are no words. I think a lot of people are saying that there's no words. And you know, as a grief therapist, it's hard for me to even wrap my head around how do I want to help these people. But what I know and what I come down to is always showing up, always showing up for the communities. You know, for us, this is going to settle. For those of us that are not directly impacted by it, it will settle. But for the families that are impacted, it's going to be lifelong. And I think we have to remember that as support people, whether we live in that community or whatever, however we can show up, that this is something we want to commit to lifelong. We can't just show up right now. And I also want to speak to the families that have lost children or loved ones in the past from violence. That right now you may find yourself getting what we would call more kind of reactivated in your grief, and that it can be very, very difficult time in trying to understand, where is this coming from? My experience was years ago, and why is this coming up for me now? It's very important to hold that and to hold that space, because, and even if you've not lost a child violently, but have lost a child or have lost anybody really, because we also have to honor that there were 2 adults' lives who were taken as well at the school. And so I think it's really important to remember that these community grief experiences touch us personally. We don't have to be individually involved in order for this to touch us personally. And what I want to express to everybody watching, that you have a right to feel all of your big feelings. You have a right to feel grief. You have a right to feel anger. You have a right to feel shock, confusion, sadness, all of that, because we are impacted by what we watch and by what we hear. And it's hard to find a person out there right now that is not impacted by the enormity of this trauma and this grief.
And you think about, too, you know, we've actually had a really tough last few years dealing with the coronavirus pandemic, separating ourselves from sometimes family, loved ones, or co-workers. Then we've also been having to deal with all of these other crises happening across our country. Now you have this situation where we've had multiple mass shootings in a row outside Chicago, outside of a McDonald's. Then you had also that Buffalo shooting in a supermarket, here now targeting children inside of a classroom. It just seems like it's a lot, and it's been weighing a lot of people down. How do we continue to work through it when we just see it happening over and over again?
Well, it's a very common feeling to feel numb and to feel almost defeated when we keep hearing this over and over again. But I think what's important, and especially with these school shootings, because this now has gone after our most sacred, which is our children, and it's unimaginable in many countries that this would ever happen. And so what we have to try and do is limit the amount that we're taking in. And so whether that's what you watch, whether that's what you read, whether that's how much you talk about it to people, that it's important right now because people are getting very saturated, just as you mentioned. It's one after the other. We can't even catch a breath and take a moment to acknowledge what has happened in the community and in this country, because it's happening on top of each other. And so that's called cumulative trauma or cumulative grief. And what we have to do, and try really hard to do, is to sit and be quiet and do things to take care of ourselves, at creating safe spaces in our home, finding your safe people, talking to your safe people with limitation, talking about this, but then also being quiet, going into nature, doing whatever we have to do to really be mindful of how much saturation is coming into us. You know, in a way, because I work so much with families in trauma, and they will say to me, I wish I had the luxury of limiting this. I wish I had the luxury of putting a boundary around this. And so I'm very sensitive that I understand that people impacted by this directly do not have the quote unquote luxury to put a boundary around this, about how much they watch or how much they listen to or how much they read, because it is in their morning, noon, and evening, including their sleep. So I think for us that are on the outside trying to support, trying to donate, trying to be activists, whatever way we're getting involved, we do have to try and limit some of this, because this has crossed over into our most sacred human beings, which are the children in this community. And so we have now entered into really what is the most unimaginable. And so this is going to take even extra love, extra self-care, extra caution with our mental health, extra support from the people around us. And some people may need to seek professional support, even again, if not impacted by this directly. This is going to hit all of us, and it's going to go in and it's going to hit our traumas. It's going to hit our grief. It's going to hit our losses, our insecurities, our fears, whatever that may be, in its own ways. And so we just have to be very mindful that if you're feeling deeply impacted by this, it's understandable. It's okay. And it's meant to be acknowledged. It's meant to be supported. It's not meant to be explained. It's not meant to be judged. And I just think that that is a very important message to get across.
I like that you touched on too the mental health aspect for everyone who has been watching this story. We heard from some of our Texas leaders and local leaders. They were talking about providing services to those for as long as they need. How important is that they are recognizing that, mental health is just as important as it is to try to also tackle all the other issues that we're facing?
Yeah. Well, the mental health is key here. I do want to say that I think it's really important to understand that just because somebody has a mental health issue does not create them to act violently like this. That I really want to be sensitive to that, because that's going to play into some of the stigma around mental health. Now, the mental health from the impact of this is great, and the trauma and the grief. And I do hope that there is follow through and that continued services happen. It's very likely and very common that we come in the beginning of a trauma and we support people. But most people that have experienced grief or trauma will tell you that month to 2 months later, they feel abandoned, they feel lonely. And so what's really important is that we are consistently providing services for people. A huge shout out to the funeral homes in Uvalde, Texas, who are providing services free of charge for these victims and their families. I think that's a beautiful start. I hope the community and other resources will follow suit and be able to provide the services that are needed, regardless of financial impact, because these families are going to need the community for the rest of their lives. There are going to be things like graduation times, prom, soccer tryouts, choir tryouts, all of these things that are going to happen going forward that their children should have been involved in, or that the teachers should have been involved in, and they're not going to be. So be mindful of what I would call the more quiet anniversary times or quiet dates where grief can get very activated, such as maybe obviously a child's birthday, but maybe a tryout for a sport team that they would have tried out for, and this next year they're not going to be there. So step in, lean in, and stay in the lives of the people in this community.
I think that's important to mention too, because as you said, even just showing a little bit of support or even just sitting with them, if you don't know how to help someone, what is some of that advice on showing up day in and day out, or even, a year, 5 years down the road? It's just about checking in.
Exactly. Christy, great question. Many people come to me, they're worried about they're going to say the wrong thing. And what I will say is saying nothing is actually probably the most damaging thing that we can do, because what many people fear is that they're going to create sadness or big feelings in the person, in the parent, in the grandparent, in the sibling. And what I want to reassure people is that these families have not forgotten that their person died. Their people have not forgotten that this tragedy happened. So there's really nothing we can say that's going to quote unquote remind them. We want to say the name of the person that has been killed. In this situation, we want to often say the name of the teachers. We want to say the name of the children when addressing. We want to, at some point, give memories of how this child impacted us. What do we remember about them? Because what often happens in these tragic situations, and it's so understandable right now, but the main focus becomes about how they died, and understandably so. And what is also important to families eventually is that people remember that these children, these teachers lived. They had a life prior to this tragic murder. And I think that it's very important to also highlight and hold up very high that these people all also had a life. And so say the name, say it often, show up for them. It's not so much about having the right words, it's about having the compassion in the space, and also telling people, I will listen to you and I will be with your grief for as long as this takes. And that I will also always honor, and then you say the name, I will always honor them by and commit to something. Is it planting a tree? Is it lighting a candle each year? Is it planting flowers? What is it? And I think that that is so important, because people want to remember that their people lived and their people mattered. Because right now they're a very tragic headline, and that's understandable that that's the focus. But when you get farther away from this, it's really about remembering that they lived and they mattered.
I'm glad that you mentioned too that, you know, it doesn't mean you're a bad person if you don't know what to say to someone. You know, sometimes just being there and just saying something is the most important thing. What about those who have been, you know, you hear of the tragic situation, it's only been a few days, so obviously it's very fresh on people's minds. There might be some parents out there who don't live in Texas. They live, you know, multiple states away, and they, you know, feel guilty for being worried about themselves and worried about their own children. That's an okay feeling to have too for all of us who have been watching this story.
Absolutely. You know, I've been hearing from people all over, actually all over the world, a lot of bereft parents, parents that have lost children, and wanting to know how can they reach out to these parents. It's very common, even if you've not experienced this kind of trauma, to be very scared for your child. If you have a school-age child, it's very scary. And my heart goes out to the principals, the teachers, the front desk people, the nurses, whomever's working in schools right now, because what has become your passion of teaching now becomes this one of the greatest sources of fear. And so we have to be very mindful. I think when you're talking with school-age children, it's important, and it's very difficult, but still to try and instill some safety in them, that your teachers, your principals are keeping your school safe. We at home are doing our best to keep you safe. It's also important as the adult to create safety in your home. That doesn't mean just locks on the doors and alarm systems. This means emotional safety. This is very important right now in a trauma, to create emotional safety in your home, whether that's turning off all devices, whether that's having a corner of the couch that has soft blankets, soft pillows, soft socks, soft toys, soothing music, whatever that may be. It's important for all of us right now to have safe places in our homes. And I think that we don't have a lot of control over the world, so we control within our space what we can do. And this is going to be so important for kiddos, for teens, for high school age children, that where is the safe space that we are going to dedicate in our home to go when we're not feeling safe or when we're struggling with something. And I think that because any of us that are parents are scared, and, you know, grocery stores, places of faith, movie theaters, I mean, the targets are great, and it's scary. And we have coming out of a time of such isolation with this pandemic that has impacted us so greatly. And I will tell you, isolation and trauma and isolation and grief do not go well together. So right now, we really want to be mindful of how do we have those safe connections. It might have to happen within our own home. It might have to happen just with our inner circle, but it needs to happen is the point. So you being worried, Christy, as a parent, me being worried as a parent because of this is completely natural. We don't have to apologize for that. This is human nature. And I think what we're realizing, I also have sat down with thousands of people. Not one person has ever said to me that's had trauma in their life, that they thought this was going to happen to them. And I think that that's really important. And that's where we start seeing it cross over into, again, one of our most sacred experiences in life, which is children. And that's going to heighten all of our fear. It's going to heighten all of our paranoia, and it's going to heighten all of our anxiety.
Do you think, too, keeping that open conversation, with your children will really help us in the future if they are more open to talking about their feelings? How are you handling this that we're going through, even if it's not a traumatic event, even if it's just a, change within your own family, a change within your own community? I think that could help set us up for a better future as well.
Absolutely, because we know that life is going to be difficult going through life. We just know that. You don't have to work in the field of trauma and grief to know that difficult things happen to people. And so, yes, this is an opportunity for us to set up conversations about emotions, conversations about taking care of ourselves, conversations about trauma. It is an opportunity for us to do that. Conversations about what makes you feel safe, what makes you feel scared, and helping people identify that. Now, I've been asked many times, how do I talk to my child about this? Do I talk to my child about this? The answer is yes, you talk to your child about this. Of course, different age groups can tolerate different details. The younger ones tend to be soothed a little easier than maybe the older child, because the older child is kind of aware this has been going on now in our country. And the younger child can be soothed a little easier. But yes, we want to, because what's ended up happening now is so many of our kids have their own devices, and it's all over social media. And we want to be able to give them the information from us and control the messaging rather than having it come from, there can be lots of misinformation that can go out on the social media components and different things. We want it to come from us. And we want to start by asking the child questions rather than instilling in them the knowledge we think they need to know. We want to ask them, have you heard about what happened in the school in Texas? What kind of questions do you have? What kind of feelings do you have about it? And I think what we can say is there are people in this world that are not safe. However, you have a lot of people in your life, Principal so-and-so, Miss so-and-so, Mr. so-and-so, your mommy, your grandma, your aunties, your siblings, whoever that may be. We are safe people, and we're going to do whatever we can do to keep this family safe. And I think that has to be instilled. And right now, that's hard. It's hard to instill safety in a world that we're not really feeling safe, but it still is our job as the adults in these children's lives to do whatever we can do for the emotional and physical safety of our kiddos.
And I think you just said it perfectly too. I mean, they hear things in classrooms, they see things on social media. So you helping control that conversation and having it openly, honestly. And as you said, you can edit out details depending on the age, but it's just something that you can check in with them and then continue to do so. And Kelly, finally, I just want to ask anything that else you think is important to take away from here, especially as we are continuing to deal with just learning more details about this case, and we know that unfortunately this isn't going to be the last shooting that we see across our country.
No, again, I think it has to start with self-care is such a overused word, but really what it means is protection of self, protection of energy, protection of, again, how much do we saturate ourselves in this? So I think it has to start there, and then rather than having this kind of stop us in our place or defeat us, decide what you want to do with this sadness. Do you want to get involved in something to make change? Do you want to volunteer for a grief organization? Do you want to, do you want to join something at your place of faith that's activist work or outreach work? I think that that's really, really important as we're going through this, because what ends up happening, Christy, is people get so overwhelmed that they shut down. And there's a time for that, but it's also important to take these things and reach out. You don't necessarily have to live in Texas to make a change, to make an impact. There are places everywhere in our country that are being impacted by this exact story. And we can take that and we can utilize all of this big energy that we're having and bring it outward. It might be a random act of kindness. It might be a donation. It might be very specific to violence in schools, whatever that may be. When we get to that place in the next few days, I really want to encourage people to think about how can you take this from within and bring it out to make this a safer place to live.
A good thing to point out, especially as we know that there's a lot of people out there who are grieving not only for these families but also for the community as well, and they are just worried about what will happen next. So important that we're talking about it, we're trying to handle it and deal with it as we continue to push forward. Kelly Grossox, we do appreciate you helping us all work through this trauma, especially since it's just been so fresh and just so tragic to see those young lives taken too soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Christy, and so much peace to the community. It's, it's heartbreaking, and just remember though that these people lived also, and I think that's just so important. And when you look at these faces, remember their names.
Remember their names and continue to try to honor them in the way that their families would appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kelly, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It has been a tragic few days.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. We are taking you live out to Houston, Texas right now, where the city currently preparing for some protests ahead of the NRA Convention. That's the National Rifle Association, their convention happening in Houston this weekend. Of course, this all comes just days after the deadly Texas school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, which took the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers. So we do want to head out live to Fox 26's Denise Middleton, who is live outside of the convention center where this is all happening this morning. Denise, thank you so much for joining us on the show. A lot of pushback for this protest. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Thousands of protesters are expected to gather here downtown. They say they are fed up with gun violence, and so they are prepared to be here for this weekend-long event. And police have already set up metal barriers here where the protesters are expected to gather. As we know from overnight, Governor Abbott will no longer be attending the convention in person. Instead, he'll be heading to Uvalde for a press conference. He will, however, have a pre-recorded message for those attending the NRA convention today. Now, Mayor Turner has said said that the city does not have the power to break their contract with the National Rifle Association and that they could face multiple lawsuits. However, the make and model of the gun used by the Uvalde shooter will no longer be showcased, and the maker will not be speaking with guests. Again, Democrats and groups like Black Lives Matter and Moms Demand Action are expected to protest. So Houston Police Chief Troy Finner said there will be a protest and counter-protest zone here at Discovery Green where officers will be in full force. Protesters say they are concerned the convention takes the focus off the tragedy that happened in Uvalde. And so we are expecting, again, a large crowd out here, but Houston city leaders say they will be prepared for that.
And Denise, we are currently running some video right now, of course, of the NRA. We have heard that there are some musicians and performers who have pulled out of this convention. What more can you tell us about that?
That's right. There are several performers who have pulled out, like Don McLean, Lee Greenwood, and T. Graham Brown. Right now, so far, the only person set to perform is singer Jacob Bryant. And so, again, he's expected to show up this weekend. The convention kicks off today and runs through Sunday. We are all told that this is open to all NRA members and their immediate family members, including children under the age of 18. And that's according to their website. So for now, we are live downtown. Denise Middleton, Fox 26 News.
All right, Denise, as always, thank you so much to you and your Fox 26 team in Houston for that report about the NRA convention and those protests. So again, thank you so much. All right, everybody, we do want to take you to another vantage point of the city of Houston right now. As you heard from Denise, a lot of protests. Thousands of people are expected to gather in Houston ahead of this NRA meeting. We did hear from the mayor of Houston saying that this meeting has really been in the works for about 2 years and saying that he can't cancel this because of that. So let's go ahead and listen in from these remarks from the mayor of Houston, Texas.
Who will be attending the NRA, whether we agree with their positions that they take on guns, we certainly will be providing the necessary security for those individuals who will be attending the NRA convention. I know I've gotten several emails and calls about, Mayor, why not just cancel this convention? Well, we just don't have that luxury or that option just to cancel a convention that has been on the books for 2 years, where we are contractually obligated, where plans and have already been made. You just can't cancel that convention. And neither do we have the legal right to cancel conferences or conventions because we don't like the subject matter that will be discussed. So we just can't do that. Certainly the NRA had the option of delaying the start of their convention for a week or two to allow the families to plan and have the funeral arrangements if they so desired, but from all indication, it's moving forward. And so we will do everything as we would do for any convention, any conference, is to make sure that it goes as smoothly as possible, and that we provide the necessary security for people who will be visiting our city. At the same time, people do have the right to express their points of view. And we will be providing various staging areas for people to express their point of view, whether they are pro the positions being taken by the NRA or against, have contrary opinions of people being presented by the NRA. We will be providing the necessary staging grounds for them. But for everyone involved who are in our city, whether living in our city or visiting our city for this particular event, any of the events surrounding it, we will provide and ramp up and provide the necessary security because we want everyone to be safe in our city. So those are those initially of the plan.
symbolizujący życie jednego. Qu'est-ce qui a été l'étincelle, là? Peut-être qu'il l'avait en tête parce que ultimement un jeune qui
Heartbroken parents say there are more questions than answers about the police response as they learn more details about the deadly school shooting.
Was there a school officer on campus, and was that school officer armed? Because that's what we've been told.
A community becoming increasingly frustrated as investigators lay out a more detailed timeline of how the massacre at Robb Elementary School unfolded. Authorities backtracking on initial reports an armed officer was on site, now saying the shooter was undisrupted from the time he shot his grandmother until he made his way inside the school.
There was no encounter whatsoever with that initial school resource officer and the gunman.
Officials say they're still working to piece together exactly how events unfolded. But some are left wondering if police responded fast enough, and if enough was done to save as many lives as possible. The family of 11-year-old victim Layla Salazar says they are holding off on judging the response, focusing instead on getting through the pain.
How fast can you act? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made.
When he died, I died hard with him.
Family members and a community in mourning coming together at a memorial in Uvalde, leaving flowers, candles, and messages of love at the 21 crosses marking each life lost in the shooting. Mother of two, Meghan Markle, just one of many who came to pay their respects.
It's happened too many times, and now it happens to us. It has to stop.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott was scheduled to speak at the annual NRA Convention in Houston. Instead, he will appear virtually and be here later today to address this community. In Uvalde, Texas, Madler Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. Here's some video of the scene where you can see just the devastation on the faces of those family members as they waited to see and find out if any of their children or loved ones were among the victims. So really just a tragic, tragic story here. We do know President Joe Biden is expected to travel to Uvalde, Texas on Sunday. He'll be joined by his wife, First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. They will be meeting with some of the victims' families there and law enforcement as well. And amid the tears and heartbreak over Tuesday's school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, there's even more grief for a new victim. We have learned one of the teachers who was shot and killed inside Robb Elementary, her husband died of a heart attack just a day after learning she was one of the victims shot and killed in what is now the nation's second deadliest school shooting to happen since Sandy Hook 10 years ago. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the details.
Don't cry, I'm so sorry.
A mother in tears as 21 white crosses sit in front of this Texas elementary school. Each one stands for an innocent life lost in the Uvalde school shooting. Now another tragedy as the husband of one of the heroic teachers has died. The family saying Irma Garcia's husband, Joe Garcia, passed away this morning of a medical emergency. But really, they say he died of a broken heart. This couple were high school sweethearts, together for more than 30 years. They now leave behind 4 children. So many families left broken. The grandpa of Jose Flores remembering the last time he saw his 10-year-old grandson. Now the next time will be at his funeral.
He was just a little boy, like growing up, going to school.
As families plan these services, Ellie Garcia's mom writing she can't eat, drink, or even get out of bed, sickened by the loss of her little girl, asking why this shooting wasn't prevented. Other families have questions about the teen gunman.
I just don't understand how people could sell that type of a gun to a kid, to an 18-year-old. Like, what is he going to use it for?
The father of Jacqueline Casares grieving, holding her photo in his hands, asking why police didn't respond sooner.
I honestly think that it could have been, so a lot more could have been prevented or prepared. You know, I didn't see no preparedness at all. I mean,
With the unanswered questions, grief, and anger, a local minister trying to offer comfort.
I may cry some more here as we speak. You may cry because our hearts are broken. But you know what I also know and I also believe? God's heart is broken.
Right now, funeral homes in Uvalde preparing for these services, some coming as soon as this weekend. This as a Texas man is on his way to that town to donate 21 caskets, 19 of those custom,
for the small kids. In New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, Alexis, thank you so much for that report. As always, we, of course, appreciate it. We do want to switch gears from the Texas school shooting. We, of course, will bring you any new updates as we get it. But we do want to take you live out to this city skyline shot of New York City, where we sometimes bring you throughout the show. And another story we are following today, closing arguments are going to be getting underway in Fairfax, Virginia today. Again, that Johnny Depp defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard nearing its end. The 6-week trial started back on April 11th. So this has really been a lengthy, interesting trial day by day. Yesterday, the last witness took the stand, and we, of course, want to head out live outside of the courtroom where we have been checking in with our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. He has really been joining us pretty much almost every day as this trial in Fairfax, Virginia gets underway. Bob, thank you so much for joining us on the show. I see a long line of fans behind you. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, I mean, there are still people excited to get into the courtroom today, even though, as you mentioned, it's just going to be closing arguments today. Both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's legal teams will have 2 hours, and then the judge here will give instructions to the jury, and then they'll get the case. Whether there'll be a verdict today or not, we don't know. If there isn't one by the end of today, they'll come back on Tuesday after the Memorial Day holiday weekend and return to their deliberations. We are told that both Amber Heard and Johnny Depp do not need to stick around Fairfax, Virginia, and this courthouse where they've been on and off for about 6 weeks now, that they can take off and not be here when there is a verdict from the jury, whether it's later today or perhaps next week. Johnny Depp performs with the Jeff Beck Band, and they're performing in England right now, so there's a chance this weekend he'll be going across the pond to rejoin his bandmates, and we'll see about a potential verdict. As you mentioned, there is still a great deal of interest excuse me, for folks to get in the courtroom. The first 100 will. I don't know if you've heard or read or seen in the last few days that it's gotten a little chippy with folks trying to get a spot in the courtroom. There's room for 100. And the Fairfax County Sheriff's deputies, who are giving wristbands now to the first 100 to get into the courtroom, orderly now, but what happens is some of these people get here the evening before, in the middle of the night. They're told they can't get here and get in line until 1 in the morning. Problem is, some people try to cut the line and cheat and jump in early, and there are deputies here at that hour, but then not for the rest of the morning. And so there have been some issues and some tempers here again this morning as people are vying for one of those select few seats, even though there are 100, but relatively few seats in the courtroom. And again, you've got people coming from all over the country, some from as far away as Canada, an Australian tourist we spoke to the other day who stayed a little longer to be able to try to witness this trial in person. So, yeah, I mean, this could be the last day. There could be a verdict later today, Mackenzie. Likely we'll be back next week. Will there be long lines waiting to be in the courtroom when the verdict is read, when the two main players may not be here? We'll have to see. We just don't know. But it has been interesting, to say the least. And you get to know some of these people because they're here time and again. And there's just, with other sad and I would say more important news going on, there is still a great deal of interest in this trial.
Yeah, Bob, you know, I have to ask, of course, this lawsuit carries some very serious allegations discussing domestic violence, domestic abuse, but really, you know, it is quite a spectacle there behind you. It almost looks as though they've put out the red carpet for these fans and their wristbands. We've seen people dressed up, I believe llamas there, really just sort of a bizarre situation of fans outside of the courtroom. Have you seen anything get out of hand at any point?
No, just raised voices and people saying, hey, you cut the line if I don't get in because you three people just cut the line. And nothing has gotten physical that I've seen, but we're only here starting at 5 a.m. Eastern time. The folks who are here at 12:30, 1 in the morning, as they are then allowed to get along the wall here outside the courthouse, there have been some issues and you know, they're using words like trampling, people getting pushed and shoved. I haven't witnessed any of that. And now that you have sheriff's deputies here, there's a bit more calm. Still some concerns from folks who say, you know, there has been line cutting. And in terms of what else you see here, yeah, we've seen a guy dressed like Jack Sparrow running around this morning. I interviewed a young artist from Brooklyn who's been in the courtroom time and again, making sketches of Johnny and Amber. And yeah, it's a very serious issue. Most of these people say they are Johnny Depp fans, express a love for him, and say that even though Amber Heard has made claims, most of them say they don't believe her. They don't think the jury, those who've been in the courtroom and watching the jurors, don't believe the jury is going to believe her, and say that domestic violence goes both ways, that men can be victims of domestic violence too. And for most of these people, you know, they'll say, yeah, this was a toxic relationship and probably, issues on both sides, but most of them, even based on the testimony they've seen in person or been watching on the live feeds, believe that Johnny is the victim in this case.
All right, definitely an interesting trial going on 6 weeks now. So again, as always, a huge thanks to you, Bob, and your Fox 5 DC team for really providing us insight and, of course, a live up-close view of some of these bizarre events that have taken place outside of the courtroom. So, Bob, thank you again.
My pleasure, Mackenzie. Good to see you. Have a good weekend.
Likewise, you too, Bob. All right, everybody, you're taking a look inside of the courtroom, some video that we have been showing you of Amber Heard on the stand. She did take the stand, of course, testifying in her defense. Johnny Depp as well took the stand twice. So again, as you heard from our Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard, we are expecting closing arguments later today. As you heard Bob say, that is expected to begin at 9 a.m. Both sides, attorneys for Amber Heard have 2 hours, and attorneys for Johnny Depp also have 2 hours to present their closing arguments in this $50 million defamation trial underway in Fairfax, Virginia. As always, you can tune in to Live Now from Fox, where we bring you live, raw, and unfiltered news, live events and press conferences, and of course, live feeds from inside of the courtroom. You can always head over to our YouTube channel starting at 9 a.m. where we will be streaming those closing arguments non-stop, uninterrupted from start to finish. It is just before 8 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for a little bit longer, bringing you up to speed on everything we are learning from that horrific school shooting that took place in Uvalde, Texas on Tuesday. We now know new details about that situation. We have learned some updates from authorities after conflicting reports about a school resource officer trying to stop the gunman. We learned that that is actually not true. So again, over the past few days, the timeline of events has consistently changed from law enforcement as they continue their investigation. But what we know is that the police response there continues to be scrutinized at this very moment. We do want to bring you this live shot of Uvalde, Texas, where you can see that memorial. A memorial of 21 crosses in Uvalde, one for each of the victims in Tuesday's mass shooting at Robb Elementary. And as the morning continues, again, that police response to the shooting continues to be scrutinized. Investigators now saying that the gunman was in the building for around an hour before being shot and killed by a Border Patrol agent. Here's the new updated timeline that we now know. It was 11:28 in the morning on Tuesday when the 18-year-old shooter wrecked his grandmother's truck outside of the school. We know that he fired shots from an AR-style rifle toward a nearby funeral home, but didn't actually walk into the school until after 11:40. So he was there outside of the school for at least 12 minutes. We know that he was not confronted by a school resource officer before entering the school, which really clarifies some initial reports from authorities, because that is what they said from the get-go, that he tried to enter the school and that the school security officer tried to stop him. But we now know that did not happen. And that is when police say that they arrived exactly 12 minutes after that crash. They claim that they waited only 4 minutes before going inside after him. When he fired those shots, that's when they took cover along with the rest of the students and staff at Robb Elementary. So again, we are getting some clarity to the exact timeline of what really happened, what led up to the shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. We know that the shooter again entered the school, barricaded himself inside of a classroom for up to an hour, shooting and killing 21 people, including 19 children, ranging in the ages of 8, 9, and 10 years old. You're taking a live look at Uvalde, Texas right now, where that memorial is growing, those 21 crosses for those 21 victims who were all shot and killed just 2 days before summer break was set to begin. And so again, that police response scrutinized, authorities now confirming what witnesses said, that the shooter was not confronted by a school resource officer, which is what police initially said. So we do want to head to a full update from authorities from the Texas Department of Public Safety.
May 24th. Same with a lot of other law enforcement officers that came to this event, this critical incident. I got to see the victims. I got to see the officers. I got to see the community members. It is so hard. It's hard to take. It's traumatic. We're all hurting inside. We're hurting inside for the community members in Uvalde, Texas. We're hurting inside with our local partners that have to live here and work here every day. The victims, the family members, we feel for them. I'm a father. I can't go home tonight and hug my kids. That hurts. The members behind me are family members. Their kids. It's tough. It's tough. It's hard. But that gives us the motivation to move on, to do good work for Uvalde, Texas, for the victims. We speak for the victims, and we take that dearly. Before I get started, Texas Rangers are leading this investigation. And we can't do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We have ATF, FBI, CBP, Border Patrol, Uvalde County District Attorney's Office. The list goes on and on and on. But the agencies I told you are the main ones that are assisting with this investigation. We want to know what happened, recreate the scene. That takes days, that takes hours, that takes time, a lot of information. Then we have to do a lot of interviews. So we just started. We started on Tuesday, today's Thursday. We're still grabbing a lot of information. We also, what's important to us is why. Why did he do this? Why did he do this? Who is this man? The suspect. We're going to find out. With all the different agencies that are involved, we're working every angle that's available. And we won't stop until we get all the answers that we possibly can. So again, I want to thank these men and women that are behind us supporting the DPS and the Rangers. So there's a lot of information I'm going to give you. There's some new information as of Tuesday that I wanted to clear up, that we want to clear up, that's been pushed out. We'll continue to have updates in the coming days once the information is obtained and we're able to confirm and corroborate that. We want to make sure we're pushing out the right information. Early on, when we came in, we were receiving a lot of information from a lot of different locations. That's a baseline. You start there. We made some reports. But since then, we started doing interviews. We started working the crime scene, so we're cooperating. I want to share some of that. It's a small piece of information right now, but it'll grow within days. So please, thank you for being here and being patient with us. It means a lot. On Tuesday, May 24th at 11:28, suspect just west of here wrecks his vehicle, pickup truck that he took from his grandmother. He had just shot his grandmother in the face. She's alive. She's stable at this point. 11:28, he's sitting there at the bar ditch. He jumps out the passenger side of the truck. According to witnesses, he's got a long arm, rifle, and a bag. Later we find out it's ammunition. He walks around, he sees two witnesses at the funeral home across the street from where he wrecked. He engages and fires towards them. He continues walking. He continues walking towards the school. He climbs a fence. Now he's in the parking lot, shooting at the school multiple times. 11:40, he walks into the west side of Robb Elementary. According to reports, video we have obtained from outside, inside, and again, we're still combing through that, so bear with us. Multiple rounds, numerous rounds are discharged in the school. We're trying to get a number. We're in the process of analyzing that video. 4 minutes later, local police departments, Uvalde Police Department, the Independent School District Police Department are inside, making entry. They hear gunfire, they take rounds, they move back, get cover, and during that time, they approach where the suspect is at. According to the information I have, he went in at 11:40. He walks, and I'm going to approximate 20 feet, 30 feet. He makes a right. He walks into the hallway, he makes a right, walks another 20 feet. Turns left into a schoolroom. into a classroom that has doors open in the middle. Officers are there, the initial officers, they receive gunfire. They don't make entry initially because of the gunfire they're receiving. But we have officers calling for additional resources. Everybody that's in the area, tactical teams, we need equipment, we need specialty equipment, we need body armor, we need precision riflemen, negotiators. So during that time that they're making those calls to bring in help to solve this problem and stop it immediately, they're also evacuating personnel, not say personnel, students, teachers. There's a lot going on, a lot complex situation. They're measuring. Approximately an hour later, U.S. Border Patrol tactical teams arrive. They make entry, shoot and kill the suspect. But you also had a Zavala County deputy and Uvalde Police Department that made entry and killed the suspect. Immediately, numerous officers. Now it turns into a rescue operation. How do we save these children? How do we save these children? Some made it out. We don't have a hard number yet, but that was a goal. And then continuing, making the area safe, continue. A lot of moving parts afterwards. But during, they were taking gunfire, negotiations, and developing a team to make entry to stop them. I'll take a few questions. And again, look, a summary. One more thing I forgot to mention that I want to clear up that came out early on. It was reported that a school district police officer confronted the suspect that was making entry. Not accurate. He walked in unobstructed initially. So from the grandmother's house to the bar ditch to the school, into the school, he was not confronted by anybody. To clear the record on that. 4 minutes later, law enforcement are coming in to solve this problem. Step by. So, just want to clear that up. That's very important. And again, this will happen as we move forward. So, thank you. I'll take a few questions. So right now, during the investigation, it appears it was unlocked. So we're going to look at that and try to corroborate that as best as we can. I do that. Hey, please, one at a time, and we'll address as many questions as we can. So let me finish this question.
One at a time. Announce your name. Announce your network. Okay. Be respectful, please.
So Josh, thank you for the question. So right now, it appears it was unlocked. Like I said, it goes back to the investigation. It takes time. We will find out as much as we can why it was unlocked, or maybe it was locked. But right now, it appears it was unlocked. So thank you. Yes, sir.
You say at one point he was inside there. Among the things you were attempting negotiation, was he responding to negotiation, and in that period of time when there continued gunfire?
So during that time, right now, according to the information we have, the majority of the gunfire was in the beginning. In the beginning. I say numerous, more than 25. I mean, it was a lot of gunfire in the beginning. During the negotiations, there wasn't much gunfire other than trying to keep the officers at bay. But that could change depending as once we analyze the video. But right now, according to the information, he did not respond.
My question is this: was there a school officer on campus, and was that school officer armed? Because that's what we've been told.
So at this time, no. There was not an officer readily available armed. No. No. Nothing. I can't answer that yet. I'll circle back with you again. As we do that investigation, we have all these questions we want to answer. So, but I'll get back with you, sir. Yeah. So you got to understand, 11:30 is the information we have at this point that we can confirm. 11:30 a.m. the PD gets we got a crash and a man with a gun. And then you have responding officers. That's what it is. It is 12 minutes from 11:30 to 11:40. That's the information we have right now. Look, at the end of the day, our job is to report the facts and have those answers. We're not there yet. Over here. Say it again. So right now, the first 911 call is at 11:30. I will get the time what it took to respond. So we'll have that answer. Yes, sir. Could. There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of possibilities. Until we received an interview, because there was numerous officers at that classroom, numerous. Once we interview all those officers, what they were thinking, what they did, why they did it, the video, the residual interviews, we'll have a better idea. Could anybody have got there sooner? You got to understand, it's a small town. Yeah, people from Eagle Pass, from Del Rio, Laredo, San Antonio responding to a small community.
Director.
That's a tough question. Again, it goes back. Our job is to report the facts. And later we can answer those questions. I don't have enough information to answer that question just yet. So, one more question, please.
Is it accurate that eyewitnesses and potentially parents of the students were urging the police to go in while you were waiting for a tactical SWAT team, even that some parents were asking to borrow police armor so they could make a counter-assault on the school?
I have heard that information, but we have not verified that yet. So,
what part haven't you verified?
We have not verified if that's a true statement or not. Or is it just rumor out there? So you got to understand, we're getting a lot of information we're trying to track down and see what is true. We want to vet it. That's all I have for questions. Thank you so much.
Hold on.
So look, we appreciate the questions.
What were the officers doing between 11:44 and 12:45?
I got you. Yes, sir.
You guys have said that he was barricaded. Can you explain to us how he was barricaded and why you guys stopped that work?
So I have taken all your questions into consideration. We will be doing updates. We will be doing updates to answer those questions. What is your name? Shimon. I hear you.
Because we've been given a lot of bad information, so why don't you clear all of this up now and explain to us how it is that your officers were in there for an hour, yes, rescuing people, but yet no one is able to get inside that building.
Shimon, we will circle back with you. We want to answer all your questions. We want to give you the why. That's our job. So give us time. I'm taking all your questions. I'm taking them back to talk to the team. And look, thank you for being here. We'll talk soon. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
¿En español? ¿Puedes decir algo en español, por favor? Director, ¿puede decir algo en español, por favor? You guys can grab your mics. Right now, once I go back with it, and I'll come back.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are continuing to learn more about the gunman's final 90 minutes in Robb Elementary School. As you heard towards the end of this press briefing, a lot of community members as well as reporters are frustrated, wanting a clear and concise timeline from law enforcement. And you heard that officer there say that we will expect more updates. Now let's head out to Houston, Texas, because as you know, the NRA convention is still scheduled to take place in the shadow of this mass shooting. Here's what the mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, has to say.
Persons who will be attending the NRA, whether we agree with their positions that they take on guns, we certainly will be providing the necessary security for those individuals who will be attending the NRA convention. I know I've gotten several emails and calls about, Mayor, why not just cancel this convention? Well, we just don't have that luxury or that option just to cancel a convention that has been on the books for 2 years, where we are contractually obligated, where plans and have already been made. You just can't cancel that convention. And neither do we have the legal right to cancel conferences or conventions because we don't like the subject matter that will be discussed. So we just can't do that. Certainly the NRA had the option of delaying the start of their convention for a week or two to allow the families to plan and have the funeral arrangements if they so desired, but from all indication, it's moving forward. And so we will do everything as we would do for any convention, any conference, is to make sure that it goes as smoothly as possible and that we provide the necessary security for people who will be visiting our city. At the same time, people do have the right to express their points of view. And we will be providing various staging areas for people to express their points of view, whether they are pro the positions being taken by the NRA or against, have contrary opinions of people being presented by the NRA. We will be providing the necessary staging grounds for them. But for everyone involved who are in our city, whether living in our city or visiting our city for this particular event, any of the events surrounding it, we will provide and ramp up and provide the necessary security because we want everyone to be safe.
All right, that was the mayor of Houston, Sylvester Turner, addressing concerns regarding that NRA convention that is coming up in just a few days in Houston, following, of course, that deadly mass shooting that took place at Robb Elementary School. Now, you're looking back at a press conference that took place on Thursday. As you see here, Mayor Turner says that he cannot cancel the event and has not heard any news of the event being rescheduled. He said that, of course, the NRA does have the option to push the event back a few weeks in light of the matter. The city leader also adds that both sides of the gun rights argument will have their rights protected and will be provided a space to express their opinion safely. Yet another top story that we are paying very close attention to here at Live Now from Fox, as that mass shooting in Texas is bringing about many angles of discussion. Let's switch gears and head out to Fairfax, Virginia. It looks as though this shot is coming in a little bit unstable at this time. As you know, we are raw and unfiltered, so we get these feeds in real time, and that's how we deliver you all the information. But we are looking live outside of that Virginia courtroom, where in about an hour or so, the Johnny Depp defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard, will continue, but it's nearing its end now. The 6-week trial started back on April 11th. If you remember, we've been taking you live inside the courtroom, pretty much from gavel to gavel, streaming it in its entirety on Live Now from Fox's YouTube. That will continue today. And today, well, I should say Thursday, was the last of witnesses that took the stand. So of course, we will bring you all the latest as soon as this trial resumes. But it is a pretty interesting sight there. On the other side of the courtroom, we are witnessing dozens and dozens of Johnny Depp fans and supporters line the courtroom. So let's go ahead and check in with our colleagues at Fox 5 DC. Looks like they're catching up with a few Johnny Depp supporters.
part of this historic moment.
Is it just to even see him wave as he goes by?
Yes. I wanted to bring my granddaughter.
Yeah.
She's a big fan, so my best friends from high school joined me, came up today. We all
Support
love
for
it.
you.
Yeah,
Me and my friends have been watching the trial in class, and it's just been really cool to know it was here and so close to home. So.
And watching the trial hasn't kind of turned you off at all to Johnny? Or
No, it's just made me support him more, because just watching Amber and all of it, it's just crazy.
That's what she was testifying to, that there's not a lot of love for her around here. Mia is back from the Bronx, New York. We saw you last week, Mia. You're 12 years old. You're here again today. Why?
Because justice for Johnny Depp and for the Men Too and for the Me Too movement, all these women and all these men deserve to have a fight for their rights against people who lie against all of these other people. For what? Why are you lying? Especially for the men, because men sometimes don't come out about them, and it needs to happen more, because we are here to support. Women are here to support that movement.
And supporting Johnny.
And supporting Johnny Depp.
Right.
We love you, Johnny.
Right, there's a lot of love for him, and I'll tell you what, every time he arrives, he has his window down, he's waving to his fan, clutching his heart, so that'll probably be enough for the folks who are here. And again, a lot more, because they only let 100 people inside the courthouse today, not the 150 they've been doing, guys. We'll be following this. If by chance there's a verdict before the end of this day and night, we'll let you know. More than likely, it's going to carry over until next week.
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard. As you know, that's how Live Now from Fox is powered by Fox-owned television stations across the country. That's how we're able to tap in and bring you all these live, raw, and sometimes exclusive updates when it comes to very popular events that we are following, like the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We are continuing to take a Live Now look outside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. We've learned that today the judge will allow about 100 people inside the courtroom, and it looks as though hundreds more are gathering outside of the courtroom, mostly in support of Johnny Depp. Now, just like Depp did on Thursday, Amber Heard also took the stand in her own rebuttal as a witness. Heard was the last person to testify in Depp's defamation trial against her. Now, one of Heard's lawyers asked her how she's been affected by the statements from one of Depp's lawyers. The allegations that Depp had abused Heard are a hoax, ostracized by Heard and her friends. And Heard has admittedly said that she has been harassed, humiliated, and threatened every single day, even just walking into the courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life, things that I've lived through to humiliate me. People want to kill me, she says, and they tell me this every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave and tell me that I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. And she goes on to say, I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible, this is painful, and this is humiliating for any human being to be put through. She also says, perhaps it's easy to forget that I am a human being, and even though Johnny promised that I deserved this and promised that he'd do this, I don't deserve this, end quote. That was a direct quote from testimony that Amber said on the stand just yesterday on Thursday. So as you just now heard, a lot of Johnny Depp supporters are standing outside of the courtroom bashing Amber, calling her a liar. However, you know, if you've been following this trial, a verdict has not yet been reached, but it seems as though a verdict has already been reached in the court of public opinion. However, make sure that you are streaming this live, raw, and unfiltered as we continue to bring you all inside of the courtroom right here on Live Now from Fox, and make sure that you are streaming it in its entirety on Live Now from Fox's YouTube. All right, the time is now 9:14 a.m. here on the East Coast. Again, thank you so much for streaming Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. I'll be with you all for the next few hours or so as we continue to cover the most major news headlines taking place not only across the country but internationally. Right now, let's head back out to Texas, the place that we've been covering, that deadly Robb Elementary School shooting. This Live Now look is coming from Houston, Texas. We're looking right outside of where the NRA convention is scheduled to take place in just a few days. Lawmakers, community leaders are speaking out against this convention, saying that it's quite frankly inappropriate to continue in the wake of that deadly mass shooting. As we know, whenever mass shootings take place, gun control becomes a major topic. It comes to the forefront of the conversation. So it's a little ironic and unfortunate that this convention is taking place. This is coming from many community members who are saying that they don't believe it should take place this soon after the mass shooting. Now, we have heard from community members, again, lawmakers speaking out against this, but let's go ahead and dive into a more broader conversation. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft caught up with a national security expert about the mass shooting in general, the events that took place, the timeline of the gunman, and exactly what gun control activists are looking for.
Still have about how the response all unfolded. We had that 15-minute press conference from Texas DPS officials, and some of what we knew 48 hours ago has turned out to be not the case at all. Joining me now to discuss how these investigations go forward and what might have gone wrong, Hal Kempfer, national security expert as always. Hal, good to see you. I think a lot of people are angry right now about why some of the information that we were sold or told 48 hours ago has turned out not to be the case. And I want to start with the fact of the school resource officer that now we know was not on campus and did not engage with the shooter. We also know how that the shooter was in that classroom for possibly well over an hour before he was taken out by responding law enforcement. Why do you think, and this is the question so many probably have, why did it take so long? Why was he there in the classroom for so long?
Andrew, you know, first off, there's a full investigation going forward. The FBI is there on scene. They're going to investigate very closely, see what happens. You have federal, local, and I'm guessing DPS, Department of Public Safety with the state, may have been there as well. So you got multiple different jurisdictions all rolling into one site. So they're going to work through a lot of this stuff, and they're going to be working through the jurisdictional chain of command. They're going to be finding out, I think one of the questions will be, did they set up incident command on site? And if they didn't, why didn't they, with so many different jurisdictions rolling in? And that may have been part of what hindered coming up with an operations plan where they could have potentially got into the classroom or done something in regards to the shooter that could have lessened the loss of life, maybe lessened the damage, the number of injuries. Who knows? I'm not physically there. I'm looking at this. I've seen video, and one of the things I was looking for in the video was, were officers outside the classroom before the breach who had assault rifles, long rifles, you know, with everything else, were they wearing ballistic vests? And what I saw was, yes, they were. And I could just, you know, I don't do this. I mean, right now, my door kicker days are kind of behind me, all right? But I used to do this, and I can tell you that you can throw together a plan pretty quick to do something. And in an active shooter situation, certainly come out of Columbine, where they stopped and set up a perimeter, and they waited for SWAT to come in. And while they were doing that, Harris and Klebold were walking around the school killing students. The lesson of that, which is over 20 years old, was in an active shooter scenario, and it's in the International Association of Chiefs of Police has this written in their doctrine. It's all over, is that if there's, you know, the threat of injury or death, that they're not supposed to wait outside. They're supposed to go in. You know, tactical considerations have to be thought about, but they're not supposed to wait. They're supposed to find some way to get in. And there's more ways to get into a classroom than just through a door. Most classrooms have access to windows. There could be other ways they could do it. Again, I don't know. I wasn't physically there. Maybe this classroom didn't have windows, but I did see windows at classrooms at that school. And yes, it's not a simple plan. It's not something where you can just say, well, you just do this or just do that. You know, when you do a raid, and I've done a lot of raids, or we go into buildings and stuff like that, you come up with a dynamic plan that has, you know, sometimes a little bit of a deception plan in there as well, and some other things, so you can go in there and do the most you can in the amount of time you have with the weapons that you have. You know, I would have even considered a vehicle breach of the wall if that's what it took to get into the classroom. That's a tough decision. So, but with that said, with the training, a lot of the lockdown training, and one of the things we've done is, because we turn a lot of these classrooms into defensive positions, if you will, we harden the doors, we've hardened the locks. One of the challenges that law enforcement has is when they come up to these classrooms, if the shooter's inside, the same thing that would keep the shooter out is now the same thing keeping law enforcement out.
I see.
So it's a bit of a challenge.
But Hal, you're saying, though, that the protocol and the plans have been in place since post-Columbine now. The law enforcement agencies nationwide, after the horror of Columbine, adopted those plans to neutralize the threat as quickly as possible. Why, though, and I know I just asked this, but why do you think that didn't happen here? We were told there's this 12-minute kind of gap in the timeline where the shooter apparently kind of was loitering, was lingering around the school until they went in the school. And so that's a long, long time. We also know that he, as far as Texas DPS officials say, walked in the school unobstructed. There was no engagement with law enforcement initially. And so do you think there needs to be more transparency coming out from law enforcement? Do you think as the days go on, we're going to learn more information? I mean, granted, yes, they said that things happen so quickly. It's only been 48 hours. They have to piece together this time frame. But the narrative has completely flipped on its head. The fact pattern is completely new.
Well, the fact pattern has shifted dramatically, and I got to tell you, part of that is I really think they need to look at how they were collecting, collating, and piecing together this information before they went public. I think what they did was they ran with bits and pieces of information that hadn't been fully vetted, that they hadn't quite figured out. For example, the school resource officer engaging with the shooter when in fact there was no school resource officer there. There was no engagement with the shooter. And frankly, that's something that I would have thought they could have kind of cleaned up or basically disposed of as a story initially. I don't know where that came from. These things do happen. I will tell you, in the heat of tactical operations, in the heat of combat, if you will, there is a certain fog of war. And in this case, there was some fog, and that obviously made its way to the podium when they were describing it, when Governor Abbott was describing it. There obviously was some fog and some things that probably need to be worked through. With that said, this is a huge, it's a huge tactical operation with a lot of different jurisdictions. And there could have just been some, bad information that was being earnestly passed up in all belief that it was completely true. And then as they went in and started doing that forensic examination, they started asking questions, they started interviewing everybody who was there. You got 80 different officers there. As they started going through, they start sifting through it. They said, we said this, but that may not have been completely correct. And who knows, there could be something about a school resource officer out there that will slightly switch what they're saying now. We may find out later. But with that said, these things do happen. I will say this, every school is a little bit different. They have different fencing, they have different access points, they have different things. One of the things, and I know it's been said, that we've been teaching, or we've been telling the teachers and the the staff at all these schools is lock the doors. That was something they didn't used to do. Fire code stuff, they used to say, hey, keep the doors open. All right. And there were shootings where actually teenagers took advantage of the fact they knew that in a fire drill, students would file out into a certain area and they used that area as a killing field. That was back in Arkansas years ago. So now they're saying, look, think about this threat, keep the doors locked. Obviously, he got into the building and he got into the classroom very quickly. So some procedural things that are ingrained, and I'm not going to say so much, there plans, but they're more like procedures is really what it is. Certain things like keeping the doors locked. And by the way, that goes to how the school's being run. Is a principal or vice principal going around checking all the doors at random intervals on a regular basis to make sure the teachers are locking the doors? And if they don't lock their doors during school hours, then they need to do that. With that said, shooters are thinking dynamic. These are dynamic individuals who think about this stuff. So you had the, Marjorie Stoneman shooting, where he actually waited until the break between classes when all the doors would logically be open because students are moving around, and use that as an opportunity to do the attack. So there's no perfect plan for every tactical scenario, but in this one, there was a procedural problem right off the top. Of course, we do access control at these schools. I've had kids go through elementary school, middle school, high school. The access controls over these years have been tightened up and tightened up and tightened up. Problem is, he went over a fence. And if you're building access control saying they're going to go through this gate and the guy jumps over a fence, all your access control based on that gate, based on that fence, based on that doorway kind of goes out the window. And that's part of the challenge that the officers have to deal with.
Excuse me. Yeah, and Hal, it is curious, I guess. And law enforcement, they go into harm's way and they put their lives on the line. What we saw here, though, and we learned, according to reports, that this particular school district, they had beefed up spending in the event of something like this. They had gone through scenarios, drills, active shooter drills, the ones like you probably teach and train. And so this was on the top of mind for this school district, for this community, and yet when you put it in practice, when the theory goes out the window and you have to act on that, it doesn't seem like they acted on the plan that they presumably had in place.
Well, when you do active shooter training, the byword or the phrase we use is run, hide, fight. Okay, a shooter's coming in, we say you got three options. You can run, you can hide, which usually means also barricade, or you can fight. All right. Now, with all the students outside of that classroom, or those two classrooms, all right, it appears that that what was taught is what was practiced. And in that regard, he got into those classrooms, which were adjoining classrooms where he had access to both classrooms, but he didn't get around the school. And I have to tell you, in a tragedy like this, that may seem very little solace for anyone. But the fact that he was not able to move around the school and hit other classrooms, there is some degree that the plan did work in that regard. The problem is run, hide, fight. If he comes into the classroom, they didn't lock the door, well, you can't hide or barricade because the access to the room was open. The problem is this too. The fight option is pretty much off the table. You've got little kids, and that's always been a challenge, especially at elementary school. High school, middle school, sometimes you can do some stuff. And I know there would be those out there saying, oh, you shouldn't be training middle school kids to attack an active shooter. High school kids, you could probably get away with some stuff. In fact, I can tell you that high school kids, if they're organized, they can be a pretty vicious crew, all right, and they can do stuff. But with little kids, the only person there who can really do anything is the teacher, and they're about, per classroom, about one deep. And so when he came in that classroom, it was the worst case scenario. There really a lot of things that we teach as far as active shooter, you can't really do. Now, as far as going into the classroom, I would have looked at the building. I probably would have thought a little bit differently. I'm sure if they thought about doing possibly with with that cinder block wall, if they thought about doing a vehicle breach, they have to consider a lot of things, which is, could I end up inadvertently killing students in the classroom by trying to breach the wall? Would I be successful breaching the wall? If I tried to shoot through the windows and smash through the windows, would I have fields of fire? Could I have suppressed him? Or these are all tactical considerations that those on the ground are working through, and there may be some very compelling reasons that come out in the final report where they said, it just wasn't feasible to do that. And that's very possible. I just don't know. But generally speaking, when there is an active shooter, when the shooter's in there shooting, the officers are supposed to go in. Now, unlike Marjorie Stoneman, it didn't appear that a school resource officer took off in a golf cart or avoided going in. It did sound like officers went in, they came under fire. Now, I am sure their actions, their thinking, the rationale on why they didn't continue to engage or find some other avenue of approach will be scrutinized in depth. I am sure they are asking themselves, could they have done something different? And frankly, I'm sure that they're eating themselves up asking these questions as whether they could have done something different. And then the other thing that I have to tell you, I just don't know, is there could have been a more senior official on the scene that may have not fully assessed the situation or misassessed the situation and given an order. And so you're saying, oh, all these officers are saying, they may have been under strict orders not to do that for some reason. And I don't know. That's not been addressed. I will tell you this. I've done a lot of work in Texas with Texas law enforcement, to include working with Texas Rangers, working with Department of Public Safety as a whole. And I've always been very impressed with their professionalism, their candor. And I'm going to tell you, never been concerned about their courage. And
Okay.
so, you know, I think if they could have, they would have.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know. I mean, I look at it and say, what would I have done? But I'm how many miles away?
Right.
And I'm not there looking at the building. I'm not there looking at the tactical situation.
Right. I mean, we've been getting reports and we've seen, cell phone videos that I have never seen before in an incident like this, where parents pleading with law enforcement to go inside the school to rescue their children or to see if their children are safe, to the point where some in these videos detained, put in handcuffs, tased. You haven't seen that before. We're also getting reports that some law enforcement went in, they got their children out. You also saw after, they were allowed to do so, they ran in. These parents ran in to get their kids, and then they ran back out. So there are these theories percolating out there, and maybe we'll find out more information that possibly whoever was the command center in charge, that individual, possibly did not give the go-ahead to go into that classroom until 40, 50 minutes from when it all transpired. Is that a scenario that you're thinking about?
Well, the scenario I'm thinking about here is this. When did they set up incident command? And who was incident command? And how quickly did that get it enacted? And I will say this, that if they set up incident command and it took them an extremely long period of time to come up with a plan, that's a huge problem. And if they're waiting to come up with that plan while there's an active shooter in there, that's not what the International Association of Chiefs of Police recommends. What they've said is, look, you got an active shooter, you go in. That's the post-Columbine thing. That's the lesson from that horrific scenario where they set up a perimeter outside, they waited for SWAT. Meanwhile, Harris and Klebold are literally walking around shooting students, going from room to room. And they
Hal,
said,
do you see any
"Don't
hallmarks
do
of that here, though? Do you see them? I haven't seen evidence that they took this time to set up a perimeter, or have they? I'm not sure.
I don't know. The fact that they're pulling students out of the rooms all around them tells me that there were certain parts where they were actively engaged right from the very beginning. And I'm hearing stories that they busted through windows. Now, that's the one that kind of gets my attention. If they could bust through windows in other classrooms, could they have potentially busted through windows in that classroom? And if they could have busted through a window in that classroom, could they have potentially got a vantage point where they could have maybe taken the shooter under fire, or maybe suppressed the shooter so that he couldn't walk around shooting other students? I got to tell you, the investigators are going to look at all this stuff, and they're going to be second guessing every tactical decision that was made, one way or the other. And it may turn out that there's a certain amount of tactical training they need to do. It may turn out that the different jurisdictions coming in may have added to a little bit of confusion too. It's I've done a lot of work on the southwest border. I can tell you that as you get closer to the border, you have a lot of Customs and Border Patrol, federal that come in, and that's possible. This is pure speculation. There may have been confusion on incident command based on the preponderance of whoever was there. There could have been a lot of different things that could have slowed things up. I will say one thing though, that the officers doing those things to those parents, they're looking at the parents that want to rush in there as potential victims. They realize it's a very dangerous situation, and that those unarmed parents rushing into that building have a very high likelihood of getting themselves killed or injured, and a very low likelihood of doing anything to stop the shooter. And that's a predominant part of the thinking that those officers have that are out there. So whereas it looks horrible, there is a tough logic, but there's a very key logic, which is, I don't want to create more victims. Maybe I can't get in that room, and maybe I can't stop what's happening in that room, but I can stop everything else around that room. And I think that's what those officers are doing.
Yeah, and just from the everyday American who's looking at this story, I can't help but stop, picturing what it was like inside that classroom for possibly over an hour as the shooter was in there. That is something that is just sticking with me over the last now 24 hours since we learned that information. He was in there for that long. And so, like you've been saying, Hal, the timeline is fitting together. The pieces are coming together. Some were initially wrong, and that happens in these very, very fluid situations. So what are the questions you still have as we go into the weekend?
Well, my questions going in is how did I would say forensically, how did they get the information so wrong at the very beginning? And once they figure that out, there needs to be corrective action that will include a lot of training. And I will tell you this too. This is a problem. It's not just with active shooter training. We have this in all emergency training, Homeland Security training. You get a lot of money to go out there and do an exercise. And so we're going to do this big exercise. Well, then it gets a lot of attention. Somebody tells, the city council, they tell the school board. Next thing you know, all these senior elected officials want to show up for the exercise. All right. With all these prying eyes on the exercise, you want to make sure you don't look bad. So then you start scripting that exercise out. So it's a very controlled exercise. And when the exercise is done, everyone looks great. We have the action report, and we talk about how much we've improved and all the things we've learned, not realizing that we really choreographed this exercise to look good for senior officials that showed up. That's not the real reason you do an exercise. The reason you do an exercise, if you want to get learning value out of it, you go in there and you mess things up. You make mistakes. You have people go with assumptions and they realize they're completely wrong. And when they do that, then you could come back and say, and if we did that in the real world, we'd get people hurt or killed or something else. That's a learning experience. I have to tell you one thing I've seen, and this is a post 9/11 thing, is instead of these diagnostic exercises, we tend to do what we call dog and pony exercises, where we choreograph everything to the point that there's very little learning value. And unfortunately, whereas you could say, check the box, did we really get better from doing that, or did we just go through the exercise? I don't know if that's the case here. It may not be, but I've been in this business for a very long time, and I will tell you, that's an endemic problem we have across the board.
Interesting.
And it's something that needs to be addressed.
Hal, as always, we appreciate your insight into these stories of the day. Of course, we bring you on to talk about the war in Ukraine. The war, of course, is still going on, but we have been primarily focused on this story for the last 48 hours. Hal, we'll talk to you again.
Okay, thank you.
A huge thank you to Hal Kemp for always joining us and offering his expertise on unfortunate stories like the Russian invasion of Ukraine and now the Texas school massacre that killed 21. Now, we are still covering as authorities in Uvalde, Texas now say that elementary school shooter gained easy access into the building before his shooting range. Let's take a moment before we head to break and remember the faces of the children who were unfortunately killed and the 2 teachers who also lost their lives on Tuesday. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host here for the next few hours, of course, covering the top stories that matter the most, helping you all to get caught up to speed on major news headlines as you start your day on this Friday, April 27th, 2022. Let's head out now live to Fairfax, Virginia. We are taking a live now look inside of that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. After 6 weeks of testimony, we do expect closing arguments to take place in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife for $50 million. Of course, again, that trial nearing its end. Here's the latest from Fox News national correspondent William Lajunzi. He has more on this story.
Both sides calling witnesses to offer counter insight into key evidence. Depp's team calling up orthopedic surgeon Dr. Richard Gilbert, who said a vodka bottle could have injured Depp's finger, as the actor claimed.
A simple fall would not result in a comminuted fracture such as is seen in these x-rays.
Dr. Dawn Hughes was back on the stand to say Heard suffered from PTSD, a claim Depp's expert witness said was not appropriate. Hughes disagreed.
I did a clinical assessment of those symptoms to see if they meet criteria for PTSD. And yes, she did meet PTSD from that.
Depp's legal team questioned that diagnosis, saying the test must be administered within a certain time frame.
The instructions say, look over the past year.
Yeah, on this, yes, that it says that.
And you had actual knowledge when you gave the test that Mr. Depp was gone way more than a year before this test.
That is correct.
A tearful Heard also returned to the stand.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. This is painful, and this is humiliating for any human being to go through.
During Heard's rebuttal testimony, the judge stepped in, giving the gallery a stern warning.
If I hear one more sound, I will clear the gallery and we will continue this testimony without anybody in the courtroom.
Closing arguments for the trial are expected Friday. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Thanks, Wayne. From one top story to another, we're now looking live from Uvalde, Texas. A very sad sight to see. We are looking at the white crosses with the names of each and every victim from Tuesday's mass shooting. Throughout the course of the past 48 hours, we have witnessed grieving members of the community as well as family members crying as they are approaching these white crosses, laying flowers and sometimes leaving notes and lighting candles in memory of the victims. The entire community, actually the entire world, grieving the loss of those 19 children and 2 teachers. This is also sparking conversations and triggering previous trauma from previous events. Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett caught up with a mother of one of the victims from a previous school shooting, the Sandy Hook shooting. Here's that story.
This is just devastating for this community, and we have reaction coming in from lawmakers, from athletes, and also from parents and family members of former school shooting victims. I now want to bring in right here Michelle Gay. Michelle lost her daughter, Josephine Gay, in the Sandy Hook school shooting 10 years ago. Joining us now, she's devoted her life to school safety, running the organization Safe and Sound Schools. Michelle, we just so appreciate you taking time out of your day, because I know that you're probably busy right now. First things first, when you saw the news of this shooting coming out of Uvalde, Texas, I can only imagine your feelings, your stomach dropping. Take us through that day.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I, like everybody else, just didn't want to believe the news that I was hearing. I was hoping that that would not be the case. But as information kept coming in, the story just began to be all too familiar to us.
So with taking a look at these images here, there's a lot of frustration coming in from all angles. Parents who were unable to reunify with their children, and now seeing the shooter, Salvador Ramos, that 18-year-old. You've been through this before. I'm sure that it hasn't gotten any easier, but are these parents ever going to recover from this? What does the future look like for them?
Well, I would say it's a tough question to answer. Recovery is a journey, and they are only just at the very, very early stages of that journey. It will be a long road. It will take a lot of support from their beautiful community, from their family and their friends, and from strangers like us that are sending our love and our support their way.
Your daughter, Josephine, she would have been 17 years old this year. Many of these parents have had their children ripped away from them far too soon as well. Does it ever get better? How do you remember her? How do you honor her life and her classmates' lives every year?
I love that you started this segment with the people that matter most, the children and the teachers and their families. And that's where I think we need, those are the faces we want to remember. Those are the names we want to remember. And that's how we move forward. We hold on to our little girl, all of our wonderful memories, all of those pictures of her, and we keep her spirit very, very close to us. She guides us and inspires us to help other communities, to help other schools, and to support families and communities like Uvalde when they are faced with the unthinkable, like we've been.
So talk about your organization, talk about Safe and Sound Schools. What do you guys do? What's kind of in the works? Explain it for all of us.
Yeah, so we are a nonprofit. We're a school safety education and resource center. So we provide a lot of trainings and materials and resources to support school communities in crisis prevention, crisis response, and crisis recovery. So really just trying to support those communities in all facets of their preparedness, making sure they have the people, the resources, the training that they need, ideally to prepare for and prevent something like this from ever happening. Unfortunately, sometimes we cannot. So we need to be prepared to respond and keep everyone as safe as possible. And when the worst does happen, we have to be prepared to support the community and families through recovery. So those are our core mission areas, and we provide lots of training, programs, resources. Folks can check all of that out on our website at safeandsoundschools.org.
So I'm curious, after hearing about this and seeing this, I mean, were you frustrated? Do you feel like things are getting better, or are they getting worse?
So I don't know a single person who couldn't feel frustrated and angry and emotional about this on a personal level and for those families and that community. The work that we do is not involved in legislation or gun policy. Our work is very grassroots. It's very community oriented, and it looks different in every community because every community is different. So the work that we do is the long haul. It's about getting people working together, sharing resources, educating and training one another. And that for us is where we see progress. It's where we see communities really having an impact and improving the safety and security for all students and staff and visitors even to our school communities.
I know that you guys focus on recovery efforts, but in looking at the first response there on the ground, I'm curious what your thoughts were. Do you think things could have been done differently? We can always Monday morning quarterback, but what were your thoughts of the response there in Uvalde?
I would say first that it's early days, and we really do have to give law enforcement time to do their investigation, outside agencies to do the investigation, so that we know that we have the facts as they really are. I remember all too well being in the position of, hearing information and reacting so emotionally only to learn that that wasn't the complete story. So I would urge caution there as details emerge. But, you know, if it is true that the response was hindered in any way, that is a key factor. It's obviously incredibly important that our schools and our public safety agencies and professionals are working, you know, in lockstep so that they can get in there in moments where they are needed, when protection is needed for our students and our staff. So we will have to see. But you know, I've heard that, I've seen that on the news, and if that is the case, that is just another whole layer of devastation to add to this horrible tragedy.
Yeah, because I guess it's that it's out of your hands kind of situation. They're trying to come to the school. It was called in and they heard about it, but they couldn't actually access their children. There's videos of them standing outside of the school, and I can't even imagine what's going through your mind. You'll do anything at that point. So we'll watch the investigation ending on more of not a lighter note, I guess, but a more positive note. You touched on it before, but every day, I'm sure, is its own day, and you have to wake up with a fresh perspective. But if you were to give a message of hope to these families of these victims, not only the children, there's those 19 children, but also 2 teachers, in which one of the teachers' husbands also passed away from grief from a heart attack. But what would your message be to these victims?
Like everyone, I just want to wrap my arms around the whole community, all of the families. I want them to know that they are so loved by complete strangers all across the country and around the world, that we are committed to standing with them and beside them, however they choose to move forward in honor of their loved ones. It's a journey, and it's a journey that they shouldn't, you know, forge ahead on by themselves. You know, family, friends, community, for me, faith, those have been my partners, you know, along this journey, and I wish and hope for the same for them. But the most important thing is to just have no expectations, to just take it slow, and to focus on small steps each day. And like I said, to know that they are so loved and so prayed over by so many of us around the country.
Well, like we said, we wanted to start and end with the faces of all of these victims. Michelle Gay, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We so appreciate you, and we're thinking about your daughter as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you to Daytona and Michelle. Such a brave woman to speak so candidly about her experience when she lost her daughter during the Sandy Hook shooting. Now speaking about the unfortunate events that took place at Robb Elementary School. Now, it is a tough conversation for parents to have with their children, discussing exactly what happened, but experts say that it is an important conversation to have. So Fox 11 Los Angeles, they're going to bring us more on how parents could possibly facilitate these talks about the events that took place.
It's hard to imagine the level of trauma that has fallen on Uvalde, Texas. We're going to talk to someone who has decades of experience helping people through such troubled times. Dr. Leo Flanagan, a familiar face on our air. He has responded to many disasters over his career, including Sandy Hook in 2012. He joins us now. Dr. Flanagan, I'm so glad that you are with us, my friend, because this one is gutting us all. The trauma of it is palpable, we know, and it is befallen the people of Uvalde, Texas. But it's not just there. It's a collective trauma we're all experiencing.
Hi, Michaela. I'm always delighted to be with you. Today, a bit less so. First of all, I want to compliment you and your team, because I've been watching you as I can this morning, and for the 4 of you to share that, hey, you know, I've got a therapist on call, taught me how to use the word curious with Gus, sharing that you've got people. You know, this is the model for what we need in organizations across our country. so that we can talk with these things. We can acknowledge the trauma. We can acknowledge the feelings. So if you're a manager of a quick service restaurant or a gas station and you want to know how to make your people better, watch this show and watch the way you folks interact. And I mean that sincerely.
That's
you
really
made me feel better, which is not the purpose, right? It's supposed to make you feel better. So, you know, and I've gotten a lot of emails about, you know, and social media posts saying, you know, I hope we don't get numb to this. Well, the sad truth is we already are. We already are. Because as horrific as this is, absolutely horrific, there are as many children killed by gunfire every day. And we just, it kind of washes over us. So, but I'm still hopeful. And you guys seriously contribute to that hope. You bring on the experts. You don't do an hour, you know, bringing us all on at once. You feed it to us in measured portions where we can absorb it, think about it, then go on and talk about our water sprinklers, which, by the way, as a husband, I'd like to suggest that everyone call a professional when it comes to the sprinklers.
Good tip. Good
right?
tip.
But so let me, if I may, Michaela, and you always steer me in the right direction, so tell me if I'm off track. But this is not a political problem. This is the American Medical Association, as they have said, is a public health epidemic. And it's about children's lives and adult lives. It's about grandmothers leaving grandpa in a nursing home where he's suffering some sort of dementia and having dealt with that and then being killed as she buys groceries. It's all ages, it's all places. And, you know, parents will do anything. But I have to say, I'm the problem.
How so?
I wear a ribbon from Sandy Hook almost 10 years ago. I know what this trauma is like. But I have failed to contact my governor, my U.S. senators, my congressional representatives at least once a week and say, this is unacceptable. I am disappointed in the fact that you and your colleagues have not solved this. Solve it now. One of the things that makes us feel so powerless is we don't think we can do anything. We lose what psychologists call our sense of agency. And so we start to spend $250 on a backpack, right? You know, this is not a criticism. People sell those or anything. It's just, is this the world we want to live in? And I think if every one of us asked 4 questions, what do I want? Do I want my child to know there's only one entrance and exit from their school? Do I want them to know the safe corner? Do I want them to know how to put on a bulletproof vest when they're in elementary school? Is that what I want?
Dr. Flanagan, that's interesting you're saying this, because I was thinking about this. It seems like everyone is changing their behavior and things around their environment in order to adapt to this norm, which I refuse to accept the fact that this is going to be normal. That is just unacceptable to me. But you're doing active shooter training drills in preschool, kindergarten. Why should I, as a parent, be teaching these things to my child? Because adults are refusing to solve this issue.
I don't know what you guys need me for. You got it. Seriously, you got it, right? And you talk about it. So that's the question. Is this what you want? I'm not being critical of the LA school district at all. I'm just saying, is that what we want as parents and grandparents and just humans? The second question is, so if that's what you want, what are you doing about it? Well, me, I dedicate my professional life to helping people, let's be clear, after the fact. After the terrible harm, which honestly, these parents, God help us all, will never fully recover from this.
Dr. Flanagan, you have to wonder, and I don't even know if this is a question you can answer, what is going on in the American psyche collectively? What is going on in the American psyche that we don't have the will, it seems, to do something to solve this problem? There are many industrialized nations out there who have the same problems that we have, and yet they don't see these kinds of mass killings as frequently as we experience them here. What is going on with our psyche? Do we just not have the will? Do we not have the fortitude? Why?
I think I think we haven't reduced what we need to do to something very simple. So you'll notice I don't say, you know, contact your elected officials and tell them what to do. Let them figure that out. Let them bring in experts and talk about what would be effective and what wouldn't be effective. All we need to do is say, this is unacceptable. I'm disappointed in you. Fix it now. And by the way, earlier, you know, mom being taught to say, hey, I'm curious. Language is very important.
Yeah.
The word unacceptable is a word people cannot effectively respond to. If I propose any solution, somebody could argue back. But if I simply say this is unacceptable, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
If I say I'm disappointed in you, right? That hits home, even to the most, you know, jaded politician.
Well, let's hope, Dr. Flanagan. Look, I think we need to have you back to talk about what we do with all of this sadness and grief. Everybody's feeling it. Everybody, late night hosts, moms, dads, bus drivers, everybody. I also think we need to have a conversation about how to maintain any sort of optimism when the world feels so dire, because it's really hard to find joy right now, and you have been so good at helping us with that. I know your heart is hurting, and I thank you for pushing through it and being with us today and to talk about these tough situations. Dr. Leo Flanagan, psychologist and the founder of the Center for Resilience, and resilience is what we need right now.
Many hearts are hurting. A huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles, bringing us that very insightful and important interview on how we can all cope with the trauma of witnessing these mass shootings time and time again. The number one takeaway that I realized, mental health professionals saying that it's important to start small. This is not something that people recover from overnight, especially parents. Now, if you take a look at the lower right-hand corner of your screen, we just witnessed both Johnny Depp, as you see here, as well as Amber Heard enter that Fairfax, Virginia courtroom. So let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law. Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements. A, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number 4, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number 5, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number 6, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number 7, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number 1, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number 2, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number 4, are any of the statements false? Number 5, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number 6, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. Number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice, if Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice, if Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite However, such circumstances cannot extend the meaning of the words used in the op-ed beyond their ordinary and common meaning. The proposed implication must be reasonably drawn from the words actually used. In determining whether any of the statements in the op-ed are false and defamatory as to Mr. Depp, you must read the statements in the context of the op-ed as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. In determining whether any of Mr. Waldman's statements are false and defamatory, you must read those statements in context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage in isolation. Both parties have the burden of proving actual malice by clear and convincing evidence. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence that each statement was made or published, number 1, with knowledge that the statement was false, or number 2, so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statement was probably false. Actual malice is a subjective analysis that looks to the state of the mind of the person who made the statement. If the person who made the statement is believed it was substantially accurate at the time of its publication, then it does not give rise to liability for defamation. The term actual malice should not be confused with the more common meanings of the word malice, such as ill will or hatred. Actual malice is not established merely because an author was motivated by ill will, prejudice, hostility, hatred, contempt, or even a desire to injure another. In order to find that Ms. Heard republished the original op-ed, including the headline, through a tweet on December 19, 2018, you must find that she retransmitted the defamatory material or redistributed the material with the goal of reaching a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement. A hyperlink directing readers to a previous article on the same website does not direct the previous article to a new audience. Merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. If you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication occurred on December 19, 2018, then in order to find for Mr. Depp against Ms. Heard, you must also find by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Heard made this republication with actual malice. A principal is a person or legal entity with power or right to control the means and methods of performance by which another person performs the principal's work. An agent is the person who is subject to the power or right of a principal to control the means and methods of performing the work. An attorney has the express authority to do everything which the client expressly authorized him to do, and the implied authority to do everything necessary or incidental to the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the evidence that Mr. Waldman was an agent of Mr. Depp, and that Mr. Waldman was acting within the scope of his agency when he made the statements. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were free to offer proof of truth, but by doing so, they do not assume the burden of convincing you of the truth of the statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify as to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion There you go. You got it. I think so. Good. Nope, you had it for a second.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex-parte restraining order against Mr. Depp, and in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016, also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see. Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name. But Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. she publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming. But you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that Ms. Heard used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits. He leaves the fight, especially when Ms. Heard gets physical, and she couldn't stand it when he did. You heard from Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him, because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad, it's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid
escape
working out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day. And he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp. Scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clap.
I remember hating you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door, or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, you've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm like this. But I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. Hand was. But you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny.
started physical fights.
Start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because-
to fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Take a minute to really think about what you just heard there. Quote, I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Ms. Heard on that recording. Let's play one more.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some of
No.
the best performances in
No,
the hour.
you're right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance and you. No, I'm right. I don't regret. I don't regret.
Oh, what else?
I
What
don't
else
regret.
that you do? Oh, come on.
don't
Be
regret.
word.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. What else? What else other things do you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to you when you
fucking
sound
lying
like
piece of
Bobby
shit.
Bear.
What? Oh,
Like
no,
a
I
kid
want
show.
to know.
Yeah,
I want
Get out your Ubers out.
I'm kind of waiting. You go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in.
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does. Go run to the next house. Every man does.
Yeah.
Go.
Go.
Run away.
This is the real Ms. Heard, the one in the audio recordings, not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Ms. Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Ms. Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Ms. Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Ms. Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Ms. Heard. He was done. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Ms. Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Ms. Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. But you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Ms. Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Ms. Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine, but somehow these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later. In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued. But you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money. But she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the first shot after the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement, you got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. Yeah. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard of.
I wanted nothing.
When you catch Ms. Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime, as a heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty crying when she is acting. You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for physical violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath differently to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her. Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in Russia where she claims Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like. Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face. Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress. Here's Ms. Heard in that backless dress. Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end if I leave. He also testified that once they did leave for Los Angeles, Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries, and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no requests for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard. Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers, the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events. She's it. And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury. But these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file name. But they are visually different. One shows significantly more redness on Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified that the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon, and Officer William Gatlin, Isaac Baruch, Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face. The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Kolber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. You have heard from Mr. Depp's big sister, who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One Eye, because he had to wear an eye patch for some time. His mother used to hit his father and the kids, including young Mr. Depp. And when his mother got violent, Mr. Depp would retreat and find a place to hide. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together. Mr. Depp never hit back. And like his father, he either stood up and took the violence or he retreated from it. Those are habits he returned to later when he found himself in a relationship with another person who returned his love with abuse, with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy when he was escaping. And he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard ever claimed that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. And no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her, and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That, Ms. Short.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
It's exactly what she
discussed
testified.
that. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're still at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, as Ms. Vasquez said, this is the 6th anniversary of that. There is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Ms. Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But, as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, "This happened to me," unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, "It's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors," unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you've heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, quote, "When you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late," unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27, 2016. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up against sexual violence, unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipsis," unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself at the expense of Mr. Depp. So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I would just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. 3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money. Nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended them to have. Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side. And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice, ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes. The statements, understood in the context of the op-ed itself and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living them with them for 6 years, and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
All right, that was the latest from attorneys for Johnny Depp, saying that he wants his reputation back. Now, we've been listening into closing arguments, which began about 2 hours or so ago in the defamation trial between actors Johnny Depp, as you see here, and his ex-wife, Amber Heard. Now, the case is likely to head to the jury later on today. Now, that's the final stage in what has been so far 6 weeks of courtroom drama that peeled back the curtain on the star's troubled marriage. Again, Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard in this Fairfax County Circuit Court in Virginia for $50 million. And this is over a December 2018 op-ed that Amber wrote in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Now, Depp's lawyers say that he was defamed by the article, and even though it never mentioned his name, they're saying that it has impacted his career. Heard is countersuing for $100 million, and she's claiming that Depp's attorneys actually defamed her by calling her abuse allegations a hoax. So we are witnessing somewhat of a break in the closing arguments. If you take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, we are bringing you a look at a few other top stories that we are closely following. We know that the Texas Department of Public Safety will provide an update on the mass shooting that took place at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. That is taking place at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're also keeping a close eye on Houston, Texas, as protesters are expected to gather outside the NRA's annual convention in Houston. Many people, community leaders, as well as lawmakers have called for the cancel of that convention, but it will go on. But make sure that you are continuing to stream our show, because later on, after closing arguments, again, the jury will deliberate on Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's trial. So let's go ahead and switch gears and bring you all another live event that we are getting. As you know, that's what we do. We bring you all raw and unfiltered across the country as these live events are taking place. It looks like we have President Biden. He is delivering a Naval Academy commencement speech
schools,
to the class of
nurseries,
2020.
Hospitals, museums, with no other purpose than to eliminate a culture. A direct assault on the fundamental tenets of rule-based international order. That's what you're graduating into. It's the world in which ensigns and second lieutenants, a world that more than ever requires strong, principled, engaged American leadership, where America leads not only by the example of its power, but the power of its example. Think of why most nations agree to support us. It's the example. It's the example we set. You'll learn to crew the most advanced ships in the world, train the most elite combat units, conduct undetected submarine missions, fly the most advanced fighter planes. But the most powerful tool that you'll wield is our unmatched network of global alliances and the strength of our partnerships, which since I got elected, I've been trying to reestablish in detail. Earlier this week, I returned from my first trip as president, been there before, as president though, to the Indo-Pacific, a region that will be vital to the future of our world. I met with the leaders of Japan, the heads of state of Japan, the Republic of Korea. I participated in a meeting of the Quad, which I restarted over China's objection, including Australia, Japan, India, and the United States, 4 leading democracies in the Indo-Pacific. And I launched, together with 13 other countries across the region, the new Indo-Pacific Economic Framework to help write the rules of the road for the 21st century. Before I departed Asia, before I left for Asia, I should say, I got a phone call from the Prime Minister of Sweden and the President of Finland. Could they come and see me in the Oval? They came to ask me whether I'd support them joining NATO. The actions taken by Putin were an attempt to use my phrase, to Findelize all of Europe, make it all neutral. Instead, he NATOized all of Europe. And all of this is illustrative of a foreign policy that was built around the power of working together with allies and partners, to amplify our strength, to solve problems, to project our power beyond what we can do alone, and to preserve stability in an uncertain world. This is a work that will be asked of you. This is not hyperbole. I'm being deadly earnest with you, because it will be. As sailors and Marines, submariners and SEALs, Navy aviators, surface warfare officers, we're going to look to you to ensure the security of the American people, to build connections and strengthen interoperability with our allies and partners around the world. You already started that work here at the Academy, where today we are graduating 1,200 national midshipmen representing 10 countries who will commission as officers in the militaries of their nations. Graduates, you will be the symbol and strength of your commitment to lead the world. You're going to stand sentinel, often shoulder to shoulder, with our allies and partners in critical regions of the world. Like the service women and men I just visited in the Republic of Korea, or the troops I spent time with in Poland in March. We're making real our commitment to the security of our NATO allies. In the Indo-Pacific, a maritime theater will be the leading edge of our response to natural or humanitarian disasters, showing people throughout the region the unmatched ability of the United States to be a force for good. You'll defend the international rules of the road, underwrite the future of the Indo-Pacific that is free and open, ensure freedom of navigation of the South China Sea and beyond, and make sure the sea lanes remain open and secure. These long-standing basic maritime principles are the bedrock of a global economy and global stability. And you're going to help knit together our allies in Europe with our allies in the Indo-Pacific. For the first time, if I can hesitate for a second here, did anybody think when I call for sanctions against Russia that in addition to NATO, that Australia, Japan, North Korea, some of the ASEAN countries would stand up and support those sanctions? The world is moving so rapidly. I need not tell you aviators. Within the next decade, you're going to be able to circumvent the world within the atmosphere in a little more than an hour. Things are changing. And Putin's brutal assault on Ukraine has spurred a truly global response, not just from Europe, but from Japan, Korea, Singapore, New Zealand, and more. Standing with us to impose sanctions on Russia Australia, sending military aid. Germany, for the first time, significantly upping their budget. Germany. Fiji, assisting the FBI in seizing the yacht of an oligarch. We're seeing the world align, not in terms of geography, east and west, Pacific and Atlantic, but in terms of values. We're living through a global struggle between autocracies and democracies. And I will note in my comment, I've met more with Xi Jinping than any other world leader has. When he called me to congratulate me on election night, he said to me, which he said many times before, he said, democracies cannot be sustained in the 21st century. Autocracies will run the world. Why? Things are changing so rapidly. Democracies require consensus, and it takes time. And you don't have the time. He's wrong. Each of you, as you go out into the world, will not only be a proud member of the Armed Forces of the United States of America, you'll be representatives and defenders of our democracy. Sounds corny, but literally our democracy. That's why you swear an oath not to me as your commander-in-chief or to any political leader, but to the Constitution. Our nation is placing in you great trust and great faith. Young man with me today, carrying the football. All the responsibility given to so many of you, so consequential, because you've chosen the honorable path that few before you have done. And you're going to look to uphold the honor of this institution and a generation of proud patriots who passed this way before you. Patriots like a dear friend of mine, John McCain. John and I went after each other hammer and tong on the Senate floor. We disagreed politically on things. But being here, I can't help think of John and how the Naval Academy meant so much to him. He chose these grounds for his final resting place. John was an American hero who withstood torture, years of being held as a prisoner of war. And when he came home, he decided to continue, he wanted to continue to serve. We traveled tens of thousands of miles together as he is staffing me as a senator. I'm one of the reasons, and I used to always get kidded by my Democratic friends, I talked him into running. He was a man of great principle and capacity. He always lived by a code, the same code that you all have been taught. It's not just words, it's real. Duty, honor, loyalty. He kept that code throughout his years as a prisoner of war. All the time he served in the United States Congress. As I said, we often disagreed, but we were close friends. John and I, we knew one another. In March of 2018, I was honored that John asked me, because he wasn't physically able, to come to the Naval Academy and receive on his behalf the Alumni Association's Distinguished Graduate Award and speak for him. Shortly after that, when John was on his deathbed at his home in Arizona, I went to see him. I was leaving after the visit, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he called me over his bedside. He said, "Joe, will you do my eulogy?" I said, "Yes, John." Literally at the same time, two guys who think they're hard-ass guys looked at one another and said, "I love you." Class of 2022, John McCain's memorial was one of the first experiences you had at the Academy back in 2018. Your class motto, "Not all of me shall die." can't help but think must be a reflection, some reflection of that moment in your lives. Reminder of the responsibilities you've taken on and the legacy you will leave behind. It's a promise you made to each other and to this institution. Because what lives on will be the service you will give to others and the timeless principles that you're willing to sacrifice everything to defend. In this moment, we must steer our nation and our world through this decisive decade. I hope you'll keep the memory of the example of Academy graduates like my friend John McCain close in your hearts as you embark on your commissions. I cannot promise you the way will be straight or the sailing will be easy. But I can promise you that you all have the tools needed to navigate any waters you encounter. This great academy has prepared you to face every challenge and overcome any obstacle. You are ready. For my wish to you is fair winds and following seas, because I know you will remain always faithful. May God protect you all and may He set you on your journey. And may God protect all those who wear the uniform of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. President Biden wrapping up there with his commencement speech there, talking about his friend, the late Senator John McCain there in the closing remarks there. You're, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. It is coming up to be a busy next hour here, where we are just about an hour away from another update in Uvalde, and officials will be trying to get us a better and crisper timeline of that tragedy that happened earlier this week. So we will be keeping an eye on that for everybody right here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in just a little bit, there will be a rally to end gun violence. This one in Houston, Texas. We'll be having that for you as well right here on Live Now from Fox. We do wait for some of these events to get going, everybody. We're going to take you back out now, though, to the commencement ceremony for our U.S. Naval.
And the faculty and staff here today as well, I would like to thank you and congratulate you as well. The rare graduate is the one who never needed the support of family and friends and faculty mentors. These graduates, like the tens of thousands before them, have depended on you, your support and encouragement, and you were there for them when they needed it the most. I know you are proud of their success, and we are most grateful for you, for your role in that success. Candidates, please rise. Admiral Buck, on behalf of the faculty of the United States Naval Academy, I present these candidates for the baccalaureate degree and recommend that this degree be conferred upon them.
Class of 2022, as you have successfully completed your course of study at our United States Naval Academy and have been recommended by the Academic Board as Superintendent of the United States Naval Academy, and by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Congress of the United States, I confer upon each of you the baccalaureate degree with all rights and privileges thereunto pertaining. Congratulations.
Please be seated.
The Commandant of the Marine Corps, General David Berger, United States Marine Corps, will administer the oath of office to those being commissioned in the United States Marine Corps. General Berger, I present 271 midshipmen of the graduating class to be commissioned in the United States Marine Corps.
Admiral Buck and Colonel McDonough, thank you for allowing the CNO and me to be part of this ceremony. And to President Biden and Secretary Del Toro, I'm really glad that you're here. It's a very special day. If you have the seats that we have and you look out on this stadium at these future leaders, really makes you proud to be an American. Today is a great day. Today is a great day to be a Marine. In a moment, those of you who are wearing the Eagle Globe and Anchor will take an oath. And when you do, you will inherit a legacy of honor, courage, and commitment. And from this day forward, that legacy is yours to protect. Like those who preceded you, you will face obstacles that most would consider insurmountable, but you will overcome them. Like your predecessors, you'll be expected to accomplish the mission under the most unforgiving circumstances of combat, sometimes without explicit direction, guided only by intent, a bias for action, and your own judgment, and you will accomplish that mission. Like Marines always have, you'll be expected to operate at the point of greatest friction, when the stakes are highest for this nation, and when the odds are most difficult. And like earlier generations,
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we will have the very latest on different rallies to ending gun violence, and of course that update coming up at in just a little bit less than an hour away from Uvalde to get a little bit better idea of the timeline of that tragedy.
Randy and I have talked a lot, and we have lots of ideas, but we wanted those of you who have not only been through these tragedies, but stood up and continued to be courageous in standing up and telling your story and taking action. We wanted to hear from you about what you're doing, what you're thinking about in this moment, what you need from us, so that as we take these next steps together as leaders, as people together in community, to take advantage of the power and the strength that comes through collective action, that we are bringing your voices into every room, every space, into every opportunity to this time make that difference. So I want to begin by going around the room, and I think I'm going to start over here. Please tell us who you are, and then share with us what you are thinking about in this moment when you think about the next steps that we must take together.
Sure. My name is George Tauteris. I am the co-executive director of March for Our Lives Houston, and I am very saddened that this is the occasion that we are here for. You know, this happened 4 years ago. This happened at Columbine. This has happened so many times, and obviously gun violence is not a one-dimensional issue. School shootings are only one aspect of it. But the good thing is that we're here, and we're here to do something. I know we heard our very own governor from our state claiming that nothing can be done, nothing can be changed in terms of, you know, preventive measures relating to firearms to limit the epidemic of gun violence. And what I'm thinking about is, you know, we're here today. We know we have the country behind us. We know the vast majority of Americans know that something needs to be done about this, and that's what makes me happy. That's what keeps me content, and that's what gives me hope for the future. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Cooley, and I serve on the board for March for Our Lives. And just sharing the same sentiments that George just shared, I couldn't agree more that I'm heartbroken to be here today. We shouldn't have to be here. This shouldn't be a thing anymore. We've been fighting in this movement for so long. Some of you have been fighting in this movement longer than I've been alive. And yet here we are still fighting to end gun violence. But I do have hope that, especially after what happened here in Texas and what happened in Buffalo, New York, that everyone will wake up and realize that every second we waste arguing is a second more that we risk another mass shooting.
Good morning. My name is G2 Brown. I serve as the National Director of the Journey for Justice Alliance, a national organization of community-based organizations committed to equity and public education. And I would just say that as someone from the south side of Chicago who has witnessed gun violence, has lost young people, has touched the bodies of young people who were in caskets, who should have been thriving, I think the question comes to us is, how long will we tolerate people betraying our children in our name? And I just believe that the true values of a society can be reflected on how it treats its children. And a society that does not invest in its children betrays its children. And whether a child is white and is in a rural part of the United States, but feels invisible and does not feel seen or heard, or whether a child is in the inner city of Detroit and they go to a starved out neighborhood school and they are treated as a criminal from the time they are born and they feel hopelessness, that hopelessness is fueled by the accessibility of guns. That hopelessness is fueled by the import of drugs into our communities. And at some point, we have to be men and women enough to actually look those children in the face and say, we got you, and mean it, and mean it. I'm a father. I have a son who I fear for. When I was a child, I was able to catch the bus at the age of 10 years old, all over the city of Chicago. Today, my son cannot go outside without me. And so I think that the challenge before all of us is for not for this to be another media moment, but for us to truly tell people that you are not going to betray our children on our watch, and mean it. Thank you.
I am Sarah Lerner. I am a teacher at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. I kept 15 students safe in my classroom while a gunman opened fire, killing 17, injuring 17, and traumatizing an entire community. I still teach at the school. I am a parent as well, and I see the toll that being a generation raised under school shootings has taken on these children who I educate and who I live with. In the hopes of making change, Abby Clements, who's also here, and Sari Beth Rosenberg and I created Teachers Unified to End Gun Violence to give a voice to what we felt was lacking in this space, because we are the ones who help the children every day. The baggage and everything that they come into school carrying, because gun violence isn't just school shootings. It's violence in communities of color. It's suicide by gun violence. It's domestic violence. It's all of that. And there's so much that enters that classroom with those children that goes unsaid outside of the classroom, but we're the ones who hear it and help them and absorb all of that. So I'm a proud AFT and NEA member. I'm a 20-year educator, and I will keep fighting this fight until I have no fight left.
Wow, this is a moment, isn't it? And it started with these two youth. This is who we represent in this country.
Anna, just introduce yourself.
Oh, my bad. I'm Anna King. I'm the National PTA President. I live in Oklahoma. I have 11 grandchildren that I'm concerned about every single day. And listening to these young people right here just motivated me even more. To hear them say that this has been happening long before they've been born says enough is enough. Thinking about what just happened this week. 19 precious babies in the classroom with a person.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break, and then we are going to take you out to Houston, where there is a Stop the Gun Violence rally going on right now.
We cannot stand quiet anymore. Our children are so afraid to go to school. Little Joe, come on down. Now, we have lots of people here that want to talk. And Mr. Lulak himself, Johnny Mata.
All right, Johnny.
Thank you. I do wanna praise our district director, Martha Diaz, and all the members that are here. Let me just say that some of the cameras were still coming down, but let me say this. We're here to denounce this disgraceful convention from ARA, National Rifle Convention. It's a shame that the audacity of holding a convention on the heels of one of the largest deaths in America. If you see the sign, the question is, when are we going to start taking care of our children in the schools? Can I hear what y'all think about this? And I say to you, the days of those people that are hiding, especially the politicians in Congress, that have been sitting on the legislation that could have prevented almost 200 deaths in America if the proper legislation would have been passed years ago. This is not acceptable, and your excuse about mental health, the media, the way y'all carry the media portrays rifles, is hogwash. We want you to know, we know that the elections are around the corner, and America is have awoken to who is responsible for those guns and rifles to be on the streets. We're not against the Second Amendment. If a person wants to purchase a gun or a rifle, they need to have a check. So all of these things, we're here to denounce, but we're also going to take a moment of silence for the families that are going through real grief. I'm going to take a second and then we'll start. Okay, now, we have several people here, and of course, where's Little Joe? Little Joe is right here. He's a national figure. We have some Congress people coming, and we have other representatives that are supposed to be here. I'm going to start with Little Joe, and then I will introduce. We also have a group of others. Where is she? We have that, and the Lancia, la directora, ¿dónde está? Okay, she, they're bringing in, where is she? Yes, get her over here. No,
Who's next?
Little Joe is going to speak, and then we'll go ahead.
Little Joe is
Little Joe.
next.
Well, thank you so very much for having me here today, and thank you, the media, press, for taking part. And I, of course, agree with everything that Mr. Martha said.
Johnny, Martinez here.
Story of a life, no volume.
Soundman.
Yes. I know. It's a matter of facts that we know, and those that don't need to face the fact that the Republican leadership of today is the most racist, most corrupt, most cruel, and the biggest liars, and we know that. But we can change all that. We can't stop a lot of the shootings that will continue to happen, especially under the leadership of the Republicans. But we can slow them down and maybe have many less shootings if we change the leadership. And that I don't understand. I'm just a simple person, but I understand the simplicity of the power of the vote. If we vote these people out of office and vote the right people in, we can change the course of this country. We have to save this country. We have to save the children. We have to save everyone that dies from gun violence. And we can do that through the power of the vote. So please, folks, as long as we let the politicians debate and argue back and forth with one another, they're only wasting time and wasting lives in doing that. And we can change all of that by changing the leadership in the political parties, and it's all through the vote, the power of the vote. Por favor, tenemos que salir a votar, especialmente la raza que nunca participamos en las campañas, en las elecciones. Tenemos que esta vez todos juntos, unidos, salir a votar, porque es la única manera que sabemos que podremos salvar las vidas de no nomás los niños, pero tantas vidas que mueren de violencia de armas. I was in Uvalde yesterday, and I went to visit because I knew that some of my fan base, my age, were grandparents and great-grandparents lost their children. And it's a damn shame because just across the street, we have these people with blood in their hands. We should have more people here protesting. But if you're at home, wherever you are, just remember to please get out and vote. Help save the children. Thank you.
Help save our children. Que viva Little Joe! Que viva Little Joe! Que viva Little Joe! Que viva!
We just heard the voice of the Hispanic in America, an award-winning musician, his band, that Emmy Award winner, not only once, but also with the family yesterday, and it just breaks your heart to see a man of his stature express such a great emotions. Now, we have several other speakers. I'm going to start with to my right and then go on some of my colleagues. We have the Mr. Steve Flores, who has been a member of the coalition and active, and then I'll be lining up the other speakers.
Hello, my name is Stephen Flores. I'm the president of the Latino Labor Leadership Council of Southeast Texas, and one thing for sure, I don't have all the answers, but when we interview those that are elected to keep us safe, they in Texas, which is Republicans, they claim that the Democrats have no answers, and the answers that they have are no good. Well, if he knows what ain't the right thing to do, he damn sure should know what the right thing to do is. And it damn sure ain't doing nothing but adding more guns and making it easier for people to get guns, especially with no background check. So there's not a whole lot more to say about this. As far as what needs to be done is if those people that are elected to do something don't do nothing, then get rid of their behinds. Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah.
My name is Gilbert Garcia, and I'm a member of LULAC Council 19. And let me just say a couple of quick things. First and foremost is, I grew up in a home with guns, which is my right. But I think what's very important is to look at the data, because the data will set us free. In the state of Texas, we have more people killed by guns than any other state in America. Something's wrong. And if you look, there are two things that is undeniable in the data. First and foremost is, where you have more guns, you have more gun violence and gun deaths. Second, that is undeniable, where you have magazines and the ability to have automatic weapons, you have more deaths. And so the data will set us free. So I really call on everyone, whether you're in this building or whether you're in Washington or anywhere else, let's start collecting the data so we can approach this national emergency like any other problem that we would attack in this nation. Let's get the data. Let's start getting people registered and licensed to carry arms so we can start approaching this issue both completely and thoroughly for the people, because it's all about the people. Repeat it to me, get the data. Get the data. Say it again, get the data. Get the data. Let's stop it and let's get the data.
Get the data.
First of all, my name is Dr. Sergio Lira, President of LULAC Council 4967. My name is Dr. Sergio Lira. As a former educator for 30 years, as a classroom teacher, 4th grade, there are many lessons that we need to learn today. First of all, LULAC stands in solidarity with all the families in the city of Uvalde. Son nuestros hermanos, son nuestras familias, son nuestras culturas. Estamos con ustedes. Secondly, I just want to say that the data is out there already. The data is correct. If you ban assault rifles, you have less murders. If you do background checks, you have less murders. The Second Amendment was the right to bear arms. Yes, we're not taking the right to bear arms away, but it's not intended to kill innocent kids. It's not intended for mass shooting. Do we want to continue to be the country with the most weapons, the country that has the most killings, the country that has more guns than actual citizens? No. So we must do two things to protect our young ones and everyone else. When I visit Santa Fe High School, there's two things that happen.
Hey, murder!
One is to have one entrance, only one entrance. Two is to make sure that you have more law enforcement officers at the front doors monitoring who comes and comes out. Those are the lessons of Santa Fe. And also, allowing more teachers with guns is not the answer. That just means more money for them. They don't want that. Teachers are trained to teach, not to be police officers. So, si se puede, unas pocas palabras para los de español. Estamos aquí para decirles que tenemos que proteger a nuestros niños y tenemos que asegurar que hay psicólogos y también policías en las escuelas y solamente una entrada. Esas son las lecciones de Santa Fe High School. Que Dios los bendiga, estamos con ustedes y sí se puede.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. We are less than 30 minutes away from an update out in Uvalde to get the latest update from DPS there. We will feature it for you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox.
Because the reality is the cost of not making any progress isn't just one life, it's 45,000 gun deaths a year, and the continuing of these school shootings again and again. So what I am calling for is for us to demand action, not just from our politicians, but from ourselves as Americans, to find where is the common ground that we can agree on, and we found it. We found it. There's over 85% support for universal background checks and red flag laws. We passed those in the wake of the shooting in Parkland, Florida, in a deeply Republican legislature, and we raised the age to 21. We can do the same thing in Congress, but I'm going to need everybody's help in this room to do that. And the way that we do that is we have to stay engaged on this. We have to have people showing up at their Senate offices. We have to have people showing up in Congress, and especially after the cameras go away. Because the last thing that I will say is if even just 5% of educators in the United States showed up every year in their state capitals who lobby for gun safety, I would not be talking to you right now, 10 years from now, because we could have gun deaths in 10 years if we did that. The NRA is not just effective because they spend money. They're effective because they show up, and we need to show up proactively and not reactively after these things. That is what we are here to do, and I need you to stay engaged when these cameras go away and continue working on this every single month, not just leading up to the election, but I need you to run for office as well. And I'm not talking about Congress, I'm talking about your state legislature. If you are in Arizona, if you are in Pennsylvania, if you are in Michigan especially, I need you to go and work on your state legislative races, to go and help us change those states to be pro-gun safety states, because we can and we will. This is going to take time. There's no single policy that's ever going to totally eradicate gun violence, the same way we haven't eradicated lung cancer, but we have significantly reduced the rate that people get lung cancer. And we did that by addressing the industry and addressing why people want to smoke. We need to address how somebody gets a gun, why they want to pick up a gun, and the fact that 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides, and address how we enforce these laws. And we can do that, for example, by appointing Steve Dettelbach to be the ATF director. So please stay engaged, and don't wait for permission, just do something. I get a lot of DMs from people that are like, oh, I have this idea. Great, run with it. Don't wait for permission from me or anybody else, just do it. Whatever your idea is, get engaged and stay engaged. Until I don't have to have these conversations and we don't have to have these conversations anymore.
Hi. I think so. Hi, my name is Abby Clements. This is my 30th year teaching elementary school. I was a second grade teacher at Sandy Hook School on December 14th, 2012. And I huddled my students just like the teachers did in Uvalde. And the burden I have is that I bear witness to what happens, what can happen, what did happen, and what comes in the aftermath. Newtown is Uvalde, is Chicago, is Philly, is Houston. And schools are unsafe working conditions for students and educators. Teachers are walking in every day these days crying, having to field questions from students. We come in and they lock eyes with us because they know, but they don't know what to say, and we don't know what to say. And it's wrong, and working these last almost 10 years to help elevate the voices of teachers has to continue, and it will. And we need to help pave the way for them to tell their stories. And again, not just school shootings, but children are bringing gun violence into their classrooms every day, from domestic violence, threats of domestic violence, what Sarah Lerner was talking about. And woven into those stories, there's poverty, there's homelessness, there's unfair immigration, that weighs on parents, racism, all this now with easy access to guns. So I will move forward with all of you and with concerned Americans that this is not okay. We have too many guns in our country, but there are ways that we can make things safer for our students and for our educators and for in our communities. Thank you.
So I am Jackie Anderson, President of the Houston Federation of Teachers. I echo the sentiments of many people who have spoken so far today. We must find common ground. It's not about being a Republican or Democrat. It's about being a human being that values the lives of individuals. It doesn't matter. We've got to come together as human beings to stop, put an end to gun violence. We need policy and change. We don't need thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers are nothing if it continues to go on, and that's what is happening. As an educator and a parent, communities, we are going to have to come together and take the lead, because in Texas, we're being failed by our leaders. So thank you, Randy, for coming here and helping us have this discussion to start to formulate some type of focus and plan that is going to help us try to put an end to this senseless murder of our children and our teachers. As an educator, I never ever thought that I would hear somebody say, we need to arm teachers. As a grandmother, it chills me to think that my grandchildren will be going to school where a teacher has a gun. I just can't fathom that. I don't want that for my grandchildren. I don't want that for other children. That is, you don't put out a fire with fire. To hear someone say that literally breaks my heart. So I thank you, Randy. Thank you for even thinking enough of us to come to Texas so we can try to come to a place that we can put a stop to this nonsense. This is just totally insane. So I really appreciate this forum. I appreciate having having like-minded people in the room so we can do something. And like you say, it's going to take more than a vote. We are going to have to lead the way. Educators, parents, community, we are going to have to lead the way. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Nancy Vera. I'm the president of the Corpus Christi American Federation of Teachers here in Texas, and I'm also a member of the Latino Issues Task Force for the American Federation of Teachers. Primero, ofrezco mis más sentido pésame a la comunidad y las familias de todo corazón en Uvalde. Y quiero decir que ya basta, no más. Nuestros niños valen más que las carabinas que están tratando de vender para hacer millones de dólares. As Randy said earlier, we've had enough. This hit really close to where I live. And I'm going to tell you that we're not going to take it anymore. We're going to rise up and with intellect tell these people who are making money, who are enjoying their greenbacks on gun sales, on automatic weapon sales, that you are not going to make money off of our children and our children's lives. You're not going to spread this carnage anymore. And we're going to rise up in Texas and all over this country, and we're going to make sure that we educate we make people aware, and that we advocate for what is right for human beings, for the lives of our children. I'll do whatever it takes and go wherever I need to go. And I'm not afraid, and neither is our community.
My name is Glenda Guzman McCall. I am the president of Fort Bend AFT here in Fort Bend County. I'm also a former bilingual teacher in Fort Bend. And I have to tell you, Tuesday, after seeing the faces of those babies that look like my class, who look like the children that I used to protect and in those drills and put them underneath my desk and think about what would happen if this was real, that I would lay my body over those babies. And I have to tell you, I cried myself to sleep Tuesday night. And I woke up Wednesday morning and I was still crying. But by Wednesday afternoon, I wiped my tears away and I was resolved that I'm gonna do something. My crying, my tears are not gonna help. Even my thoughts and prayers are not gonna help. But my actions will. My actions will help. So I chose to come and be part of this, and I choose to continue the fight. And now is the time. Now is the time to do it. I used to be in human resources back before I was an educator, and my old boss in the oil and gas industry called me yesterday morning, a stark conservative, and she said, Glenda, I cannot let this happen anymore. You tell me what to do, and I'll follow you. So the time is right. The time is right now. A friend of mine said, well, isn't there 100 Club that can help these children and these teachers? I said, no, because teachers and students are not supposed to be dying in their classroom. They're not supposed to be dying in the classroom. Now's the time. Now is the time to do something. Wipe the tears away and then do something. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Tanguma. I am the president for McAllen AFT here in Texas. I'm also a member of the Latino Issues Task Force and a member of my local RGV Moms Demand Action Against Gun Violence. And I want to start by saying that I have 2 of my own children that are in college, and I worry for their safety every day, especially for the one that lives in Austin, because there was already previously a shooting that happened in Austin and several stabbings. So with that, the fact that my daughter did a tweet and it said, working in an elementary school shouldn't be a high-risk job. You know, she is she's an adult, but she is my child, and they see it. The kids see it. My students, when I went to school, I'm also a full-time educator in McAllen, and the students that day, I know they were all in shock. Unfortunately, yesterday, we also had threats. It was just that copycat syndrome throughout the valley, not just in my district, but throughout the valley. And several high school students did get arrested for credible threats. One of them had a hit list. A couple of them were found with guns in the valley, and there is no reason why a student should have to worry, a parent should have to worry, or anyone at campus should have to worry for their safety when you're going to school to learn. We need to make that stop. And the only way that we're going to make that stop is by going to our lawmakers. They need to make that change, and we need to push them. We need to organize, and we need to continue advocating. School funding, at least here in Texas, is cut every budget year. So our school board, as public school boards, our school boards have to choose between, am I going to make payroll or am I going to keep my students and staff safe? That's not right. That's wrong, and it's wrong at every level. And it needs to stop, because why shouldn't schools be safe, and why can't they be safe and make payroll? When you have to choose between safety and payroll, that's wrong. That's wrong, and it's on our lawmakers, and we need to make sure that that changes, because funding needs to be where it should be to keep safety for everyone and to be able to educate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cristina Quintero, and I am a mother of HISD and also a member of Community Voices for Public Education. I want to start off by saying something that constantly plays in my mind since this happened in Uvalde that it just left me at a loss for words. Our governor said it could have been worse. It could have been worse. My 8-year-old child heard that, and she was able to comprehend the callous, empty words that he said, okay? One of our senators said, you know, maybe they should have one door, one entry door, so that all the students can be safe. Another one that was there, and I believe it was either Ken Paxton or Dan Patrick, said, you know, we need metal detectors in our schools. Our children in Texas, for all of our Texas educators, we understand this. Our children are constantly pushed against the rails for testing, more testing, and to perform. You know, I heard another remark where it was like, instead of sending a wish list for the teachers to have books and toys in their classrooms, they need to have those Barracuda bar doors and bulletproof curtains for their windows. What kind of asinine remark is that? I should not have to go to my child's teacher next year and say, hey, how good of a shot are you? That is the most ridiculous thing. Our children deserve to flourish. They deserve to learn. They deserve to be filled with creativeness and be young scientists, doctors, you know, educators, engineers, construction workers. Not have to worry about where they're going to get there tomorrow and if they're coming home alive. My daughter, the day after that it happened, she came home crying and she said, Mommy, will that happen to us? Could I die? Am I going to die? And I said, no, baby. And I responded with the most, you know, and I took it very lightly to respond to her because honestly, I didn't know what could happen. But I told her, things will be okay. Why? Because I value our educators that are there at my child's school, because I value the principal that is consistently checking after our students, and because she asked me, Mommy, sit outside at the school, just stay there the whole day for me. Make sure that we're okay. And you know what I did? I sat there the next morning, the whole freaking day, just to give her that peace of mind. Our teachers are overworked. Our principals are overworked. Our staffs are overworked. As a volunteer at my children's school, I see that they are going through a lot. And it is heartbreaking that those people in office, that are governor, that are senators, that are representatives, that are pro-gun, but not pro-sensible gun laws, are there and just willing to give us empty words. What I want to see from this, and what I will do personally, is organize parents, organize teachers, principals, community workers, and prepare. So once our legislative time comes and we're back in session, we're right there, knocking on those doors and demanding action from them. You know, my 6-year-old turns 7 tomorrow, and I feel guilty that I am able to have a birthday party for him because there are children that will never have another birthday. It doesn't matter whether it's my child, my neighbor's child, you know, my friend's child, any child in our country, any child in the world should not have to worry about going to school and whether they're going to be harmed by somebody, and they should be able to learn. It's heartbreaking. You know, we've constantly had our children go through this ringer of performing through COVID, performing through these tests, and now we're going to expect them to perform through gun violence? We cannot allow our children to realize that this is a norm. We cannot become desensitized to this. We cannot make this like, oh, it's just another, incident, because it shouldn't be an incident. This should have not happened. All I can think is this weekend I get to celebrate my son's birthday, and other families, 19 families, cannot kiss their babies goodnight. And it more than it irritates me, it infuriates me that, they think, oh, it's just one incident. Oh, after this, what else can we do? There's a lot that we can do, and we need to show up. So any parent that hears this, any teacher, any community member that sees this, we need to be there and demand action. And when they fail us, we need to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rick Levy. I'm the president of the Texas AFL-CIO, and together with Secretary Treasurer Leonard Aguilar and Hani Khalil from the Harris County Gulf Coast, I just want to say how humbled we are to be part of this conversation and thank both of you presidents for bringing us together. The stories that you bring to this table, the emotion that you bring to this table, the history that you bring to this table, anybody who hears it cannot be unchanged. I know that certainly is my experience. And I just want to say 2 quick points. Number one, that the hundreds of thousands of union members in this state that we represent hear you, understand you, and will be with you going forward. We have, and that includes, by the way, a lot of gun owners. A lot of gun owners. But we've
Watching live now from Fox, everybody, as we are just moments away from an update in Uvalde, Texas here, as the community and really the nation continues to mourn for all of these victims, and their family members continue to ask why did this happen? And we are going to be waiting for this update. Should be happening pretty soon. We are told that it was going to be happening at the top of the hour, so we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox when it happens. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox here as we continue to wait here for the update in Uvalde from DPS, expecting to get a timeline of the tragedy that occurred earlier this week We'll bring it to you as soon as we see representatives there at the podium. Right now, we are going to go actually out to Florida here in Polk County as Sheriff Grady Judd is with a Parkland father who tragically lost a daughter in that massacre. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Appointed to the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission, and the reason for the commission and the reason.
And we will get back to that a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but I do want to go out to Texas here. We have now the update coming up in Uvalde.
Better? Better. Yeah? Yeah, the higher the better. All right. All right, everybody. About to get started.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today. My name is Stephen McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety. On Tuesday, the District Attorney for the 38th Judicial District, Rosina Mitchell, requested that the Texas Rangers under the Department of Public Safety assume lead responsibility of this horrific murder of 19 innocent child and 2 adults. Our goal today is to provide the parents, the community of Uvalde, the public, as much information as we can on where we are on the investigation. We're here to report the facts as we know them now, not to defend what was done or to criticize what was done or the actions taken. I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it. The second timeline I'll discuss is the 911 timeline. Then we'll talk about the relevant social or digital media footprint of the subject. Then we'll also have plenty of time for questions at that point. At 11:27, we know from video evidence, at 11:27, the exterior door suspected of where we knew the shooter entered, Ramos, was propped open by a teacher. 11:28, the suspect vehicle crashes into the ditch, as previously described. The teacher runs to the room 132 to retrieve a phone, and that same teacher walks back to the exit door, and door remains propped open. There were 2 males, as reported by Regional Director Escalon yesterday. There were 2 males at a funeral home that when they heard the crash, they went to the crash scene. When they arrived at the crash scene, before they got there, they saw a man with a gun exit the passenger side with a backpack, and they immediately began running. Ramos began shooting at him. Did not hit him. One of the males fell when he was running. Both males returned to the funeral home while they're running. And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911. 911 call at 11:30. There was a crash, man with a gun. 11:31. The suspect reaches last row of vehicles in the school parking lot. 11:31, the suspect shooting began at the school while patrol vehicles got to the funeral home. I'll point out where it is. The crashed vehicle's over here. The suspect was hiding behind a vehicle, started walking down, shooting into the classroom. There was a discussion early on that an ISD, consolidated ISD for Uvalde, was a resource officer, had confronted the subject. That did not happen, as R.D. Escalon talked about yesterday. It was certainly stated in preliminary interviews, but often these preliminary interviews and a cursory walkthrough doesn't reveal the type of information, and certainly, police officers, like anyone else, under stress, sometimes witnesses get it wrong. But the bottom line is that officer was not on scene, not on campus, but had heard the 911 call with a man with a gun, drove immediately to the area, sped to what he thought was the man with a gun, to the back of the school, what turned out to be a teacher and not the suspect. In doing so, he drove right by the suspect, who was hunkered down behind a vehicle, where he began shooting at the school. (11:31), the suspect shooting in between the vehicle is when it began, while patrol vehicle gets to the funeral home. Multiple shots are fired outside the school at 11:31. Patrol car accelerates into the parking lot, drives by the shooter. That's exactly what I was talking about. That was the ISD officer at that time. He passes and then leaves the camera view. There's multiple shots fired at the school at 11:32, at 11:32:27, at 11:32:36. At 11:33 is when the suspect entered the school at the door that I'm pointing to now. At 11:33, the suspect begins shooting into room 111 or 112. It's not possible to determine from the video angle that we have at this point in time. We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds. He entered at 11:33, or 11:33 he started shooting in the classrooms, 111 and 112. At 11:35, 3 police officers entered the same door as the suspect entered. All 3 of those police officers worked for the Uvalde Police Department. They were later followed by another 4, a team of Uvalde police officers, 3, and also a county deputy sheriff. So a total of 7 officers were on the scene. The 3 initial police officers that arrived went directly to the door, and 2 received grazing wounds at that time from the suspect, while the door was closed. At 11:37, there was more gunfire. Another 16 rounds was fired at 11:37. 1 at 11:37, and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44. At 11:51, a police sergeant and USB agents started to arrive. At 12:03, officers continued to arrive in the hallway, and there were as many as 19 officers at that time in that hallway. At 12:15, we know that BORTAC members arrived. Not the entire BORTAC, but members of BORTAC, along with Shields. At 12:21, the suspect fired again, was believed to be at the door. At 11:21, law enforcement moved down the hallway. At 11:50, they breached the door using keys that they're able to get from the janitor, because both doors were locked. Though both of the classrooms that he shot into were locked when officers arrived. They killed the suspect at that time. And now I'd like to go over the 911 timeline. So I warn you, it's not. It's better that I read it than you listen to it. The caller identified, I'll not say her name, but she was in room 112, called 911 at 12:03. The duration of the call was 1 minute and 23 seconds. She identified herself and whispered she's in room 112. At 12:10, she called back in room 12, advised there were multiple dead. 12:13, again she called on the phone. Again at 12:16, she called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive. At 12:19, a 911 call was made, and another person in room 111 called. I will not say her name. She hung up when another student told her to hang up. At 12:21, you could hear over the 911 call that 3 shots were fired. At 12:36, 911 call, it lasted for 21 seconds. The initial caller called back, student, child, called back. and was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. She told 911 that he shot the door. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now. At 12:46, she said that she could hear the police next door. At 12:50, shots are fired. They could be heard with a 911 call. And at 12:51, it's very loud and sounds like the officers are moving children out of the room. At that time, the first child that called was outside before the call cuts off. Additional information that we have is that there are 58 total magazines at the school related to the crime scene. 11 of those magazines were inside the school. 3 were on the suspect's body. 2 in room 112, 6 inside room 111. 5 were on the ground, 1 was in the rifle. There were 32 magazines outside the school, but on school property. 1 just outside the school building and 31 in the suspect's backpack that he did not take into the classrooms with him. There's 15 magazines at the crash site. There were 2 magazines at the suspect's residence for a total of 60 magazines. He had purchased and had a total of 1,657 total rounds of ammunition. 315 of those rounds were inside the school. 142 of those were spent cartridges. 173 were live rounds. 922 were outside of the school, but on school property. 22 of those were spent cartridges. 900 were live rounds. 422 were at the crash site. 22 were spent cartridges. 420 of those were live rounds. There's 35 spent law enforcement cartridges total in the school. 8 of those were in the hallway. 27 were inside the classroom. 111 where the suspect was killed. I mentioned that we're going to go over quickly a digital timeline. One of the things we talked about early, and I want to correct something that was said early on in the investigation, is that he posted, on Facebook publicly that he was going to kill that he was going to shoot his grandmother. And secondly, after that he had shot her, and then third, that he was going to go shoot up a school. That did not happen. It was actually on a message. It was a Facebook application, messenger application to somebody else that he had a conversation with. We know that through his digital media footprint, and I'll just do it by date time, that Ramos asked his sister to help him buy a gun. She flatly refused. That was in September of 21. I'll avoid some of these and get to this. He had Instagram, a 4-group chat, and it was discussed that Ramos being a school shooter. That was on February 28th of 2022. On March 1st of 2022, there was an Instagram he had with 4 people. It was a chat. He discussed him buying a gun. On March 3rd, 2022, there's another 4-person chat. Quotations, word on the street is you are buying a gun. Ramos replied, just bought something. RN. On March 14th, and there was an Instagram posting by the subject, in quotations, 10 more days. A user replied, are you going to shoot up school or something? The subject replied, no, and stop asking dumb questions and you'll see. I know you have many questions, and I've agreed to stay as long as we can, answer as many of those questions that we can. If I can't answer it because we don't know definitively right now, I'll simply say that. And it continues to be a preliminary investigation. There's, literally, certainly over hundreds of interviews that have been conducted. will continue to be conducted, and there's thousands of leads that are being pursued, not consecutively, but concurrently. And thanks to our federal and local partners, and I do want to mention behind me, we've got the FBI Special Agent in charge. We also have an ATF Special Agent in charge, or ASAC, and of course, who else? What I got behind? Okay, but the Texas Rangers, if there's any specifics that I haven't covered, that I might need their particular support on. I do want to cover one thing quickly, though, before I go to questions, and that's some of the questions that we received, that we have already received. And one of those is going around now that there's, in fact, the subject had been one of the two arrested by the Texas Rangers and the local police back in 2018. That's not the case. He was not one of the individuals. In fact, we have found no links, associations, and relationships in that investigation. Clearly, it was a threat. It was back in 2018. The two juveniles were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. There's no question that we thought, and we had evidence, and certainly the district attorney agreed, that these juveniles, one 13, one 14 years old, was a threat to Uvalde. And there was a discussion at that time, even the senior year of the one that was 14 years old, which would make it 2022. However, that was not the subject. Questions? Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, one thing I want to say, one thing I failed to say is that when we're done, we have Tony Pena with us. He's going to translate into Spanish, okay, what the answers and the questions are afterwards.
Thank you for doing this, and I do hope you stay here to take as many questions as possible. You say there were 19 officers gathered in the hallway or somewhere. What efforts were made to try and break through that door to make it locked? What efforts were the officers making to try and break through either that door or another door to get inside that classroom?
None at that time.
Why?
The on-scene commander at the time believed that it had transitioned from an active shooter to a barricaded subject.
Sir, you have people who are alive, children who are calling 911 saying, please send the police. They are alive. In that classroom, there are lives that are at risk.
Hey, we're well aware of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Why was this decision made not to go in and rescue these children?
Again, the on-scene commander considered a barricaded subject, and that there was time and there were no more children at risk. Obviously, based upon the information we have, there were children in that classroom that were at risk, and it was, in fact, still an active shooter situation and not a barricaded subject. The question simply is this: it was a 40-minute gap. And if the 911 operators were aware that children were alive in that classroom, why weren't officers notified of that? And if that's the case, why didn't they take action? That's the question. And again, I'll go back to the answer for right now, is that it was considered, okay, the decision was made on the scene. I wasn't there, but at the same point in time, a decision was made that this was a barricaded subject situation. There was time to retrieve the keys and wait for a tactical team with the equipment to go ahead and breach the door and take on the subject at that point. That was the decision, that was the thought process at that particular point in time. What?
Police. Yes, ma'am. Colonel. What can you tell parents that were here waiting and asking for the police to go in? You don't apologize for them?
Yeah, there was 19, like I said, there was 19 officers in there. In fact, there was plenty of officers to do whatever needed to be done, with one exception, is that the incident commander inside believed they needed more equipment and more officers to do a tactical breach at that point. That's why BORTAC was requested on the scene. As soon as they were there, they executed a search, or at least a dynamic entry, and went in, and of course, that was not the 12. That was not the 1257. With the benefit of hindsight. Hey, stand by. All right, I got it. Okay. Hey, from the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision. Period. There's no excuse for that. But again, I wasn't there, but I'm just telling you, from what we know, that we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. It's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. We don't have time. You don't worry about outer perimeters. And by the way, Texas embraces active shooter training, active shooter certification, and that doctrine requires officers, we don't care what agency you're from, you don't have to have a leader on the scene. Every officer lines up, stacks up, goes and finds where those rounds are being fired at, and keeps shooting until the subject is dead. Period.
Sir. Obviously, courtesy south of the border, it's very difficult to understand how the most powerful nation in the world, their citizens have access to high-end weapons, and this is happening over and over and over again, and now again with children. I don't mean to want the guy quarterback with you guys are the experts on people, just like we have any questions, please. How can you keep this from happening again in the communities of Texas? And second, how did a 18-year-old kid that works at Wendy's with minimum wage can buy a $5,000 weapon?
Well, answer the last. He used a debit card first, but to your point, it's very expensive, and a debit card is not a credit card. It means he had money in the bank. So why and how is being looked at right now, and I'll tell you this, thousands of more leads are being looked at right now because we haven't answered all the questions. We haven't gotten into the why. Okay, we know the individual was also into cyber gaming in that regard, and group gaming in that regard. So we've got a lot of questions are out there, and we're seeking answers, but we've got an obligation. We'll continue to update you when we find something out. Hey,
the woman in the yes.
The Border Patrol agents, the BORTAC agents that were in the building, did line up. They're part of the 19 that I talked about, and the entry team, ultimately the entry team that went in. But I can tell you that they were told, just as any other officer was told, and others, even command staff that came on board, is that the incident commander at the time believed that in fact it was a barricaded subject, that we had time, there was no kids at risk.
Sir, who was the incident commander? Who was the incident commander? Which agency?
About having chats and group chats and talking to people. Why wasn't he on any radar?
I wish he was, because then there's no question. And I'll say this right now, and every time we have one of these, there's copycats, okay? And we need the public, just like we did back in 2018, there was a public, okay, that came forward that we got 2 people that are about to shoot up a school or planning to shoot a school. It's imperative on the public, when you get something, just because the guy sounds like he's a nut, he may be a nut. But just because it sounds like, well, it's possible to do, he may be intended to do, as I read the timeline based upon the chats that he had. So, we need everyone, when we have a threat to life like that, to take it seriously and report it. Because ultimately, this is tragic. What do you tell the parents of 19 kids, or the families of two teachers? Yeah. Hey, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Tactical gear. By 12:15, you had at least 15 officers and shields on scene.
Yeah.
Yet you did not reach the door until 12:50.
Hey, like I've said it before, is that, well, first of all, when it comes to an active shooter, is you don't have to wait on tactical gear.
Do you believe
Plain and simple, you've got an obligation. What I know now, okay, absolutely, it was an active shooter, because you can transition. Keep in mind, in the doctrine, okay, of active shooters, you can transition from an active shooter situation to a barricaded subject or a barricaded with hostage subject. But if shooting continues, and you have any reason to believe that there's individuals alive in there, you've got an obligation to move back to an active shooter posture, and that means everybody at the door.
Are you saying those children are no longer at risk when he barricaded himself?
Well, Uvalde has a part-time SWAT team, number one. The ISD's got, they have limited officers. I think, what is it? What do you got, six? Six. They got six, yeah. Well, the Consolidated Independent School District has 6 officers, and they didn't have one posted at that location. And someone said, hey, what do you tell the parents? I mean, bottom line is that, or someone talked about, said, when there's kids in the room, why wasn't there an entry? Because it was believed, like I said at the time, that the subject was stationary, barricaded, there was no risk to other children. Again, on retrospect, from where I'm sitting right now, clearly there was kids in the room. Clearly, okay, they're at risk. And oh, by the way, even when you go back to shooting, there may be kids that are injured. Okay, they may have been shot but injured, and it's important for life-saving purposes to immediately get there and render aid.
Man in the blue.
Where was the resource officer? Why was he not on campus?
He was not on campus.
Why?
Well, again, we'll have all those answers down the road. Okay.
Sir, think of the lady in the blue. Thank you for doing this. Most of the community in his family.
Yes.
Much of them are documented, and to them, the world, they apologize for all those parents who were outside screaming, trying to get in. It was obvious that it was not under control. Their help could have been great. Some parents were able to get their children out of the school, not as a police officer, not as somebody that belongs to the government, but as a parent, as a human being. What do you say to those parents who are about to bury their children?
Well, first I want to say that the Consolidated Independent School District officers were there early. There was 4 of them, and they immediately began evacuating the school and did that throughout the process. So keep in mind, so that was going on. And what do I say to the parents? I don't have anything to say to the parents other than what had happened. We're not here to defend what happened. We're here to report the facts so they have the facts. Hey, bottom line, the consultant.
Family members gassed or taped outside the building.
I'm sorry? Oh, I don't have any information on that. Oh, one second though. However, we did review of what DPS officers arrived on the scene, what they did, and looked at those sentences.
You know the parents of the children who died are watching right now, and they're hearing you say that not everything that could possibly have been done as humanly fast as it could be done was done. Are they owed an apology from somebody, be it the incident commander and the police department here?
If I thought it would help, I'd apologize. Okay. But let me say this. Hey, let me say this. Hold on. When you go back to the timeline, again, I want to go back and I'm not defending anything, but you go back to the timeline. There was a barrage. Hundreds of rounds were pumped in 4 minutes, okay, into those 2 classrooms. Then anything else, any firing afterwards was sporadic and it was at the door. So the belief is that there may not be anybody living anymore and that the subject is now trying to keep law enforcement at bay or entice them to come in to suicide by contact. I understand that. I've reported that.
Jack Morbett from the New York Post. I'm going to ask 2 questions. First of all, exactly how was the gunman barricaded in his room? Was it just a simple matter of him locking the door behind him? And secondly, did he lie all 1,600
Well, I might answer the first one, but the why on the second one I don't have. The first one, that each door can lock from the inside, and both doors were locked, okay, from the inside. So the subject, when he went in, he locked the door. He came out one time into the hallway, went back in and locked the door, because at the time that the officers went in, both doors were locked. They got a key from the janitor and used it.
You said the first call came in inside the classroom at 12:03 and you breached it at 12:51. How many students died in those 48 minutes?
I don't have that answer. We're looking at it right now.
Hey, hold on, man. Go ahead.
Yes.
Why wasn't the school placed on lockdown in 2? While this may be the most unpopular question here today, what is on your heart? How are you feeling? Shaking the full-time resident.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You know, forget how I'm doing. What about the parents of those children? You know, forget about me. What about me or officers and stuff like that? We take an oath to uphold the law and protect people. And anytime something tragic like that, we want to know why it happened and if we can do better next time, is the bottom line. And call it like it is. It is tragic. Quite frankly, I mean, there shouldn't be anybody. You know, ideally, we've been able to.
All right, as you can see here, we did have our shot freeze right there, and we are trying to get it back for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But so this DPS giving a minute-by-minute timeline of the shooting, and we're hoping that we could get this feed back here in just a moment.
Yes. You know, I can't tell you that with certainty, but more than one survived. How many children died? Hey, I'm sorry, what? Yes, the windows at I'll go backwards. Right over here. I'll move over here. Something shot into these windows right here. He's approaching the door. Right? So the children were vulnerable all the time going through. We don't have any recording of any of the children maybe injured but not dead. The way he shot in a particular area. Right? As to the answer in terms of someone could have shot opposite in that regard, so I don't have the answer to that, quite frankly. Right? We're looking at a number of different things in terms of ballistics and things like that, but you can do these. Keep in mind, you've got children, okay, in here. We've got children in here. Oh, geez, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. We're looking at this from a tactical standpoint and everything in terms of looking backwards, okay? And certainly one of the things is, what was the access in 111 and 112 in that regard? And also, you know, there's other access points as well. Going into these rooms, right here's a Jack and Jill restroom between. So not unlike Santa Fe, the classrooms are separated, but they're really connected. So you can move back and forth between those two classrooms. In the green, sir.
Was the incident commander receiving the information coming via the 911 calls? And if so, why not? And if so, speak to the level of investigation that you're putting into that very question.
Yeah, well, that question will be answered, but I don't have I'm not going to share the information we have right now, because I don't have the detailed interview right now.
Go ahead, sir. Right there.
Yeah.
So it was a barricade situation. Did any police officers go in and get their own kids while the parents were outside?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sir.
There. Go ahead. Yes, please.
How many children called 911 and you know for a fact if any of those children died?
I know for 2 for certain did, and those 2 did not die.
Sir, why was that propped open door still propped open even after the incident was occurring with shots being fired at the funeral home?
Bottom line is, we reported what happened. Is that back door was propped open. It wasn't supposed to be propped open. It was supposed to be locked. And certainly the teacher that went back for her cell phone, it propped it open again. So that was an access point that the subject used.
Do you believe that the teacher
Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead.
working with it?
Hold on.
You have said in hindsight mistakes were made. A Democratic congressman is now calling for the FBI to investigate the response here.
Yeah.
Is going to be held accountable.
Well, first of all, we welcome the FBI. There's a reason why there's the FBI special agent in charge behind me right now. They play a vital role. And again, this is about finding facts and reporting facts as quick as we can. This is not about trying to defend, or it's not about trying to assess or even be hypercritical. It's about the facts and sharing whatever we learn on the facts as quick as we can and be as transparent as we can. Okay, the media, but more importantly, the parents and the public and the citizens of Uvalde and Texas. Go ahead, Blue. Go ahead. Hold on. Sir, hold on.
Sir, who was the incident commander and has that?
The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District is the incident commander.
And has that person
It's his school. He's the chief of police. Okay.
Was he on team?
Yeah, again, I'm not going to discuss disciplinary. There's an ongoing criminal investigation.
Is that teacher being investigated and working with the
I'm not going to get into that. Matt, go ahead. Yeah, Matt. The chief of police of the Consolidated Independent School District, he was convinced, and again, I want to go back and say, he was convinced at the time that there was no more threat to the children, and that the subject was barricaded, and that they had time to organize with the proper equipment to go in. The subject already had hit, 3 officers, and hit 2 officers, and I didn't answer the final question. A third Border Patrol agent was grazed as well, but no police officer was seriously injured. Yes, they did. He shot, and I went through the timeline before where he continued to shoot periodically, sporadically. The last, I think I already gave you the timeline. I'm sure I went through it, but the last time that the shot right before the entry, okay, was he shot at 12:21. So.
At the officers or at the children?
No, not at the children. Well, okay, well, we don't know yet. We believe it was at the door, is what he fired at.
Right here. Go ahead, right there.
Hold on.
What kind of equipment did law enforcement have in each specific moment of the response?
Hey, well, we know that beginning when the VORTAC agents arrived, they had 3 ballistic shields.
Sir, it's going to be the last question.
What? Last question. Right here in the booth, right here in the booth, right here. Yeah. Go ahead. Hold on. I don't know. No, that's fine. Yeah, let's answer the question.
What do you think should have done that you believe in?
Well, I've already said that.
Don't shout.
I've already said. First of all, hey, Texas embraces and teaches, okay, the active shooter doctrine. The active shooter doctrine, as long as there's kids and as long as there's someone's firing, you go to the gun, you find them, you neutralize them, period. And there's only, there are some nuances with transition to a barricaded subject. There's also transitioning to a hostage situation. And of course, the decision at the scene was that this is still a barricaded subject that did not go back to an active shooter situation.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Where is the police chief and why isn't he here to take our questions?
Well, because I'm here to address the latest timeline and facts that we know. You're certainly welcome to reach out to them.
I'd like to ask the FBI a question.
I defer to. Do you want to get the question?
Okay, hold on.
All right, that's the FBI. How many children were pulled out?
Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Sir, you've now been on the scene for several days. Two things. What exactly is your role in this investigation? And hearing all this, and given that the FBI goes through lengthy efforts to study active shooter situations like this, do you think this is something that requires an independent investigation, like whether a federal agency, or by you guys, or someone else?
Thank you for the question. So my name is Oliver Rich. I'm the special agent in charge of the San Antonio division. First, I want to say I understand there are a lot of questions and there's a lot of frustration in the public, and our heart goes out to the families and the victims in this tragedy. I will say our role here remains the same. We are here to assist in this investigation, to provide the support to the community to the best of our ability. We've had 200 people here for over 4 days. We have people working all across the country to support this community and to support this investigation. We are continuing in that vein. We have victim specialists here working with people in the community, and we will continue to do that. If the facts bear out that there is a federal nexus, then the FBI will conduct an appropriate investigation at that time. But for now, we continue in this to support the Texas Rangers.
Okay, sir, are you going to ask?
How many more questions?
Two more questions.
Sorry, 2 more questions.
Guy in purple. Okay.
Yes.
Uvalde Police Department, Steve Naval, Uvalde Police Department posted in February 2020 that they familiarized themselves with the school and they did the training to do just what they were supposed to do. How come they were not in lead, or their commanding officer was not in lead when they were familiarized with this training, and they should have done what they were supposed to do based on what they were doing? Where did we drop the ball?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that question.
Right, last question. Right at the Grayson.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
President Biden will be here on Sunday. Your thoughts on that? Do you have a message for the president?
Yeah, welcome here. Welcome to Texas. And this community has been hit hard. And I think it's noble that the president's going to be here to recognize the pain and suffering that this community is going through. And I think that's what leadership is. That's why Governor Abbott's here. That's why we think leaders go to where the problem is. And right now, the problem's in Uvalde, Texas. That's it.
A lot more details being given, but there's still a lot of questions, especially from those who are directly involved about the timeline of events. How did it take so long for everyone to respond and get into that classroom? We heard just a little bit more about just some of those moments ahead of when he had entered that school, also learning that there was a teacher who had propped open that side door previous to when the shooter had arrived at that location. So many questions still remain as to why was the decision, based on what we were just hearing from our Texas officials, as far as what to do when they respond to these shooters. They said, usually it is identify where this person is and go in and take action. Unfortunately, though, in this situation, they had multiple officers waiting inside of a hallway for more tactical gear to arrive on scene, even though there was multiple calls from inside of that classroom, not only from, they said, some women, which we're going to just say probably is the two teachers who were inside, and then also even phone calls from children inside pleading for police to enter. So once again, we know at this time that it is the lives of all of these folks who you're seeing on your screen, 19 children and 2 teachers who just were taken at the hands of this gunman. Live Now from Fox, always going to stay on top of these press conferences for you as soon as we hear more updates, whether it is from our Texas DPS officials or even if it's from city leaders, state leaders in Texas. Of course, we're going to be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Going to also continue to detail out that timeline here throughout the rest of the day. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, going to continue giving you more right here on Live Now from Fox from across the country. A community, families, an entire country mourning the loss of all of these children and everyone who's been lost due to gun violence. We have been hearing of too many instances of this happening time and time again, whether it be inside of grocery stores or inside of school buildings or even outside on the streets. We have been losing a lot of individuals due to gun violence. It is a problem that is happening all across our country, no matter which city you are in. Here again in Texas, a whole community impacted by the loss of all of the children and teachers who were inside of that classroom. We heard just a few moments ago from our Texas DPS officials. They were saying once again that they were getting multiple 911 calls, not only from witnesses who were outside, who saw that gunman crash his vehicle, get out of that vehicle with his weapons in hand, and had even began shooting not only to those witnesses, but also at the school from the outside before entering in. It really has just been a tragedy that has shaken not only Uvalde, but everyone who's been following this story to their core. We're going to stay on top of still always those latest developments coming to us here on Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned ahead of that break, we just listened into that press conference. We'll replay it out for all of our viewers who are watching here with us a little bit later. But right now, we do want to continue giving you some of our other updates that we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. So thank you again for being here. My name is Christy Larson, as we are going to be continuing to give you more of the stories happening here on this Friday. It is the end of the week, but that doesn't mean the news stops. I want to remind everyone you can continue to watch our stream, and we're on multiple platforms if you forgot where to find us. LiveNowFox.com. You're going out of town this weekend for Memorial Day weekend. LiveNowFox.com is all you have to go to find where to stream us so you continue to stay up to date over this weekend as we're going to be following the latest headlines and especially staying on top of the developments that are coming to us from Uvalde, Texas. So we do know also that President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, going to be headed there over the weekend, so you can follow us for more details on their trip. But speaking of President Biden, he was also at a graduation ceremony just earlier here today. We were rolling on those moments as we were inside of the latest in Texas. Now, this is a commencement at the U.S. Naval Academy. This is happening in Annapolis, Maryland, where President Biden is set to be delivering remarks. He was out here celebrating this graduation class as we had just a couple speakers ahead of him. So let's go ahead and listen into just some of what he had to say. Here's just a live picture real quick as to him there at that ceremony. And as I mentioned, we were rolling on his speech. So I want to just go to that as we're going to be begin with just some of the few speakers who were giving their speeches just ahead of President Biden himself. Let's go ahead and listen into that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I can't tell you how thrilled I am to be here today looking out at all of you and all of your loved ones here in Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium. So much work has been done behind the scenes to make commissioning week run smoothly and safely and to set up this beautiful ceremony. I'd like to take a brief moment to thank our dedicated faculty and staff, the Naval Academy Athletic Association, the Blue Angels earlier in the week. I'm sorry we won't have them today. The class of 1972, which is this year's Link in the Chain class, our Chaplain Corps, and our very own Naval Academy Band for putting on a fabulous ceremony this year for our graduating class. How about a big round of applause, everyone? To the mothers and fathers, the brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, cousins, grandparents, sponsors, and friends here today, thank you, sincerely thank you, for your unwavering and everlasting support of the men and women that are on this field. The class of 22 weathered a global pandemic during the heart of their Naval Academy journey. And while I am proud of the resilience that they demonstrated during the darkest hours of that journey, I am most proud of the leadership that they demonstrated navigating the Brigade of Midshipmen out of that challenging period. Over the past year, the class of 2022 reinstilled a sense of unity, camaraderie, and esprit de corps amongst their fellow midshipmen that had been fragmented during the toughest periods of the pandemic. 2022, I will forever be grateful for your grit, your professionalism, and your optimism that helped the Brigade of Midshipmen thrive this past year. 22, your journey at the Naval Academy in many ways mirrors the class of 1922, who had the responsibility of reinvigorating many customs and traditions and spirit on the yard following the demands of the First World War and the Spanish flu. In their lucky bag, they published the following verse in a poem entitled Annapolis. The 4 long years we tarried here, we always yearned to roam. But when the time came to depart, it felt like leaving home. 22, like every class that has come before you during your time in Annapolis, your gaze has been necessarily focused on the horizon and the challenges to come. By design, your 4 years by the Bay are spent in constant preparation for what comes next as officers in the fleet and the great adventures that await each and every one of you. Within the hour, each of you will raise your right hand and take an oath to defend the Constitution. That action and that promise will bind you to every Naval Academy graduate that has come before you and every graduate that will follow. Take your oath today with the knowledge that you have a strong foundation upon which to continue your journey as Navy and Marine Corps officers. And also know that the Yard, the faculty and staff who have dedicated their life's work to their mission, and this community of alumni that you're joining today will forever remain your home, ready to welcome you back to our shores from wherever you may roam. Your nation is counting on you, class of 22. Your Naval Academy family is proud of you. We look forward to seeing what each and every one of you will accomplish. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my distinct pleasure to introduce the 78th Secretary of the Navy, the Honorable Carlos Del Toro.
Good morning, class of 22. President Biden, thank you for joining us here today and for your principled leadership of our armed services. My wife Betty and I deeply appreciate all that you and Dr. Biden do for our military families. We also thank you for the compassion that you have shown to families around the world who are fleeing danger and seeking a better life. This is very personal to me. You see, 39 years ago, there were two refugees amongst the families watching the ceremony. Their names were Martha and Raul Del Toro. They were my parents. They brought me to this country from Cuba when I was 1 year old, escaping the dictatorship of Fidel Castro. The United States welcomed us with open arms. I grew up in a nation that was built on values, protected by a military is built on honor. Joining that military and graduating from this institution was my chance to give back to this great nation. While I know my parents were proud of my own individual achievements that day, I also know that they were deeply proud of their own then 17-year journey in America, as difficult as it was. And I hope today that every family here today takes a deep measure of pride and the journey that has brought you to this moment. Because today is more than just an individual achievement by these proud young men and women before us. It is truly, truly a family accomplishment. It is the culmination of years of hard work and sacrifice on the part of parents, grandparents, siblings, loved ones, molding these young men and women into patriots ready to serve their country. You have instilled in them the core values they will need to succeed as officers, as lifelong leaders. And among those values are discipline, skill, passion, commitment. Commissioning from the United States Naval Academy is indeed one of the toughest things that any young person can do with their lives. So to every rising ensign and second lieutenant here today, thank you for your decision to serve our nation and for the excellence that you have shown here at Annapolis. Today, you will receive two documents and should be equally proud of both of them. Your degree represents a tremendous individual achievement, graduation from one of the most elite academic institutions in the world. But the end of the document is different. Your commission is a statement of trust directly from the President of the United States, administered today by the Commandant of the Marine Corps and the Chief of Naval Operations. Be worthy of that trust at all times. From the moment that you arrive at your very first command, you will be entrusted with the responsibility to lead our sailors and our Marines. You will be called upon to make hard decisions, to demonstrate leadership, and above all, to think strategically. As you rise through the ranks, you will help chart our nation's future through many challenges, from strategic competition with China and Russia to climate change. You cannot know where your career may take you, any more than Admiral Buck and I did in 1983. My earliest assignments put many tools in my leadership kit, ones that I rely upon even today as Secretary of the Navy. I learned the importance of listening to those we lead, particularly non-commissioned officers. You must do the same. Be humble, be inquisitive, always ready to learn, and always willing to listen. Give your people the opportunity and the motivation to share their ideas and their concerns. You have many great leaders to follow and many great examples to emulate. But don't just follow in their footsteps either. Create your own journeys, be bold, and fulfill your destiny as the best and the brightest that the Navy and Marine Corps have to offer. At our commencement in 1983, almost 39 years to this day, then Secretary of the Navy John Lehman told us, work within the Navy system, but don't give away your essential self, your individuality, your daring. Well, I remember shaking the Secretary's hand that day. I couldn't have known what was going through his mind. Now I do. He felt immense pride, as I do today, handing off a sacred legacy to the next generation of Navy and Marine Corps leaders. Officers who stood where you stand today have become admirals, generals, battle-tested veterans. The legacy you join includes the United States President, diplomats, business leaders, and extraordinary members of our civilian community. Every one of them stepped forward and took the same oath you take today. Every one of them was in some manner tested against that oath, as you will surely be. Always live up to your commitment. Remember what brought you here and who brought you here, because that will determine everything about where you go from here. So congratulations to the class of 2022, and to all of your families and friends, thank you, thank you. I am honored to welcome you all to the force and the fleet. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce the 46th President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Hello, Naval Academy. Whoa. Before I begin my speech, a thought crossed my mind as I was told the class of '72 is here. I was appointed to the Academy in 1965 by a senator who I was running against in 1972. Never planned it that way. I wasn't old enough to be sworn in. I was only 29 years old when I was running. He was a fine man. His name was J. Caleb Boggs. I didn't come to the Academy because I wanted to be a football star, and you had a guy named Staubach and Bellino here. So I went to Delaware. But all kidding aside, the best line of the debate was, after it was all over, the announcer, the questioner, who was a good guy but supported my opponent, who was a good man as well, I might add. And he said, Senator Boggs, you have anything else you want to say? And he said, yes, just one thing. And he took the microphone. He said, you know, Joe, if you accepted my commission to the my appointment to the Academy, he said, you'd still have 1 year and 3 months active duty, and I'd have no problems right now. So the class of '72, welcome. You guys must be very proud of all you've seen and done. Well, midshipmen, you made it. You made it. I'll bet there were times you wondered if you'd ever see this day. Especially those early days when you had to chop everywhere, memorize every reef point to make it through the sea trials, and even passing chemistry, for God's sake. Well, this education has at times pushed the edge of what you thought would be possible in order to develop you morally, mentally, and physically. And it was worth it. It was worth it all because today you stand ready to assume the title you've been working toward for so long. Ensign, the United States Navy. Second Lieutenant, the United States Marine Corps. Members of the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, and that's no exaggeration. You have earned it. Congratulations. I mean it, you really are. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 38 times. My son spent a year in Iraq, won the Bronze Star, Conspicuous Service Medal. I lost him, but at any rate, I've seen you in action. This is the finest military, not a joke. We have the finest military in the history of the world. And thank you, Admiral Buck, for the work you and your team have done to put these young men and women in shape when they arrived here 4 days ago on I-Day into officers of the armed services in the United States of America. And Secretary Del Toro, Admiral Gilday, General Berger, you know better than anyone how important these missions are we're going to ask these young officers to carry out. And looking out at this field, it's clear to me we're going to be sending our finest. Congressman Ruppersberger, it's great to see you here. I'm told you're here. I also want to recognize Congressman DeJarle and Congressman Crowley, both here today as proud parents commissioning midshipmen. And by the way, and I know that all midshipmen here are holding in their hearts the memory of two classmates who tragically did not live to see this day. I hope I'm pronouncing Duke's last name correctly, Carrillo, and Michael Mills James. Folks, midshipmen, this is your day. But I want to start by recognizing the people who got you here. Your parents, your family, everyone here that shows the support to get you here. It's their day as well. So midshipmen, stand up and clap for them. For them. I mean it. Moms and dads and grandparents, thanks for instilling such honor and integrity in these young women and men. Class of 2022, you made incredible memories. Please have a seat during your time in the yard. After all this class holds one of the fastest Herndon climbs in history, upholding a tradition set by the link in the class chain 50 years ago. This is a class that earned a record number of wins against Army and the N-Star competition. I hope my son up in heaven doesn't hear me saying that part. He's Army. So many wins, you ran out of room on that flagpole, man. Look, this is the class of midshipmen. Diego Fago, who wasn't expecting that snap in this year's Army-Navy game. But once he got the ball, he knew what the hell to do with it, didn't he? You won the game. You won the game. Class of midshipmen Sarah Skinner, the 54th Rhodes Scholar, the United States Naval Academy. 54th, and led the women's rugby team to a national title. Stand up. I want you to stand up. And now, Sarah's on the Olympic development team. I can't wait to see you, kid. I can't wait to see you. When I couldn't play football anymore, I played rugby in law school. I should have spent more time in law school, but at any rate. Class of midshipmen, first class, Andre Rasco, Delta Company, your class president. I don't know, but somebody told me you may have questions for me. I think only the class understands that one. You've all got so much to be proud of. You really do. By the way, once you're commissioned, remember, I'm your commander-in-chief. So don't ask me too tough a question, okay? Look, and I know, unlike me, when I graduated from the University of Delaware, I had a few, thank you, I had a few minor infractions, like hosing down an RA and anyway. Unfortunately, we didn't have the same tradition you have here. So before I take care of you, let's not forget, this is also the class that also got rowdy during the Air Force Week and plebe year, and they're still trying to clean the chocolate syrup off the ceiling in King Hall. You lived through Red Beach Massacre. And that helped the printers earn their jump wings. Anyone who wants to fess up to getting the printer onto the Chapel Dome, now's your moment. No one's going to admit it, huh? Okay. Because as your commander-in-chief, in keeping with long-standing tradition, I hereby absolve all those serving restrictions for minor infractions. You are absolved. And as I said, I wish all my graduation speakers had been able to do that. You all think I'm kidding, I'm not. Midshipmen, above all, the Academy has trained you to be leaders. Easy word to throw around, but hard to accomplish. You didn't take the easier route when you chose the Academy. And again, when you signed your 2 for 7s. You chose a life of service and purpose. You chose trial and sacrifice. You chose to be part of a mission that's greater than any individual. While every class of midshipmen is tested, you faced added challenges to maintain a sense of mission and community and purpose when the global pandemic forced everything, literally everything, to change. When you were told not to return after spring break as youngsters, when your second year you weren't allowed to see anybody other than your roommate. Hope the hell you picked right. When you had to take your classes over Zoom I should say, sitting in your uniforms and mesh shorts. Oh, I figured that. And then coming back to the yard as first is not only to reform, but to remember what this place and what this time is supposed to be like. To return to the brigade to what it was pre-COVID and rebuild morale. You had the responsibility to right the ship, and all of you stepped up, I'm told. You came together. You learned the first and most important lesson of leadership, to always, always care for your people, to respect everyone's talents, to be inclusive, and to make sure the United States Navy and the United States Marine Corps draw from the full strength and diversity of this nation. Everybody. Midshipmen, for the rest of your careers, you're going to face challenges unforeseen. You're going to have to adapt, be ready to lead your people through whatever lies ahead. To state the obvious, no generation of graduates gets to pick what world we're going to graduate into. It's already been formed for you, but you must change it. No officer knows the range of challenges they'll face when they commission. In class of 2022, you are graduating at an inflection point, not only in American history, but in world history, and I mean it. The challenges we face, the choices we make, are more consequential than ever. Things are changing so rapidly that the next 10 years will be the decisive decade of this century, because it's going to shape what our world looks like and the values that will guide it, not just for the immediate future, but for generations to come, and that is not hyperbole. Over the past few years, we've seen how interconnected the world is. The deadly pandemic has impacted not just our own schooling, but almost every aspect of our lives. Impacts of disruptions in the global supply chain, causing significant inflation, accelerating the climate crisis that's leading to rising seas and more severe weather patterns around the globe, and Putin's brutal war in Ukraine. Not only is he trying to take over Ukraine, he's literally trying to wipe out the culture and identity of the Ukrainian people. Attacking schools, nurseries, hospitals, museums, with no other purpose than to eliminate a culture. A direct assault on the fundamental tenets of rule-based international order. That's what you're graduating into. It's the world in which ensigns and second lieutenants, a world that more than ever requires strong, principled, engaged American leadership, where America leads not only by the example of its power, but the power of its example. Think of why most nations agree to support us. It's the example. It's the example we set. You'll learn to crew the most advanced ships in the world, train the most elite combat units, conduct undetected submarine missions, fly the most advanced fighter planes. But the most powerful tool that you'll wield is our unmatched network of global alliances and the strength of our partnerships, which since I got elected, I've been trying to reestablish in detail. Earlier this week, I returned from my first trip as president, been there before, as president though, to the Indo-Pacific, a region that will be vital to the future of our world. I met with the leaders of Japan, the heads of state of Japan, the Republic of Korea. I participated in a meeting of the Quad, which I restarted over China's objection, including Australia, Japan, India, and the United States, 4 leading democracies in the Indo-Pacific. And I launched, together with 13 other countries across the region, the new Indo-Pacific Economic Framework to help write the rules of the road for the 21st century. Before I departed Asia, before I left for Asia, I should say, I got a phone call from the Prime Minister of Sweden and the President of Finland. Could they come and see me in the Oval? They came to ask me whether I'd support them joining NATO. The actions taken by Putin were an attempt to use my phrase, to Findelize all of Europe, make it all neutral. Instead, he NATOized all of Europe. And all of this is illustrative of a foreign policy that was built around the power of working together with allies and partners to amplify our strength, to solve problems, to project our power beyond what we can do alone, and to preserve stability in an uncertain world. This is a work that will be asked of you. This is not hyperbole. I'm being deadly earnest with you, because it will be. As sailors and Marines, submariners and SEALs, Navy aviators, surface warfare officers, we're going to look to you to ensure the security of the American people, to build connections and strengthen interoperability with our allies and partners around the world. We already started that work here at the Academy, where today we are graduating 12 international midshipmen representing 10 countries who will commission as officers in the militaries of their nations. Graduates, you will be the symbol and strength of your commitment to lead the world. You're going to stand sentinel, often shoulder to shoulder, with our allies and partners in critical regions of the world. Like the service women and men I just visited in the Republic of Korea, or the troops I spent time with in Poland in March. We're making real our commitment to the security of our NATO allies. In the Indo-Pacific, a maritime theater will be the leading edge of our response to natural humanitarian disasters, showing people throughout the region the unmatched ability of the United States to be a force for good. You'll defend the international rules of the road, underwrite the future of the Indo-Pacific that is free and open, ensure freedom of navigation of the South China Sea and beyond, and make sure the sea lanes remain open and secure. These long-standing basic maritime principles are the bedrock of a global economy and global stability. And you're going to help knit together our allies in Europe with our allies in the Indo-Pacific. For the first time, if I can hesitate for a second here, did anybody think when I call for sanctions against Russia that in addition to NATO, that Australia, Japan, North Korea, some of the ASEAN countries would stand up and support those sanctions? The world is moving so rapidly. I need not tell you aviators. Within the next decade, you're going to be able to circumvent the world within the atmosphere in a little more than an hour. Things are changing. And Putin's brutal assault on Ukraine has spurred a truly global response, not just from Europe, but from Japan, Korea, Singapore, New Zealand, and more. Standing with us to impose sanctions on Russia. Australia, sending military aid. Germany, for the first time, significantly upping their budget. Germany. Fiji, assisting the FBI in seizing the yacht of an oligarch. We're seeing the world align not in terms of geography, east and west, Pacific and Atlantic, but in terms of values. We're living through a global struggle between autocracies and democracies. And I will note in my comment, I've met more with Xi Jinping than any other world leader has. When he called me to congratulate me on election night, he said to me, which he said many times before, he said, democracies cannot be sustained in the 21st century. Autocracies will run the world. Why? Things are changing so rapidly. Democracies require consensus, and it takes time. And you don't have the time. He's wrong. Each of you, as you go out into the world, will not only be a proud member of the Armed Forces of the United States of America, you'll be representatives and defenders of our democracy. Sounds corny, but literally our democracy. That's why you swear an oath not to me as your commander-in-chief or to any political leader, but to the Constitution. Our nation is placing in you great trust and great faith. Young man with me today, carrying the football. All the responsibility given to so many of you, so consequential, because you've chosen the honorable path that few before you have done. And you're going to look to uphold the honor of this institution and a generation of proud patriots who passed this way before you. Patriots like a dear friend of mine, John McCain. John and I went after each other hammer and tong on the Senate floor. We disagreed politically on things. But being here, I can't help think of John and how the Naval Academy meant so much to him. He chose these grounds for his final resting place. John was an American hero who withstood torture, years of being held as a prisoner of war. And when he came home, he decided to continue, he wanted to continue to serve. We traveled tens of thousands of miles together as he is staffing me as a senator. I'm one of the reasons, and I used to always get kidded by my Democratic friends, I talked him into running. He was a man of great principle and capacity. He always lived by a code, the same code that you all have been taught. It's not just words, it's real. Duty, honor, loyalty. He kept that code throughout his years as a prisoner of war. All the time he served in the United States Congress. As I said, we often disagreed, but we were close friends. John and I, we knew one another. In March of 2018, I was honored that John asked me, because he wasn't physically able, to come to the Naval Academy and receive on his behalf the Alumni Association's Distinguished Graduate Award and speak for him. Shortly after that, when John was on his deathbed at his home in Arizona, I went to see him. I was leaving after the visit, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he called me over his bedside. He said, "Joe, will you do my eulogy?" I said, "Yes, John." Literally at the same time, two guys that think they're hard-ass guys looked at one another and said, "I love you." Class of 2022, John McCain's memorial was one of the first experiences you had in the Academy back in 2018. Your class motto, "Not all of me shall die." I can't help but think must be a reflection, some reflection of that moment in your lives. Reminder of the responsibilities you have taken on and the legacy you will leave behind. It's a promise you made to each other and to this institution. Because what lives on will be the service you will give to others and the timeless principles that you're willing to sacrifice everything to defend. In this moment, we must steer our nation and our world through this decisive decade. I hope you'll keep the memory of the example of Academy graduates like my friend John McCain close in your hearts as you embark on your commissions. I cannot promise you the way will be straight or the sailing will be easy, but I can promise you that you all have the tools needed to navigate any waters you encounter. This great academy has prepared you to face every challenge and overcome any obstacle. You are ready. For my wish to you is fair winds and following seas, because I know you will remain always faithful. May God protect you all, and may He set you on your journey. May God protect all those who wear the uniform of the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
The 2022 Naval Academy graduation class hearing their commencement speech delivered by President Biden. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to follow the latest and top stories that happening here just this morning. And just a reminder, President Biden this weekend with First Lady Jill Biden going to be traveling to Uvalde, Texas, where they're going to be speaking with first responders and families in the community who's been impacted by tragedy earlier here this week. We do have a few pictures coming to us from Houston, Texas, where right now we do have a gun rally being held as we have just starting after a 2-year break, a NRA convention. So we do have this rally happening just outside of where the convention is going to be taking place. We'll be listening into some of their remarks right here for you on Live Now from Fox after this break. Right now, a couple different pictures coming to us from Houston, Texas, where we do have the NRA Convention taking place here this weekend. But of course, there's been so many people upset by this week's tragedy inside of an elementary school after a gunman took the lives of 21 people. So they are holding a gun violence rally just outside of the convention center where this will be taking place. We do have multiple guest speakers who are going to be giving some passionate speeches here. Let's go ahead, listen in on Live Now from Fox.
We demand justice. And when we say don't look away, it means that we look them in the eye and let them know that what they are doing is hurting us. They have blood on their hands. They legislate through murder. I'm pissed. Excuse my language, babies, if y'all heard that. Just cover your ears. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Love with money. Let's talk about this. Those of you who have raised your hands, this is the community event, and Black Lives Matter Houston believes in hearing from the people who are directly affected. This is what building space is. So if you raised your hand, I need you to line up on the side over here because we want to hear from you. Yes, we have speakers. Yes, I know some of you are here to see Beto. Right? But before you get to see Beto, you get to see the people who really need to talk to the press. The people who have had violence perpetuated on them. Is that what we're here for? Isn't that what we are here for? No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! Line up on the side, make sure you get water. It's Bishop Dixon here. Is David here? Is David here? Come on through, bro. David Hall. David Hall. We don't pay attention to happeners. We shout them out. Mr. David Hall.
Our movement is stronger than ever before. We are stronger than ever before because we have turned out and voted again and again and again and again. We have turned out since before Columbine, and we've been preparing for decades with millions of people across the country that have been impacted by gun violence to work against this. In 2018, when I walked out there, when I was on TV and after the unimaginable happened, I said, we're the kids, you're the adults, you need to do something. And now we're the adults, we need to do something. My message to every single one of you right now is I need you to do a couple of things. One, persist. Do not give up. Because of the work that we have done in the 4 years since March for Our Lives and the work that had been done in the decades prior to that, especially by Black and brown women who are the veterans of the gun violence prevention movement, and have laid the groundwork for us to come to this point, we now have the most pro-gun violence prevention Senate, House, and White House ever in American history. But that's not enough. That's not enough. We have to hold them accountable and get through the filibuster. We need to go out there and demand that they act. I need every single person that's watching this, either at home or listening to me right now, to show up at your senator's office over this recess every single day that you can. Show up and demand that they have a vote with background checks and red flag laws and everything else. Now, I'm not going to overpromise and underdeliver here. I just came from Washington, D.C. I'm pretty exhausted. I was up all night. We are going to, I believe that this time can be different, and it will be different. If you believe that, raise your sign. This time is going to be different. You can lower your sign. This time is going to be different because we are still here 4 years later and we're not going anywhere. The NRA is at its weakest point it ever has been in American history. Ever! Our enemy, let me be clear though, let me be clear. The enemy of this movement is one thing: gun violence. We need allies. To the people that are in that building that I have talked to, that I know, the gun owners that are in there that don't necessarily agree with everything the NRA says, you need to understand that you are complicit in this if you are not speaking out against them. This is a call to action, not for the Democratic or Republican agenda, but for the human agenda. This is not a political issue. And ultimately, the final note that I will leave you with is after these news cameras go away, after these marches, you know, they translate into our elections, know that we are still here and you are not alone, but we must persist. Continue showing up, because the time when you think that nothing else matters, that you need to give up, is the time when we need to keep fighting. So show up in your state legislatures. This is where this fight starts, is these state legislatures. Make sure you vote and show up in these state legislatures, and we will absolutely abolish and end the NRA. Thank you.
More speakers out here at this rally in Houston speaking out against the violence that has been seen too many times here across our country. Some viewers going to be going out to a 2-minute break as we're going to be listening in with more speakers right here on Live Now from Fox.
All the way here, native Houstonian Chaz Moore. He is the founder of Austin Justice Coalition. We have worked together to get laws passed. This man helped to work on the Stand Up Land Act. He made sure that people were in the room and we got a law passed to protect black lives and everybody else who are marginalized.
So I live in Austin, but I am from Houston, Texas. I went to Madison High School, so it feels good to be home. I want to do a couple things, then I got to get back to Austin because we got some things we got to do there. One, I want to give a shout out to Ashton and Black Lives Matter Houston for putting this together. Two, I want to give a shout out to my hometown community, each and every one of you for showing up today. Give yourselves a round of applause. And then this is where I really don't get invited to a lot of these things because I'm the samba guy that tells you things that you need to hear that you may not want to hear. So I'm going to tell you some things that are my truth, my perspective, and then I'm gonna go back to Austin to continue to fight. So the first thing I want to do is remind this certain group of people, everybody that is here that identifies as Tejano, Chicano, Hispanic, Latino, I want you to raise your hands. Raise them high, raise them high. I think this is important because a lot of times when we talk about tragedies, issue. This city, Uvalde, is 72% Hispanic. So that means this automatically becomes a race issue. Mija, my mijos, abuelas. This tragedy deter you, and don't let this tragedy take away the long history.
We have had so many people speaking out here after this incident happening on Tuesday. rallies, vigils, and so many members of the community speaking out, showing support to Uvalde, to Texans, and to those victims of mass shootings all across our country. We've even had down in Houston, Texas, right now, not only the rally happening outside of the NRA. Here's another live picture of crowds that have gathered outside of the convention center. We do have a lot of police presence out here to try to help control the crowds as well, just in case anything were to get intense here. Our camera crew is going to be keeping an eye on everything that develops here out of Houston, as well as keeping track of the latest coming from Uvalde, especially since the timeline of events showed some very, very devastating details, especially hearing that there was multiple calls from inside of that classroom, children calling 911, asking for help, asking for them to send police into their classrooms. So we're going to be giving you more right here on Live Now from Fox. This time going to take us down or staying in Houston, but going to take us into a press conference with Sylvester Turner. He's the mayor of Houston. He's had a number of people who are joining him in a press conference as they are speaking yet again on ending this gun violence. He is joined again with multiple different people. Let's go ahead and listen into that gun violence with faith leaders inside of Houston City Hall right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I don't want to be here today. None of us want to be here today. But I am here to tell us one thing. The last time that I was in this city, one of the last times I was in this city when I was speaking right next to this building, actually right out front, my friends and I, as 18-year-olds, were counter-protested by men with AR-15s. The same gun that was used at my high school and has been used at so many others. And instead of just ignoring those people and being harassed by them, there were times where I went out there and had conversations with them. As an 18-year-old talking to a 40-plus-year-old man who was easily twice my size and had not only an AR-15, but a handgun, and had many people around him with the same weapon that was used at my high school. And look, we did not agree on everything. Many of these conversations, we don't agree on many things, but we did agree that something needs to be done to address gun violence. When I was in Dallas, Texas, we were also counter-protested by men open carrying AR-15s. And I went out there and I talked to them. They were screaming my name, calling me a crisis actor, saying that I am a paid government agent that is here because they can't believe that young people don't want to be shot in our schools and our communities. I went out to them and I asked them, I didn't argue with them. I said, why are you here right now? Why are you protesting us as kids? And they said, well, you want to take our guns away. And I looked at them and I said, sir, are you a risk to yourself or others? He said, no, of course not. I said, well, I'm not trying to take your guns away. And if I was, it'd be through a court order with a right to due process and counsel. Because the shooter at my high school made multiple threats against my high school.
That's right.
And we could have used a law like that in my high school. And would you agree that if somebody like the shooter at my high school who made multiple threats, should he be able to own the weapon that you're holding right now? He said, absolutely not. Well, I'm glad you agree with me, sir, because that's what we're here advocating for. And we actually do agree on this issue. Because our enemy in this fight is not gun owners. Our enemy in this fight isn't even Republicans. Our enemy in this fight ultimately is gun violence. I'm reminded of the efforts of Dr. King and one of the messages that he preached in the principles of nonviolence, of attacking the sources of evil and not the perpetrators. We need allies in this fight. Texas, we need gun owners in this fight. Yeah. We need teachers in this fight. We need students in this fight. And it's not against any sole individual or any one governor, because the reality is, even if you got rid of one governor, if you still have the system in place that enables somebody to allow our children to die in their schools and communities, it doesn't matter what the name is or what the letter is that's next to them if that system is still there. We need to attack that system. And this is a call to action to all Americans right now. Yeah. All Americans to come together for the future of our country, for our children. Yeah. To focus on what we can agree on. I know that we are not going to solve this issue overnight. I understand that. But even if it's just one law that saves one life, be it here in Texas or in Washington, D.C., we must focus on where we can find common ground. Because our children are dying. As a final point, I'm reminded of a similar time in American history when we faced great challenges. I'm reminded of a young man who went to the same college as me and actually spoke here in Houston. And he spoke here in the 1960s at a very tumultuous time in our country. He spoke at Rice University. And one of the things that he talked about was a great challenge that we faced of exploration. He said, and I quote, "We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to this moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard." That is what we are faced with today as Americans. If we can land a man on the moon, we can keep our kids safe in schools and their communities. But what it will take is Americans getting over their politics, adults getting over their politics, and realizing we have our disagreements. Let's stop talking about what we can agree on, and let's start talking about what we can and how we can actually save our kids. So to the governor of Texas, to the people that are at the politicians that are at the NRA convention, let's meet. Let's talk and let's figure out what we can actually get done here, because this is a democracy, but we have to figure out how we can save our kids and prove that democracy works when it is once again under threat globally. We have a responsibility as Americans to do that and to protect our future. So let's do it. Thank you.
Well said. Great job. Well said. That is powerful. For a survivor to be here with that competence, that courage, and that level of commitment to making sure that his generation is the last generation that experiences what he experienced as a student. Would you give David Hogg another hand, please? Our Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee needs no introduction anywhere on the planet. The truth is, she's probably on other continents right now while she's here, because she has a way of making appearances in multiple places at the same time. And but she's always there to deliver a message, to deliver a result that benefits people. Fighting for people's rights is something she does innately, and we honor her today for her astuteness and for her commitment. After the Congresswoman has completed, the next voice will be Becky Pringle with the NEA, and then we will move to our Congressman Al Green, and then we'll move to our elected officers at the state level. We're going to move this faster, but I thank God that we've got leadership this committed to show up to be a part of making change happen. Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
I would be less than appropriate if I did not first honor the Bishop, James Dixon, for being a rooted oak tree against the travails of evil. And I hope that you will recognize him and applaud him for being that oak tree that is immovable.
Sheila Jackson Lee going to be speaking. I am sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue to keep an eye also on the rally happening just outside the NRA convention, which is going to be held once again here in Houston, Texas, after a 2-year break. Again, some of you are going to be seeing a quick commercial break here.
Mr. Turner. Let me acknowledge all of the elected officials, but Madam Presidents of the National Education Association, American Federation of Teachers, I live with you in Washington. You are giants. You are giants on behalf of those who made us. Beside our parents, our teachers have made us. We honor them and we honor you. Thank you, David, for the time that you spent with members of Congress, including myself. Let me just begin by saying tomorrow another victim of the Buffalo Massacre will be buried. She was a vibrant, strong 86-year-old. Today, we have gifted to the children of Uvalde, those who live, and tragically those who were murdered, a new tool in the toolkit of raising children. We have given them the body bag and the casket. And it should be shame on us that we have allowed David and all the victims of massacres starting from Columbine. And yes, I was in the United States Congress, named to the Columbine Task Force, and at that time we said never again. But the NRA lobby who persist that they are about gun safety, I do not speak to the people who are members except for the fact that I asked them to cancel this convention. I asked them to leave. I asked them to walk out. I asked them to kneel and pray. For if the corporate entity cannot, if the structural contract does not allow us to do it, as it does not, then those who are mothers and fathers and grandparents and those who love children, they can cancel that convention. They should cancel it today, tomorrow, and the next day. They should tell Donald Trump to stay home. They should not bring his presence of disregard for democracy to this place. He has never lifted a finger to help us as president to stop the gun violence. But we do call out to people of faith, no matter what their party. It is not a partisan issue. But I am tired of children who loved teddy bears, who loved their grandparents and loved saying, "Did you take your medicine?" Of the little girl who called 911, or the little girl that is a great little leaguer, or those who love music, or those who have been hugged, who have left a bottomless pit of a hole in the hearts of their parents. Those parents who fought to get in, who fell to the ground. The vision is evident that there is shame on America. There is shame on the NRA lobby. Because as a member of the United States Congress, we have put on the floor over and over again. I've introduced gun bills over and over and over again. And my bills have been blocked. The assault weapon ban that we tried to reauthorize, blocked by Mitch McConnell, blocked by the lobby that simply has a chair on the outside, blocked. And so, Bishop, as I finish my remarks, I want to say to you, you live in a nation of 400 million guns, but yet poverty prevails. But there are 400 million guns. You live in a nation that has 45% of the guns in the world. You live in a nation that is larger than New Zealand and Australia, United Kingdom and France, and they issued restrictive laws after their mass murders, and they brought down mass killings. You live in a world that teddy bears and hugs are replaced by caskets and body bags. You live in a world where our children know the words and live in killing fields that was last used in Vietnam. And so I announce today, as chair of the Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security Committee, we will go back to Washington. And we will put on the floor first, as we go back to Washington, we will mark up in my committee on June 2nd. We'll get there as fast as we can. Gun bills that will include red flags, storage bills, time frames for waiting periods. We will mark up gun bills, and they will be on the floor of the House in the immediacy of our returning. We will tell the Senate that you need to pass these bills because the House is going to pass them, because we have to do that thing called markup. And we will do so. We are coming back to do it. And we will have gun bills for America to see. And I will say, Democrats, that I will ask my Republican colleagues to stand with us. And we will go to the floor, and if we have to do it on our lonely, courageous self. And I don't use the word courageous to get any kind of compliment. I use it because if someone needs courage, I will help them get it so that they can pass these bills. And finally, we'll take my committee down to Uvalde when it is appropriate to hold a congressional hearing to hear the pain and story of these families so that Congress can do more. We don't need to stop here. We need to do more for our teachers. I just, in my notes, by saying, do I want to live in a country with poverty and 400 million guns? Do I want to live in a country that has 45% of the world's guns, including weapons of war and body armor? No, I want to live in a place of peace. And I want to live in a place where my teachers can teach as they will, to make the presidents and congresspersons and mayors and fellow teachers and lawyers and astronauts and just plain wonderful people. I want to give you that. And I want to secure you And since I have this podium, my message to the governor of the state of Texas: stop giving empty press conferences, nothingless burgers, stop funding marades and falsities at the border, and come secure our schools. Robb Elementary School and their lack of a resource officer, Governor, is on your shoulders. Your failure to fund our urban and rural and small schools, it is on your shoulders. May God be with us. May God bless us. May peace come. May we have courage to stand as we should.
Sheila Jackson Lee, representative in Texas, calling out the governor for his response in this shooting, and also in response to this weekend's NRA Convention, which is being held in Houston. He is expected to have a press conference. That's the governor, Abbott. He is expected to have a press conference later this afternoon at Uvalde High School after he has a briefing with state agencies, local officials, and community members. So we will be carrying that later here today. Some viewers going off to our final 2-minute break of this hour as we continue listening in here inside of City Hall as Houston leaders are speaking on gun violence.
We stand here today in support of our friends and neighbors whose lives are forever changed. We offer our deepest condolences and pray that the community will find the comfort they deserve to know. Sadly, our prayers aren't doing enough. As part of this rich and incredible Houston faith community, we stand together to urge our political leaders to enact change immediately. While we are grateful for the freedoms and privileges of this country, access to weapons has become rampant. Our children should have the right to safe, protected, and secured schools. Our teachers, who serve as our greatest resources, should never fear for their lives by walking into their places of employment. Now is the time to act. We can't wait another moment longer. Jewish tradition teaches us that each life is to be valued and cherished. Within our interfaith communities, we understand the value of choosing life. We can't uphold these commitments while purchasing a weapon has become commonplace amongst too many who are not able to use them for anything but evil. There is a war in our country. It is harming innocent lives far too often. In times of war, we pray for shalom, for peace, wholeness, and well-being. We will continue to offer our prayers as we demand legal action. Let us pray for those parents who have lost their beloved children. Let us pray for the families of the fine educators. And let us all stand up to those who threaten our safety and security, and we pray that this will be God's will. Amen.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Scott. We appreciate you, and thank you, Ms. Dina Marks, with the Social Justice Committee, with the congregation as well. We appreciate you so very much, representing the synagogue and the Jewish faith today. We're honored, as has been mentioned, to have two presidents of two powerful teachers representative organizations with us. Ms. Becky Pringle represents the National Education Association. Let's welcome her at this time, Educators Association. Let's welcome her at this time. Thank you for being here.
Of all the civil rights for which this country has fought and died for 5,000 years, the right to learn is undoubtedly the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. So whatever you might think about the curtailment of other civil rights, you must fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn. Those powerful words by W.E.B. Du Bois captures the significance of education for our students in this country. But here we are in a moment where we are being called on to ensure they can simply live. And we're not just talking about those precious 19 lives in our schools. We're talking about the lives that are taken every single day in our communities all over this country due to gun violence. We're talking about people going about their business in a supermarket and subjected to racism and hate that's being spewed to divide us and stoke fear and distract us from the promise of this country. It is our collective responsibility to not just shed the tears that I know you shed with me. As a teacher for over 30 years, as a mother of 2, as a grandmother to a 10-year-old I could not explain it to, and a 2.5-year-old that you and I owe more than what we have given them. But here's what I believe. We all cannot stand in that sorrow. We have to believe in hope. The plausibility of the possible when we come together and see the humanity in every one of our students, in every one of our communities, and we stand together and say, no more. No more. We will lift up our voices together and we will demand better for our students. We will stand together and we will protect our students. We will fight together until we get this done. I heard David Hogue say a couple of years ago, we're not done yet.
Not done yet. That's right.
It is our shared responsibility to wrap ourselves around our babies and make sure they can live and they can grow and they can thrive. That is our shared responsibility, our moral obligation. And I have no doubt that you will join the 3 million members of the National Education Association, this nation's largest union. You will rise up with us and you will be worthy of our children. I want to join me by my side, Mr. Jitu Brown from Journey for Justice, who understands how important the community is in this work. Brother Jitu.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Thank you. I can listen to my sister Becky all day. But I think I'm reminded of a quote by one of our great ancestors, Mary McLeod Bethune. She said, I am a mother's daughter, and the drums of Africa still beat in my heart, and they will not let me rest until every child has an opportunity to prove their worth. And she walked that walk. She lived that life. We have a lot of rhetoric today, but we're being shown the mirror. The mirror is we have failed our young people. And what I would ask of you, because I agree with Brother Dixon, as you laid out the policy platform, I have nothing more to add to that except for one thing. We cannot let gun manufacturers off the hook because they are profiting off of flooding our communities with weapons. 60% of the guns that are in Chicago come from outside gun shops. So there is an industry of death that looks at our young people and profits. So there should be fines all the way up to shutting them down if they continue to flood our communities with these resources. But we must also recognize that there's one thing that is common with the young person in Chicago that's willing to do a drive-by, or the young person in Houston that's willing to do a carjacking, or the young person that is young and white and disillusioned and will walk into a school and take lives. There is one thing that is common, and that is hopelessness. It's hopelessness, which means that our institutions and our communities that are supposed to prepare our children to stand on our shoulders are failing. We cannot believe in America's rhetoric without looking at America's reality. I'm from the south side of Chicago. I've gone to many funerals. I've raised thousands of young people. I've won some and I've lost some. And what I'm saying to us is that that hopelessness is fed not with love and resources, but it is fed with guns and drugs. And we have to be men and women enough. We have to have a stiff enough spine to look in the mirror, face our ugly, and realize that there is a interest in our young people not making it. And we have to be warriors for justice. This is a punk-free zone. There are no punks allowed here. We have to be warriors at this moment. And so not zero tolerance on black and brown children. So we're not going to push our children out of schools anymore. Zero tolerance for racism. Zero tolerance for hate. And if that's your agenda, come see us. That's what it has to be. This is a warrior moment because we are failing our young people. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, Bishop, we ain't done yet.
Yeah, we ain't done yet. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pringle. Thank you, G2. We appreciate that. We're going to move as rapidly as we can. We're thankful to have today with us is Crystal Green, Congressman Green's office here. Is he ready? All right. Yeah, Crystal Webster is going to have our Congressman Al Green to greet us and speak, and then we're moving to Senator John Whitmire from, of course, the state, and we thank him for being here, as well as State Representatives Ron Reynolds and Jarvis Johnson, and they will divide their time however they decide to do that. We're honored to have Congressman Green on the line. Congressman?
Thank you, Bishop Dixon. Thank you very much for all that you've done. This is absolutely necessary. I thank the mayor, the clergy, my colleague Jackson Lee, Randy, and all of the members of various associations associated with education. And I thank the other elected officials who will be speaking. Bishop, Dr. King reminded us that the truest measure of a person is not where the person stands in times of comfort and convenience, when all is well in your world, but where do you stand in times of challenge and controversy? Where do you stand when churches are having their congregants murdered in church? Where do you stand when school children are being murdered in classrooms? Where do you stand when businesses have to acquire security because people are being murdered in places of business? Where do you stand? Well, here's where I stand, Bishop. I stand for an FBI investigation into what happened to those babies down there in Uvalde, because, Bishop, we need to know what happened and the FBI can find out. This is where I stand, Bishop.
Yes. Yes.
I stand for red flag laws that you mentioned. But not only do I stand for them, I have voted for red flag laws. I have stand for and I have voted for universal background check. I stand for closing the gun show loophole. I stand for training before you can buy a gun. I stand for banning assault weapons because they belong in places of war where the persons are there to supervise those who handle them, not on the streets of the United States of America.
Yes.
I stand opposed to a twice impeached president coming to Houston to tell us what we need to do about guns on our streets. We don't need a twice impeached president to do this. I stand opposed to the presence of a former twice impeached president, Donald Trump. I stand for letting you know that today I sent that letter to the FBI, Bishop. All right. I sent that letter to the FBI requesting the FBI to investigate. I did it not only as a member of Congress, but also as a person who is the leader of the Texas Democratic delegation. But finally, here's where I stand. I am brief because you asked that we be brief. There's much more that I'd like to say. I stand for liberty and justice for all, not just for some. I don't stand for liberty and justice for people because of their color, because of their religion.
Right.
I don't stand for it because of their station in life. I stand for liberty and justice for all because they are human beings, children of the same God, and that God requires us to respect all of their lives.
Right.
That's where I stand. And finally, I want you to know that when I go back to Washington, I will continue the stand that I have taken. And I assure you that I will be voting for the things that you have suggested we vote for. And I pledge you that if for some reason virus that I have should take me to glory, I refuse to stop my fight. Even after death, I will continue to fight, and I will haunt the Congress of the United States of America until these bills pass. That's where I stand.
Thank you, Congressman.
Congressman Al Green calling in from the phone, making some remarks here as we've had a number of leaders, not only from Houston and not only from Texas, but across the United States, speaking out after this latest tragedy in Uvalde, Texas. Did pop up a triple box so you could see a live picture from Uvalde. That's in that upper right-hand box. We also have just outside of the convention center where the NRA is going to be holding their convention here this weekend, a rally now outside on gun control. We're watching live now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with us as we continue to bring you always the latest top stories coming to us from across the country. We're stepping away for a 2-minute break for some viewers watching here with us.
Reverend Dixon, others have laid out, Al Green just did, the issues before us. Timing is everything in the legislature. I've seen tough battles be won when we're prepared and we reach out. The mayor and I have been in many legislative battles that we won. Grand jury reform, decriminalizing school behavior. I could give you a long list. This can be another victory. I regularly in the legislature say we have to put a face on the issue. We can't be just words. In the budget committee, I asked, tell me the individuals that are going to be affected. How many folks will be taken off Medicaid with this amendment? You have to put a face on the issue. And unfortunately, the shooter gave us a face for gun reform. The 19 babies, the 2 teachers, it's on the front page of the national papers, our local paper. We need to take that face of the issue, those faces, to Austin. We need to today to demand Governor Abbott not wait till January when we meet in regular session. The people's capital is in Austin. We need to be there today and tomorrow. But we're not going to be successful if each and every one of you, everyone that can hear my voice, gets fired up. We're not going to do it alone. We've got to reach out. We've got to cross the aisle. We've got to get people that are normally not engaged in the legislative process. We have to put a face on the issue. So let's leave here today demanding a special session. Let's call the folks back to Austin. Let us have a grown-up discussion of the issues. I've tried to do the red flag bill the last 2 sessions. It would have been exactly needed for the shooter in Uvalde. He was giving outcries. He was talking on social media. That is the design of the red flag bill. Let's go to Austin, pass that. But I need you to be fired up. Let's leave here and talk to our friends, our neighbors, and our colleagues and be fired up. Thank you, Reverend Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And let me tell you, I could have somebody in my notes. The part that I did not read was to say to the governor, he seems to have no problems calling special sessions. And so we are going to unanimously send forth the clarion moral call. Surely 19 dead babies, 2 dead teachers, their blood screams from the ground. Please call a session in my name and change laws so that classrooms won't be death chambers for children ever again in Texas. Representative Reynolds.
Bishop Dixon, I have a news flash for you. Representative Johnson and I have already called Governor Abbott to call a special session. Enough is enough. Governor Abbott, as you recall, called special session after special session after special session after special session for voter suppression. And Bishop, you're right. Right now, it's easier to get a gun than it is to vote in this state. And Governor Abbott, I have some news for you. You know, you called out Chicago and New York and LA, but Texas has the unfortunate distinction of leading the nation over the last decade in mass shootings, in school shootings. Texas is #1. So we need common sense gun reforms, and we need it now. We don't need to wait. You know, the last time we had an unfortunate incident that of this magnitude was in Santa Fe, and we came back, we said, oh, we're gonna do something. And we came back, and you know what we did? We did permitless carry. We made it easier to get a gun. That's what we did. And so, you know what? I am calling on people of good conscience, and that's why I'm happy we have the faith-based community here. We pray for the victims and the families, and we're going to have to continue to do that. But I'm asking you all to pray for those in authority. As the Bible says, pray for Governor Abbott, pray for Lieutenant Governor Patrick, pray for my Republican colleagues, because they need the courageous conscience to stand up to the NRA, just like we're doing now. They need the courageous conscience to do the right thing for the American and for Texans. Right. We cannot continue to have hopes and prayers alone, Bishop Dixon. We need action and we need policies. No, we can't eliminate it all, but if we can save one life, and I'll close with this, Bishop. When a few days ago, I went to my children's elementary school who were matriculating from the 5th to the 6th grade. I was in tears because I realized that there were parents who would never be able to do that in Uvalde. There are parents who will never be able to walk their kids down the aisle. There are parents who will never be able to see their kids graduate. We owe it to them and millions of others to come up with the reforms that are laid out. So thank you, faith-based community and other elected officials, and God bless this state.
Let me thank Bishop Dixon and the mayor and all the elected officials and the clergy that are assembled here today. Excuse me. Governor Abbott, do your damn job. Do your job. 246 people died in the freeze. Not one special session was called. In the last 4 years, over 70 children have died by the hands of guns in schools. You did not call a special session. Three people voted illegally over the last 10 years, and you called a special session. Wow. You sat up here and you said this is not a time to be political, but you're a politician. You're sitting here and I'm listening to my colleagues across the aisle say, this is not a time to be political, but you're a politician. Everybody who was on that stage were elected officials that were elected to do a job and to create laws that protects Texans. In the last of the top 10 deadliest shootings in America, Texas owns 5 of them. 5 of them we own. It's nothing to be proud of. And so it is imperative that we go back to the State House today to come with policies that will protect our children, not to harden schools, not to arm teachers. Police officers who were trained for months on end, who've been on the force for years, stood outside for an hour. While untrained teachers who are not peace officers were inside protecting children. And yet your call is to give teachers guns, or your call is to lock children in buildings to create school prisons? That is not the answer. If you want to support the families that were affected by this tragedy, yes, let's pray for them. They need our prayers, but more importantly, they need our action. So that we can give them some type of solace that says that we will make sure that not another child has to endure this. When tragedy falls at your footstep, all of a sudden you become a little more empathetic. And unfortunately, tragedy has not fallen at their footsteps, and so they don't have the empathy to be able to call, because they don't see themselves in those children, because their children do not go to public school. The NRA's children does not go to public school. And so that's why it's not necessary to have laws that affect school children because you're focused on your private schools. That's why you want money to follow the child. The time is now. Governor Abbott, when I and my colleagues left this state to fight for the rights of Texans to have the ability to vote, you and all your colleagues told me to come back and do your job. Now I'm telling you, do your job.
Representing thank you, both representatives. Representing the Muslim community today, we're so grateful to have Zafta here, who's also on the City Planning Commission. Zaf, would you come please? And after Zaf, we'll have Lacey Wolf representing our unions, because we got 8 different unions represented here on today. We appreciate all of labor supporting this cause for justice and for peace. Receive Zafta here.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. I stand before you here as a proud member of Houston Planning Commission, appointed by the Mayor and City Council. I also stand here as a proud Muslim American. When does destruction become mass destruction? I ask you that. When does a weapon become weapon of mass destruction? We have seen wars fought all over the world for weapons of mass destruction that were never really there. But we know where weapons of mass destruction are. They're right here. Isn't 19 loss of life mass destruction? What would make us realize that we have an arms industry, an ammunition industry, the ease of purchase, the availability of ammunition that is not seen anywhere else in the world? Even in the areas where you have raging civil wars, the ease of buying a weapon by simply walking into a storefront is never found anywhere else like it is found here in this country and nowhere else in the history of mankind. So I, as a Muslim American, as a proud Houstonian, call upon my elected officials, my governor, my state legislature. We have heard from Senator Whitmire. Let's follow their advice. They know it is not a Democratic or Republican issue. It's not a Jewish issue. It's not a Muslim issue. It's not a Christian issue. It's not a Hindu or a Sikh issue. It's a human issue. Right. Safety is a basic human right. We are the champions of human rights. Right. I want my human right to be safe. Bishop Dixon, thank you for organizing this, and thank you for collecting all of us under one roof, always. Thank you.
Lacey Wolf will come now representing our labor, our friends in labor. Thank you so very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Bishop Dixon, for inviting us. Thank you for being a strong supporter of unions and everything that you do.
Absolutely.
And also, we'd like to thank Mayor Turner for putting this together and allowing us to be here. I'm Lacey Wolf, and I'd like to also let you know that I'm represented not only by the national unions, but our state unions, and of course all my sisters and brothers here who are supporting us. And what I have in my hand is what we came together the past 2 days to put together to let you know where the unions stand on this issue. All right. We want the nation to know that many union members are proud gun owners. We have long-standing traditions of using guns responsibly for hunting, recreation, and personal protection. But we also know the U.S. has more mass shootings than any other industrialized nation, by far. Let's be clear. The extremism of the gun lobby, the NRA, and politicians like Greg Abbott had led us here. After El Paso, Odessa Midland, and Santa Fe, they told us never again. They told us hardening our schools, increasing police on campus, and arming teachers would protect our kids. They said they'd keep us safe, but none of it has worked. As a parent who has lost children, not like this, but you don't know what you feel. I understand the missing feeling in your heart and I can just imagine what these parents are going through. And I believe Representative O'Rourke, when he went up to that dais, he felt the same thing. He felt he was taking what every one of these parents wanted to say to them, and what he was I'm sorry, I'm a construction worker, so that's how it's going to come out.
These are just preachers.
I'm sorry, Reverend. That makes it a labor issue. We must act now. We can start. You want to do something, just something simple, Governor Abbott. Repeal the law that you put into place that lets an 18-year-old have a gun. Let's do the background checks, gun safety education, secure gun storage. That doesn't infringe on anybody's liberty. Judges should be able to restrict gun access to those they deem a danger. It should not, like we've said, be as easy for an 18-year-old to buy a semi-automatic as it is a video game. These are common sense measures. The carnage has got to stop. Gulf Coast unions demand that our elected officials work together across party lines in the interest of all working people. Union members demand change that keeps our workplaces and communities safe. And just like Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee said, let's ask for peace, but let's see this peace in our lifetime. Yeah. We want gun safety, and we want it now.
We are nearing our conclusion. We've got a couple more speakers. One, of course, our Councilwoman Carolyn Evans-Shabazz, and then a faith leader, too, and we're going to close this conference out. Thank you for your patience with us today on this very, very, very important issue.
And as they continue to bring up more speakers, do want to remind our viewers we are on top of the latest evolving not only here in Texas but across the country. I am sending some of you out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue listening into these final remarks inside of Houston City Hall on gun violence when you return.
Acknowledge my colleague Sally Alcorn, at-large Council Member 5. And I just want to say a few things. I am the Council Member Carolyn Evans-Shabazz from the District of Destination. And I wanted to keep it from becoming the district of destruction because of gun violence. What concerns me, and I didn't coin this phrase, is that we cannot be temporarily outraged. I looked at the voting statistics from the last election. There are over 2 million people registered to vote, yet on the Republican side, there were about 116,000, and on the Democratic side, 72,000. We will never change the leadership until we take the onus to get out and vote. I want to say, Governor, how can you sleep at night knowing that you can change these irresponsible gun laws? We cannot regulate mindsets and mental illness, but we can regulate access to guns. I want to say, how can we be concerned about the womb and yet do not keep our children from going prematurely to the tomb? Yes. Yes. And I heard someone say that we cannot change it overnight. Well, technically you are correct. But Tuesday, November the 8th of 2022 can begin that change. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Carolyn Evans-Shabazz. And at this time, we're going to hear from Mr. Robert Williams, who would push democracy forward, and then Reverend Shanks, who's speaking on behalf of Dr. Max Miller and other pastors as well. Receive with me at this time Mr. Robert Williams, push democracy forward.
Thank you, Bishop. We've had some wonderful speakers here today, wonderful, powerful speakers, and I think I was touched most by Madam President when she said, there is another way. Speaking of Governor Abbott, there is another way. And Bishop, I'd like to take a different angle on that and tell Governor Abbott, your way is not working. Your way's not working. We've watched you pour resources into the schools. We've watched you try to turn them into fortresses and castles. We watch you sign into legislation open carry and then constitutional carry. It's not working.
Right.
So let's try another way. I know we're all leaders that are solution-based here. What's the other way? Go look at Belgium. Go look at Canada. Go look at Germany. Go look at France. Those who have gun violence rates that are 80% less. 80% less than what we have here. Governor Abbott, your way is not working. Let's try something else.
Well said. Well said.
First, we're giving honor to God. We want to thank our bishop, our friend, for bringing leadership to this. Let me say on behalf of Dr. Max Miller and on behalf of a sage in this community, Dr. F.N. Williams. My grandfather taught us real early in life that an education is important. And being that he had only acquired the 3rd grade, he was both a pastor and a preacher and a farmer. But he said to us, and it's ironic that he would use this, he said, "Bullet, listen to me. You can get a formal education all you want, that's wonderful. But if God doesn't bless you with common sense, you're about as ignorant as they're not on their law." I say to America, I say to our elected officials, 89% of Americans, I didn't say Democrats, I said 89% are demanding common sense law. And I'm leaving. I got up this morning, the great-grandchildren came over, and my wife, one Sadie, looked at me and she said, "Oh, what do you think about the children?" She's 10.
Wow. She's 10 years old.
And she said, "Where you going?" I said,
Yeah.
God bless you, Pastor. God bless you, man.
Bless you. I am, as all of you touched, we have had a plethora of speakers, and everybody here is a speaker. And so there's always a challenge to decide which speakers will not get a chance to verbally be heard. But your presence has said more than you can ever understand. And I want to thank you for being here today, for spending your time here today. I want to thank Judy Faustin for assembling our media today. Give her a hand with Faustin International. I want to thank Linda Brown for coordinating media here at the site, for the mayor and for our city, as well as Mary Benton. All of these persons play a big role. Crystal Jackson in our office, thank you so very much. And Tanya is here, my sister. But let me close with this. Janice Weaver, thank you so much always for helping us to do what we have to do. Now, when I call those names, I thought y'all were going to clap for those people, because without them, none of this happens. My father is to my right. Elder James Dixon is sitting over to my right, and I want to say something as we close today. Bishop Kenneth Murray, thank you so very much. Our parents raised us in church, and we sing a song, "Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Red and yellow, black and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world." We grew up believing that, understanding that. Then I went to school and we sang, "This land is your land. This land is my land." From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made for you and me. And then I grew up. I grew up and discovered, Angela, Raven, that that's not what everyone believes. Everyone doesn't believe that God loves all the little children of the world. Bishop De La Grande, some people believe that God loves some children, but not all children. Some people believe that this land was not made for you and me. And so today I close with these words. I'm trying to reach out, Senator Whitmire, to all of our brothers and sisters in public office and in pulpits to say, can we come back to the fundamental truth that God is the maker of us all? And when you do see Jesus, if you do, his question would be, how did you think you could love God whom you've never seen, and you don't love your brothers and sisters whom you see every day? It's a call, a moral call. We need a special session now. It's a moral call so that we can prove to our children and our children's children that Jesus loves all the children of the world. And classrooms will not be death rooms. They will become life rooms because we'll pass laws that looks like God's love. Thank you for being here. May God bless each one of you. Thank you, media, for your patience on today. Thank you.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to show you a picture from inside of the convention center. We will be having this kick off at 2 p.m. local time. So that's coming up here in just about 20 more minutes. Opening remarks, we will be carrying them for you here on Live Now from Fox, hoping that they do address some of the issues that have been happening, especially addressing the latest mass shooting inside of an elementary school in Texas. You can see crowds have gathered outside of that convention center to hold a rally talking about gun control, gun violence, and a lot of remarks being made by familiar faces. Not only did we see up on the stage one of Harris County's judges, but we did also see Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, and of course someone who we'd heard from a little bit earlier, that was David Hogg, who is a gun control activist after his high school saw the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida, where 19 of his classmates were killed. So right here, again, this is a live picture coming to us from Houston. So many people coming out, drawing attention to taking action when it comes to responding to this unfortunate event in gun control. So we're gonna be bringing you more of those speeches that have been made out here in Houston. Also, as I mentioned, gonna be keeping track of more stories. We've even had a gun safety roundtable that's already happened here today. That's gonna be coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Much more to come here after we come back from this 2-minute break.
Jess, who lost their daughter on Tuesday. Her daughter's name is Alithia. I had never heard that name before. I will never forget it for as long as I live. Walking into their kitchen, Alithia's balloons from her 10th birthday were still clinging to the ceiling, still helium in them. Her bed, as she left it that morning, still unmade. Her little sister, Akila, her little brother, Jonah, running around the house, not understanding yet what had happened to their sister. And their mother, Jess, asked two things of me, of all of us. She said, I don't want anyone to ever forget that my little girl lived. I want them to know that she was the most beautiful child, so happy and so talented and gifted. There were her paintings and drawings all over the house, in the living room, in the kitchen, on every surface that you could find. And she was right. She was extraordinarily gifted and talented. I want you to remember Alithia. I want Jess and Ryan and that family to know that their child will always live with us for as long as we live. We will pass her story and her name down to the generations that follow us. We will never forget them. We will never forget Uvalde. We will always remember. The second thing she asked is that we do everything that we can with what we have, where we are, so that no mother ever feels as she does right now, ever has to experience the grief and the loss that they are feeling right now at this moment. And I say that because there are some, including those who've lost those who are most dear to them, who will say it is too soon for us to talk about what we are going to do to prevent this from ever happening again. But I hope that you agree with me that the time for us to have stopped Uvalde was right after Sandy Hook. The time for us to have stopped Uvalde was right after Parkland. The time for us to have stopped Uvalde was right after Santa Fe High School. The time for us to stop the next mass shooting in this country is right now, right here, today, with every single one of us. So, to the people of Uvalde, and to those everywhere, in El Paso, in Sutherland Springs, in Midland, Odessa, in Houston, Texas, to those who've lost somebody, but because it happens so much in this country, it has numbed us, and their names never made the newspaper. They may never be remembered. To those who still live with their wounds from gun violence, disabled today, not able to live as they did the day before, I want you to know that not only are we with you right now, we are taking action at this very moment. That is on all of us to do. To those who are attending the NRA convention across the street, you are not our enemies. We are not yours. We extend our hand open and unarmed in a gesture of peace and fellowship to welcome you to join us to make sure that this no longer happens in this country. But the time for you to respond and to join us is now. We cannot wait any longer for you. Those who will be the victims of the next mass shooting, unless we act, are counting on us at this moment. So please join us now or be left behind. To the leadership of the NRA and to those politicians that you have purchased, to those men and women in positions of power who care more about your power than using that power to save the lives of those that you are supposed to serve. If you have done anything, it is the fact that you have brought us here together and that we are committing ourselves to act. We will defeat you and we will overcome you and we will leave you behind. And finally, To those who are here, and to those who are watching from home right now, we are counting on each other. Our kids are counting on us. Our descendants are looking back on this moment from the future to see if we are going to stand and fight for them or leave them to be slaughtered. We cannot be found wanting. There are rituals on the other side of this, press conferences where they blame everyone and everything but those who are responsible for the carnage that we see in our communities, offering thoughts and prayers, but never a word of action. But let us acknowledge that we have our own rituals right here among us. Too many have chosen comfort over confrontation. Too many are satisfied with themselves and those who think like them instead of engaging with those they've never met before who may come to a different conclusion on this issue. It is time for us to break these rituals and to decide what we are going to do different, because if we continue to do the same thing in the same way and expect a different result, that is the very definition of insanity. So I ask you, for those in power and who hold office right now and who are in the way and refuse to act, please promise me you will get in their faces before another child is shot in their face. Join me in getting after it and going out there and meeting the voters who will decide the outcome of this election in the most suppressed and voter-intimidated state in the Union, where so many people have been drawn out of our democracy. We've got to be on their doors and invite them into this next election, because the lives of our kids are literally on the ballot. Let us commit ourselves right now to doing the hardest things that we can think of, because nothing about this will be easy. And we want to make sure that no parent goes through the hardest thing that any of us could possibly experience, what those parents are going through in Uvalde right now. But also know this: action is the antidote to despair. It is the key to victory, and it is necessary if we are ever to overcome this. Are you willing to act? Keep the faith, keep up the fight, and let us always do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Beto. Make way, make way, make way. There are too many people on the stage. Excuse me, y'all. Can I get everybody to step back except for the children?
Beto O'Rourke making some remarks here. Again, this rally being held just outside of the convention center, where we are just a few more minutes away, approximately 10 from the start of that convention happening. Live Now from Fox going to keep track of everything happening here, not only in Houston, also in Uvalde, where we are expecting to have very soon, also coming up, Governor Greg Abbott. He's going to be making some remarks as well on his latest meeting, not only with some of our Texas leaders, but also those community members in Uvalde who are grieving the loss of those 21 individuals. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to continue to keep you on top of the latest happening out of Texas. Our shot did come back outside of the convention center. You can see crowds just everywhere on the streets. They're also around that stage that's set up, and also standing just outside those convention doors where individuals would be walking in. So we're going to be keeping you on top of all of these different images we're having coming to us from Texas when we come back here from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A lot of images coming to us from Houston, Texas, not only from outside of the convention center, but also inside of the convention center as well. We do have many people who are here protesting not only the NRA, but also gun violence that we have seen on the rise across our country. Live Now from Fox is going to be inside of the convention with you, bringing some of those open remarks. Hopefully those leaders going to take the opportunity to address this mass shooting that took place on Tuesday after a gunman took the lives of 21 people. We're also expected some remarks from a number of other officials and leaders across the United States at that NRA convention. We'll be keeping track of it here for you, just as we are with all of our shots. We also have a shot coming to us out of Uvalde, Texas. You can see here a memorial, another one set up around this fountain, and individuals continue to bring flowers and stuffed animals, balloons. They are putting them around this fountain at the crosses that have those individuals. Again, each and every single one are being represented here. So we saw one outside of the elementary school with the names across the crosses, and here yet again another memorial set up in honor of those who were tragically taken on Tuesday from that mass shooting. So we are expecting out of Uvalde later this afternoon a press conference with Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He is going to be speaking with some leaders as well as some of the officials there. So we're going to be bringing that press conference to you a little bit later this afternoon. We'll also be inside of the NRA conference, but I want to take us into a press conference coming to us from Florida. I know that seems odd, but it is related to what's been happening in Texas. We heard from earlier one of the gun control activists who was a survivor of the Parkland High School shooting after a gunman had taken the lives of 19 students there. Well, one of the students, her father, is speaking out with sheriffs in Florida, talking about gun violence and gun control. I'm going to go ahead and put that into a box here for all of us to not only listen in to what they had to say about the latest developments, but also to continue to keep an eye on all these shots we have coming to us from Uvalde, from Houston, Texas, where we do have that convention and rally happening. So a lot of things to be bringing you. Thankfully, all you have to do is tune in here. We keep it all up to date here for you. Let's go ahead, listen in with Sheriff Grady Judd as he's speaking with that Parkland father who lost his daughter just a few years ago.
Several of you have had several requests, and so I will be dealing with at least two topics today. But let me first introduce you to Ryan and Kelly Petty. I first met Ryan whenever we were both appointed to the Marjory Stoneman Douglas Commission. And the reason for the commission and the reason we got to meet was because their beautiful 14-year-old daughter, Elena, was tragically murdered at Marjory Stoneman Douglas on February the 14th, 2018. So shortly after that horrible event, I met Ryan and Kelly, and we have grown to be great friends. In fact, they moved from Broward County to Polk County, and they have agreed to be with us today. The questions that I've received are about the horrible tragedy of the shooting in Texas, where once again an elementary school was shot up and children died and school teachers died. And I can tell you that I'm mortified, I'm heartbroken. I think, but for the grace of God, it could have been any one of us and our children or grandchildren, and it has been for Kelly and Ryan. I've also stopped speculating, or not speculated, because the initial information that comes out, and as you all know, you're in the news business, is piecemeal and suspect at best, and the validity of it, we can never be sure of. It normally takes a week or so for everything to calm down until you get at least a trend of what's accurate. But what I do know is I watched the press conference like many of you did, where the spokesman clearly and unequivocally said the doors weren't locked, and he was in the school for an hour before they neutralized the threat. That is unacceptable. So I have agreed to speak and give you some direction on what I believe should have happened based on the best information I have and the training that we have. Once again, Governor Rick Scott was in office at the time when the horrible shooting occurred, and within 3 weeks, because the legislative session was in progress, we had the Marjory Stoneman Douglas law, and it required a lot of things. Most of the things that it required, quite frankly, in Polk County, we were already doing. I have worked closely with the school system, and in fact, I've contracted some of my people. I'm in charge of the safe schools. We have this philosophy here, and the philosophy is simply this: when you take your children to school healthy and well in the morning, you have every right and expectation to receive them back in the afternoon in the same healthy state that you delivered them to school in the morning. I took 3 of my grandchildren to school this week after that horrible tragedy, and as they walked onto campus, I saw a guardian. I saw police officers because their schools are in the city. And why is that? It's because the legislature in Florida and the governor acted. But I always say this, and I underscore this: the last school district in the state of Florida to come into compliance was the Broward County School District. Did you hear what I said? Where the shooting took place, we as a commission, and later on through a grand jury, had to force Broward County to do some things that they should have, and we had varying amounts of trouble on the commission getting other school districts to comply with state law. So why do I say all of that? Quite frankly, because I'm not surprised with that police response. It was a very small community in a very rural part of the state. And what we find overwhelmingly still today, after Columbine, Sandy Hook, Virginia Tech, Parkland, and to name just a few, people are in denial. It can't ever happen here. I will say this, and quite frankly, I hope you can prove me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of the school districts in this country, the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in this country are not equipped and trained to deal with an active assailant, an active shooter, to the level that they need to be. And you can always improve. So I wasn't surprised that the doors were unlocked. I wasn't surprised. I was saddened about the response. Let me tell you clearly and unequivocally, the training in Florida, and I'll speak specifically here, and I'm thankful for the Florida legislature. I'm thankful for the people of the state of Florida and the support. But if you come to a school in this county armed, we're going to do our best through either our guardians, our school resource officers, or our school resource deputy sheriffs to eliminate the threat outside of the school before they ever get to the children. We're trained to do that. Now, if you have trouble understanding that, let me give it to you in Polk County vernacular. This is the last thing you'll see before we put a bullet through your head if you're trying to hurt our children. We're going to shoot you graveyard dead if you come onto a campus with a gun threatening our children or shooting at us. Now, quite frankly, here's the deal. We're going to charge directly to the threat. There's no mustering, there's no gathering up. We go individually to the threat and engage it. That's what we train for. Why do we train like that? if they're shooting at us, they're not shooting at the children. Now, we don't want to be shot either, but given the choice of being shot and killed on the ground or those children dying, we'll die every time. When you turn your children over to us at the schools, they are our children all day long. And that's how we respond. That's how our training responds. Quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, an hour until they engage the shooter, that is absolutely unequivocally unacceptable. But you have to train for that. You have to have the equipment immediately. You have to work at pushing through. It's hard to run into gunfire. If you've never had that opportunity, and the world hasn't, I can tell you, it's not fun. I have been there way back in the day. It wasn't fun then. It's not fun now. It's not supposed to be fun, but we're going in and eliminating the threat, period. When somebody starts as an active shooter, they're an active shooter. Just because their shooting pauses doesn't let them off the hook. We're going to protect the schools, the businesses. But let me underscore this denial issue, folks. When the threat is there and you dial 911 on that cell phone, we're too late. We know by studying and research the average police response is plus 5 minutes. The average shooter is 0 to 5 minutes. Just look at the numbers. When seconds count, minutes don't make any difference. I'm grateful for the legislature. I'm grateful that they passed the legislation for the Guardian program. I'm going to turn the podium over to my friend Ryan Petty, and I'm going to let him say what's on his heart, because as bad as it is, he and Kelly are the subject matter experts here. Oh, by the way, Ryan went through our Guardian training because he wanted to audit it and see if he believed it met the standards and the requirements to keep children safe. And I'll let him talk about that. And the Guardian program emanated from our Sentinel program that I had put in place years before and offered to the public schools, offered to the state colleges, and offered to the private colleges. Only the private colleges took me up on it. But after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, they took my Sentinel program, added 12 hours to it, and inculcated it in Florida law, and it's now the Guardian program. Right?
Thank you, Sheriff. You know, I've been pretty vocal on social media the last few days about the tragedy that we're learning more about each day in Uvalde, and my heart goes out to the families of the victims. I've watched the video. I've watched the failures, and my heart breaks. It would appear, and again, Sheriff Judd is right, and these things take time. It took us months on the MST Commission to understand what happened in Parkland and where the failures were and how to address those failures. But I can tell you, the simple act of locking that door at that school, all of those kids and those teachers might be alive today. And law enforcement could have addressed that threat outside of that school building, outside of that classroom. It's the little simple things, like locking doors, that can make all the difference. And it's heartbreaking to know how easily he got onto that campus and into that classroom. Now, we may never know exactly why he chose that school as a target, because he's no longer with us anymore, because eventually, after an hour or more, A tactical team went in and did what should have been done immediately. They took out the threat, and they stopped the killing. But my belief is he chose that elementary school because he was a student in that school district, and he understood that the elementary schools did not have school district police officers on campus. He knew that that school would be unarmed and unable to respond. We'll have to wait for the investigation to unfold to figure out whether or not I'm right. But my guess is he picked it because he knew it was a soft, easy target. So let's talk about the Guardian program for just a moment. One of the things that's very different about Florida than what we see in Texas, and my understanding is only 30% of the districts in Texas allow their teachers and staff to be armed on campus. And I still don't know to this day whether Uvalde Independent School District is one of those districts or not, but my belief is they aren't. The Guardians are that last line of defense. And as the sheriff mentioned, and the best case, law enforcement is going to get to the scene of these horrific tragedies after several minutes. The killing's over by the time responding law enforcement gets there. In fact, a Secret Service study of school attacks showed that of 42 attacks, they studied 42 attacks, only one was stopped by responding law enforcement, and that was because they were actually there on campus that day doing a drug sweep. It's too late for responding law enforcement to get to these killers. They're already doing their heinous deed. So we need guardians. The sheriff said, I went through that Guardian training because I wanted to understand for myself. I wanted to be able to stand in front of the people in the state of Florida and say with 100% assurance, I know the training is good. I know the training is effective. And I would be happy to send my kids to a school that had guardians in that school. Because I went through with a group of teachers, and I'm not going to say which school they belong to, and I'm not going to give out names or anything like that, but I know they're prepared and ready and willing to run to the threat and take out the threat. And they're capable of doing that. So I will leave it at that. We'll see how the investigation in Uvalde unfolds over the next several days. There's a lot to learn, but I think if I could offer some advice to that law enforcement agency, Sheriff, it would be they need to be very clear about what they know and what they don't know, and what they don't know they shouldn't be guessing in front of the public at this point. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Sheriff.
You know, it's interesting when you look, that is a very large county with a very small population. Normally, small communities with small police departments have small funding. But at the end of the day, the training is what makes the difference. And quite frankly, we can never guarantee that there will never be another active shooter or active assailant. But if we do things that cost virtually nothing, locking the doors, everything we do lowers the probabilities of success for the active shooter. So what we're trying to do is lower the probabilities of one, it occurring, and two, them being successful, and three, if somebody is injured, we're able to quickly mitigate it before more people are injured or killed. So with that, we'll take any questions you have on this topic.
You've got a number of calls saying, I want to be a guardian now. Can you give me a sense of how many calls, what people are saying, and are you suggesting that even more people step forward?
Certainly. We always receive calls about what can I do, what can I do, what can I do. Now this may seem the inappropriate time. I suggest it's the perfect time. Why don't you come be a law enforcement officer? Why don't you put yourself where your mouth is? There's very few law enforcement agencies in this country that are full staffed because of the environment today. You know, we had the hate on the cops and the defund the police. That was pretty cool. I watched all around the nation these places wanting to defund the cops At the same time, the cops were standing in the gap between good and evil to protect them and keep them safe. Well, that's just crazy talk by crazy people. But we need help. In the state of Florida, every public school, every charter school has either a guardian, a law enforcement officer, either a sheriff's deputy or a police officer on the campus. Come join us. Be a guardian. We'll train you. We'll pay you. Be a law enforcement officer. Because even if you're not protecting a campus at that moment in time, law enforcement officers are out here standing between good and evil and protecting you every day. So come do it. That's how we can make a positive difference. That's how we can change.
So, Sheriff, you mentioned small counties have small funding, but obviously there's merit to single entry campuses, video verification when somebody comes in, having a guardian. Would you like to see, and maybe Patty's could comment about this too, about would you like to see a federal mandate funding to support that?
Well, there has been grant money available, and there is some grant money available. But what we have to see first is we have to see a society, a community that stands up together and goes, hey, you know, this is real. You know, the statistical probabilities of your child ever being hurt in a school shooting are minuscule. But numbers don't matter when it's your child. And I tell my staff and our guardian staff, and that's what we say all across the state of Florida, we prepare every day for the horrible thought that there may be an active shooter. And we pray that there's not one. We don't want that. Even with our best training, even if we find them in the parking lot, even if we stop the threat in the parking lot, that's not what we want. We want the people, when they see something or hear something, they say something. We want to find this active assailant back when they're doing their crazy talk on social media or telling their neighbor or their new best friend. We want to intervene. Now, what you don't see and what we're not going to talk about, every school district in this state and probably in this nation intervene multiples of times every year. We do. Thank God when you get to the bottom of it, it's a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old doing just stupid talk, that it's not for real. But we accept everyone on face value as a valid threat until we're able to deal with it otherwise. Because we don't know who is just mad and chattering on social media and who means what they say. So if you say it, we take that you mean it. And we want intervention. So we have layers of intervention. The schools are required to do a lot more detailed risk analysis. We have mental health services, and we're still working to make those more robust. We've not finished, we're not at the end game with security in the state of Florida, but we're light years ahead of most places in the United States.
Talking about school safety, especially when it comes to law enforcement's involvement and training ahead of incidents happening. We are still also keeping an eye on the convention happening in Houston. NRA meeting once again after a 2-year break. There's a big gun control rally outside of that convention center. Live now from Fox on top of all of those images coming to you. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break for some viewers as we continue to listen in here out of Florida on, again, school safety.
I'd love to see more funding for it. The complaint I hear from school districts sitting on the State Board of Education is we don't have enough funding for, you know, almost anything, they say, right? So more funding would be good. I typically don't like to see the strings that get attached from DC to these funding things, but if there were block grants and the funding would be used for guardians, then I would support that.
So, you know, I don't know if you saw the video, but both of you can probably speak to this better than anyone. The video I saw was heart-wrenching in that there were parents outside of that school who were begging to go in, who were insisting to go in. I believe one woman
I've learned to be careful because video doesn't always show all of the context, but that video made me angry. And I want to know what was going on out there. There was a lot of law enforcement standing outside that school, and it took an hour to stop this threat. Now, we've heard that most of the killing happened in the first few minutes, but we don't know that yet. And there could have been kids in that classroom that were still alive that needed for a first responder to reach them. And look, it's pretty clear the response was atrocious. And so we'll see. We'll see what the Texas DPS say today. But my heart goes out to those parents. I just can't believe what I was seeing. Couldn't believe it.
Sheriff, do you feel the same way when you initially heard that it took an hour?
Once again, and I'll reiterate what I said, what Mr. Petty has said, some of this information is still not accurate, but I think they pretty well nailed down the response was an hour. And that was 59 minutes and 59 seconds too slow. It's unacceptable. It's horrible. We challenge our deputies in training. How fast would you run in there if that were your child? That's how fast you have to run in there for all children, for all teachers. And you know what? They do. We have real simunition training where, to the extent that when we're in training, we use school classrooms when they're out of class. And we have actors that are children, that are adults, that are dressed up as law enforcement or are law enforcement officers, laying down so they have to, our deputies have to step over their dead bodies to engage the threat. We try to train so that they'll understand. You can't stop here. This person shot. You've got to go stop them from shooting the next one. And our prayer is that we're back here dealing with this person. If you see something, hear something, say something. At that point, you can knock on their door and they'll open it to you. And they're not in a rage with a gun and shooting. But at the end of the day, we train and we train and we train, and you have to. But the number one issue is the community, the school systems, and some law enforcement agencies in denial. It's not going to happen here. Well, I pray it doesn't. But
Sheriff, I'm a little surprised that you say that law enforcement agencies across the country don't train for this, because I thought Stage and Wait for Backup went away after Columbine.
the morning we watched Columbine on television, long before I was the sheriff, when I was commander here, I looked at my colleagues and I go, we quit staging this moment. And you must understand that law enforcement officers, by their nature, want to serve and they want to protect and they want to keep people safe. But you react to your training, and there has to be robust training and significant training, and some places can't afford it and don't. It's a little bitty community and they think it'll never happen here. Well, newsflash, let me take you back. When somebody will shoot up babies in a one-room schoolhouse in Amish country, out in the country, when you can be a victim of an active assailant there, you can be an active assailant victim any place. So at the end of the day, it takes training, and it takes muscle memory, and it takes dedication. It is hard. You have to force yourself with all the training to push through. And I suggest that most places just don't think it will happen. Listen, let me underscore it one more time, because I'm still in shock. after the Marjory Stoneman Douglas massacre, after the law was changed in Florida, we still had to force school districts to comply, and Broward was the last one to come into compliance. What does that tell you? We as a nation got to get our mind right first, and not expect, but demand of their school systems that they lock the doors, that they have safe zones. Demand of their police agencies and the sheriff's offices that they have the right equipment and training there now to engage. That's when it's going to change.
Sheriff, you talk about just lowering the possibility of this happening, like closing the doors, having guardians. Do you think also having stricter gun laws can also help that too?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question about do we need stricter gun laws. Well, let me suggest this. There was a law against murder in Texas that day. Did they pay attention to that law? There was a law in Texas against bringing firearms onto a school campus that day. Did they pay attention to that law? There's a law against use of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Did they pay attention to that law? The legislators all run to the podium and they start playing politics. Well, shame on you. Shame on you. And I tell folks, if we had this giant magnet and we could scoop every gun from the whole universe away. Let me take you back to Timothy McVeigh in Oklahoma. Then you just go down and get you some fertilizer and have a bomb and blow the place up. It's not the instruments. It's the person. It's the deranged person. Then I heard, well, you know, there's mental health issues. Well, duh. Normal people don't do this. So when they start screaming, more laws, more laws, more laws, we got plenty of laws. That's not the issue. The issue is evil, deranged human conduct. And overwhelmingly, almost without exception, there's always been cues in advance of the shooting that people ignored. That's what's got to change. Because the last place we want to stop it is in a classroom. The next to the last place we want to stop it is in the parking lot. Where we want to stop it is when somebody sees something or hears something and say something, and we can put interventions in place. And that happens sometimes. We can't tell you how many active shooters in the state of Florida we've stopped, or how many's been stopped across this nation because of good police procedure, because of people who cared, because you can't measure the absence of something. We can only show you the ones that end up like Texas did.
Sheriff, would you be willing to, are you in the process, or are you thinking about sharing your plan with the Guardian program to other police districts across the country, just to kind of, I mean, you have a good plan for it, so would you share that with other countries?
Sure. Most importantly, understand that there are a massive number of professional police agencies, law enforcement agencies all over this nation. We share ideas and plans and tactics. Virginia Tech did some remarkable work after the shooting. Sandy Hook did some remarkable work after the shooting. Parkland did some remarkable work after the shooting. After the shooting's too late. But yes, sir, we have it, and we do share information. And not only will we share information, we'll go there and teach it, or bring people here and teach it. We share it. We want to do everything we can. I am as excited to help a school district, a police agency, save a child from Alaska, Wyoming, California, New York, pick the state, from dying as I am here. I don't want any children to die. And we always are excited about that. And we do. So when we stand up, as Mr. Petty and I have today, it's not lost on us. There are a lot of remarkably trained police agencies. I'm just telling you, the majority of the agencies in this nation aren't the Los Angeles PD, the New York PD, the Atlanta and Miami PD. It's very small agencies. The majority of the police agencies across this nation are very small. Some of the very small ones are very well trained, but I'm suggesting most aren't. Not because they don't want to. They can't afford it, or they don't realize the threat because it's a very close-knit community where they know everybody.
Other topic?
Sure. You ready to go on to another topic? Sure.
While all this important conversation is happening, we have an update on the McDonald's incident from last week.
Yes.
The attorney is saying that, you mocked and ridiculed his client and mischaracterized her behavior. What's your response?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that our lady who made a McMess at the McDonald's with her violent, out-of-control conduct's got her an attorney. I call him the McLawyer. And that's what McLawyers say, because they defend their clients, and they're supposed to. But let me underscore clearly and unequivocally, I wouldn't have been up there talking about her McRant and her McRage and her McCriminal conduct if she number one, hadn't have done it. She created the environment. And then she showed us her belly bump and twerked out, and we were looking for her to find her. So get used to it.
He says you tainted the jury pool. Wondering when you're preparing public comment, what thought goes into the...
Well, lawyers say lots of things. That's what they're paid to do. And quite frankly, everybody needs a good criminal defense attorney that's charged with criminal conduct. So, but, it's what's important to understand here. He's got an opportunity to get a lot of free publicity, so good for him.
Any concern ever about jury pools with comments you make?
Look, I can't get people interested in active shooters. Do you think anybody's going to pay any attention to a press conference today and a jury trial a year or 2 or 3 years down the road? That's nonsense. Everybody knows that except those that are making public statements. But our McCriminal has a McLawyer, and we're going to McCourt. Okay?
When you go to the court, do you think that the felony charges will stick?
It is normal for there to be plea negotiations. Very few cases go to trial straight up. So we file the criminal charges based upon the conduct we see and how it violates the law. That's probable cause. That's this level. Cases then have to be proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. That's this level. Now, sometimes victims decide a year down the road they're over it. Sometimes witnesses' memories fade. Sometimes evidence doesn't substantiate what it appeared at the beginning. But I'd say we have a pretty darn good video of her McRant and her McRage and her McCriminal conduct. So what the state attorney files or what they plead down to is just part of the process, and we're cool with it.
Sheriff, they say her client, that this woman had mental issues because of her pregnancy. She couldn't take her medication. Would that have changed anything about the way you handled this?
Doesn't that sound like an excuse to you? Oh, she's got mental health issues. She's pregnant. I just got to tell you, I lived with a lady that had 2 babies. My wife, and they're delicate. You got to be sweet to them. You got to be kind to them. I mean, heck, I think her mama was trying to buy her a milkshake, and she was McTwerking around and tearing stuff up. That is all McGarbage. That's just a Mc excuse for conduct. She went in when they're trying to fix her order, and they said, we'll fix your order, we'll give you your money back, and she went nuts. Who's that on? It's not on McDonald's. It's on her. You know? But she's got an attorney, and God bless her, she needs one.
I think I know the answer to this question, but would you change anything you said back in that original press conference?
No.
Thank you for the invite.
If I didn't mean it, I wouldn't have said it to begin with. And by the way, we found her. She turned it herself in after that. I mean, she's the one that went on the McRun. She's the one that hid after she committed the criminal conduct. We wouldn't had near as much to talk about in a press release if she hadn't have been running. Now, it worked. We got people's attention. She went to jail. So we got a make arrest.
All right, guys, Sheriff Grady, just earlier in this press conference talking about what law enforcement's response should look like, especially since we had learned new details just earlier here today about the police response. The Texas sheriff even saying that there was a wrong decision that was made to not breach that classroom. So, of course, we're following the latest. Do have these live images coming to us from Texas, where in Houston we have not only inside the convention center, the NRA convention that is supposed to be underway. So as soon as we do see some speakers, we're going to be bringing that to you live here on Live Now from Fox, but also just outside, we do still have a rally continuing on talking about ending gun violence. We're going to step away for 2 minutes, bringing you more on this latest school shooting, press conferences, rallies happening across our country right here, again, in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look here in Houston, not only outside the convention center where we do have some protesters holding a gun violence rally, but we're also inside waiting for the NRA convention to begin. They did have a 2-year break, obviously, with the pandemic. It did put a lot of events on hold. What we're hoping to hear at the top of that convention kicking off is officials starting with some remarks, just making some comments on the mass shooting that took place on Tuesday as 19 children and 2 adults' lives were taken at the hands of a gunman with an AR-15 rifle. So we're going to be staying on top of this here for you. Let's go ahead and listen into just some of the remarks that are being made at this time live at that rally in Houston.
My son ready for graduation, going to college. But instead his friends had to remember him, and they're so freaking used to death that they kind of know how to do this. They're like, oh yeah, we know, and like, that's wrong, okay? And that's not okay. So I'm speaking now to my friends who have guns. I have a lot of friends with guns. I have 2 friends who have AR-15s. Okay, I grew up in the gun culture. I know how to shoot. I know guns. I don't have a problem with guns. I have a problem with bad people having guns, but I have a definite problem with AR-15s. I have a definite problem with weapons of mass killing that have no reason for existence. So I'm going to tell you, my friends who have guns, it's time to consider, okay? And at a minimum, you should be picking up the phone and calling your congressman and saying, hey, I'm a gun owner, and I used to be a member of the NRA. I tore up my membership card. I'm not a part of that anymore. And I'm calling on you, my friends who are Republicans, to join those of us who are looking for a solution. But I'm also not letting my Democratic friends off the hook, because y'all ain't doing enough either. Okay? We need both sides to come together, because in Texas we demand better, we deserve better. And for all the sad posters I'm seeing of friends of people who've died, I'm sorry, my heart is broken for you. But I'm going to tell you right now, if the people we have in charge don't get this fixed after this, we're going to vote them out. Thank you.
You guys, I want you to get loud for Paul. We need to support Paul and his family. No one should have to go through what his family has gone through. And he picked up the mic almost immediately and started talking to all of us about what we need to change, and that takes courage, so much courage. I want to let you know that we have sprinklers going off over here to my right. If you are hot, go cool off in the sprinklers. There's also some water features in the park back over here. You can go cool off over there. And we are wrapping up soon, but there are still some very important voices if you are here. But there are still some very important voices if you are here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tiffany Lee, and I'm here on behalf of the family of Jalen Randall. Just to make this short, Jalen Randall was killed by Houston police a month ago from today. Police chased him. Before the cop got out the car, he stated he's not going to live or leave this neighborhood alive. If I'm not mistaken, those was his exact words, meaning it was premeditated murder. This same officer, he jumped out the car and shot Jalen in the back of his neck. In a matter of 3 seconds, he jumped out the car and shot Jalen in the back of his neck. Jalen was running from him. Obviously, he was shot in the back of his neck. He then ran up on him, hog-tied him. Guys, when I say hog-tied, I'm not exaggerating. I'm going to ask you to pull out your phones so that you can pull it up on YouTube and you can...
All right, guys, once again, following the latest coming to us from Houston, Texas, so many activists, protesters out here in full force. We had been watching some of the images of those protesters outside the convention center behind some barricades, but they were right there at the doors when anyone would show up and walk into the convention center. They were there with their signs, yelling at them as well. So we've been following this here all morning long, rolling on all of these different events, especially as we've had a number of speakers talking about gun violence and what kind of measures need to be taken to put an end to all of this violence that we continue to see. What I want to do is take us into a roundtable on gun safety that happened just a little bit earlier here. We're going to also still keep our eyes here on these other shots that are coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, but I did want to at least have this gun safety roundtable played out here for our viewers who are watching here with us. One of the speakers, again, is David Hogg, who's been so involved in Uvalde, but also in a number of different mass shootings, as he is a gun control activist. He was also just one of those survivors of the high school shooting in Parkland, Florida, after a gunman had taken the lives of 19 of his fellow classmates. So let's go ahead, listen into this roundtable on gun safety right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Internal conversations as well with different Republicans. Look, I'm not going to lie, we don't agree on everything. That's not the point, though. We have to figure out what we can agree on for the sake of our children, even if small, though, and move forward. Because the reality is the cost of not making any progress isn't just one life, it's 45,000 gun deaths a year, and the continuing of these school shootings again and again. So what I am calling for is for us to demand action, not just from our politicians, but from ourselves as Americans, to find where is the common ground that we can agree on, and we found it. We found it. There's over 85% support for universal background checks and red flag laws. We passed those in the wake of the shooting in Parkland, Florida, in a deeply Republican legislature, and we raised the age to 21. We can do the same thing in Congress, but I'm going to need everybody's help in this room to do that. And the way that we do that is we have to stay engaged on this. We have to have people showing up at their Senate offices. We have to have people showing up in Congress, and especially after the cameras go away. Because the last thing that I will say is if even just 5% of educators in the United States showed up every year in their state capitals who lobby for gun safety, I would not be talking to you right now 10 years from now. Because we could have gun deaths in 10 years if we did that. The NRA is not just effective because they spend money. They're effective because they show up, and we need to show up proactively and not reactively after these things. That is what we are here to do, and I need you to stay engaged when these cameras go away and continue working on this every single month, not just leading up to the election, but I need you to run for office as well. And I'm not talking about Congress, I'm talking about your state legislature. If you are in Arizona, if you are in Pennsylvania, if you are in Michigan especially, I need you to go and work on your state legislative races, to go and help us change those states to be pro-gun safety states, because we can and we will. This is going to take time. There's no single policy that's ever going to totally eradicate gun violence, the same way we haven't eradicated lung cancer. But we have significantly reduced the rate that people get lung cancer. And we did that by addressing the industry and addressing why people want to smoke. We need to address how somebody gets a gun, why they want to pick up a gun, and the fact that 2/3 of gun deaths are suicides, and address how we enforce these laws. And we can do that, for example, by appointing Steve Dettelbach to be the ATF director. So please stay engaged, and don't wait for permission, just do something. I get a lot of DMs from people that are like, oh, I have this idea, great, run with it. Don't wait for permission from me or anybody else, just do it. Whatever your idea is, get engaged, and stay engaged until I don't have to have these conversations and we don't have to have these conversations anymore.
Hi. So. Hi, my name is Abby Clements. This is my 30th year teaching elementary school. I was a second grade teacher at Sandy Hook School on December 14th, 2012. And I huddled my students just like the teachers did in Uvalde. And the burden I have is that I bear witness to what happens, what can happen, what did happen, and what comes in the aftermath. Newtown is Uvalde, is Chicago, is Philly, is Houston. And schools are unsafe working conditions for students and educators. Teachers are walking in every day these days crying, having to field questions from students. We come in and they lock eyes with us because they know, but they don't know what to say, and we don't know what to say. And it's wrong, and working these last almost 10 years to help elevate the voices of teachers has to continue, and it will. And we need to help pave the way for them to tell their stories. And again, not just school shootings, but children are bringing gun violence into their classrooms every day, from domestic violence, threats of domestic violence, what Sarah Lerner was talking about. And woven into those stories, there's poverty, there's homelessness, there's unfair immigration that weighs on parents, racism, all this now with easy access to guns. So I will move forward with all of you and with concerned Americans that this is not okay. We have too many guns in our country, but there are ways that we can make things safer for our students and for our educators and for in our communities. Thank you.
So I am Jackie Anderson, President of the Houston Federation of Teachers. I echo the sentiments of many people who have spoken so far today. We must find common ground. It's not about being a Republican or Democrat. It's about being a human being that values the lives of individuals. It doesn't matter. We've got to come together as human beings to stop, put an end to gun violence. We need policy and change. We don't need thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers are nothing if it continues to go on, and that's what is happening. As an educator and a parent, communities, we are going to have to come together and take the lead, because in Texas, we're being failed by our leaders. So thank you, Randy, for coming here and helping us have this discussion to start to formulate some type of focus and plan that is going to help us try to put an end to this senseless murder of our children and our teachers. As an educator, I never ever thought that I would hear somebody say, we need to arm teachers. As a grandmother, it chills me to think that my grandchildren will be going to school where a teacher has a gun. I just can't fathom that. I don't want that for my grandchildren. I don't want that for other children. That is, you don't put out a fire with fire. To hear someone say that literally breaks my heart. So I thank you, Randy. Thank you for even thinking enough of us to come to Texas so we can try to come to a place that we can put a stop to this nonsense. This is just totally insane. So I really appreciate this forum. I appreciate having like-minded people in the room so we can do something. And like you say, it's going to take more than a vote. We are going to have to lead the way. Educators, parents, community, we are going to have to lead the way. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Nancy Betta. I'm the president of the Corpus Christi American Federation of Teachers here in Texas, and I'm also a member of the Latino Issues Task Force for the American Federation of Teachers. Primero, ofrezco mis más sentido pésame a la comunidad y las familias de todo corazón en Uvalde. Y quiero decir que ya basta, no más. Nuestros niños valen más que las carabinas que están tratando de vender para hacer millones de dólares.
Teachers, as well as others, speaking out against gun violence at this roundtable in Houston. Still have those live pictures of a rally happening just outside the convention where NRA is going to be holding yet again their convention in Houston. So a lot to keep an eye on. Stick around right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring it all to you here live, run, unfiltered. Going to be taking some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in to this roundtable here on Live Now from Fox.
That you are not going to make money off of our children and our children's lives. You're not going to spread this carnage anymore. And we're going to rise up in Texas and all over this country, and we're going to make sure that we educate, we make people aware, and that we advocate for what is right for human beings, for the lives of our children. I'll do whatever it takes and go wherever I need to go. And I'm not afraid, and neither is our community.
My name is Glenda Guzman McCall. I am the president of Fort Bend AFT here in Fort Bend County. I'm also a former bilingual teacher in Fort Bend. And I have to tell you, Tuesday, after seeing the faces of those babies that look like my class, who look like the children that I used to protect and in those drills and put them underneath my desk and think about what would happen if this was real, that I would lay my body over those babies. And I have to tell you, I cried myself to sleep Tuesday night. And I woke up Wednesday morning, and I was still crying. But by Wednesday afternoon, I wiped my tears away, and I was resolved that I'm gonna do something. My crying, my tears are not gonna help. Even my thoughts and prayers are not gonna help. But my actions will. My actions will help. So I chose to come and be part of this, and I choose to continue the fight. And now is the time. Now is the time to do it. I used to be in human resources back before I was an educator, and my old boss in the oil and gas industry called me yesterday morning, a stark conservative, and she said, Glenda, I cannot let this happen anymore. You tell me what to do, and I'll follow you. So the time is right. The time is right now. A friend of mine said, well, isn't there 100 clubs that can help these children and these teachers? I said, no, because teachers and students are not supposed to be dying in their classroom. They're not supposed to be dying in the classroom. Now's the time. Now is the time to do something. Wipe the tears away and then do something. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Tanguma. I am the president for McAllen AFT here in Texas. I'm also a member of the Latino Issues Task Force and a member of my local RGV Moms Demand Action against gun violence. And I want to start by saying that I have 2 of my own children that are in college, and I worry for their safety every day, especially for the one that lives in Austin, because there was already previously a shooting that happened in Austin and several stabbings. So with that, the fact that my daughter did a tweet and it said, working in an elementary school shouldn't be a high-risk job. You know, she is, she's an adult, but she is my child, and they see it. The kids see it, My students, when I went to school, I'm also a full-time educator in McAllen. And the students that day, I know they were all in shock. Unfortunately, yesterday, we also had threats. It was just that copycat syndrome throughout the valley, not just in my district, but throughout the valley. And several high school students did get arrested for credible threats. One of them had a hit list. A couple of them were found with guns in the valley, and there is no reason why a student should have to worry, a parent should have to worry, or anyone at campus should have to worry for their safety when you're going to school to learn. We need to make that stop. And the only way that we're going to make that stop is by going to our lawmakers. They need to make that change, and we need to push them. We need to organize, and we need to continue advocating. School funding, at least here in Texas, is cut every budget year. So our school board, as public school boards, our school boards have to choose between, am I going to make payroll, or am I going to keep my students and staff safe? That's not right. That's wrong, and it's wrong at every level. And it needs to stop, because why shouldn't schools be safe, and why can't they be safe and make payroll? When you have to choose between safety and payroll, that's wrong. That's wrong, and it's on our lawmakers, and we need to make sure that that changes, because funding needs to be where it should be to keep safety for everyone and to be able to educate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cristina Quintero, and I am a mother of HISD and also a member of Community Voices for Public Education. I want to start off by saying something that constantly plays in my mind since this happened in Uvalde that it just left me at a loss for words. Our governor said it could have been worse. It could have been worse. My 8-year-old child heard that, and she was able to comprehend the callous, empty words that he said, okay? One of our senators said, you know, maybe they should have one door, one entry door, so that all the students can be safe. Another one that was there, and I believe it was either Ken Paxton or Dan Patrick, said, you know, we need metal detectors in our schools. Our children in Texas, for all of our Texas educators, we understand this. Our children are constantly pushed against the rails for testing, more testing, and to perform. You know, I heard another remark where it was like, instead of sending a wish list for the teachers to have books and toys in their classrooms, they need to have those Barracuda bar doors and bulletproof curtains for their windows. What kind of asinine remark is that? I should not have to go to my child's teacher next year and say, hey, how good of a shot are you? That is the most ridiculous thing. Our children deserve to flourish. They deserve to learn. They deserve to be filled with creativeness and be young scientists, doctors, you know, educators, engineers, construction workers. Not have to worry about where they're going to get there tomorrow and if they're coming home alive. My daughter, the day after that it happened, she came home crying and she said, Mommy, will that happen to us? Could I die? Am I going to die? And I said, no, baby. And I responded with the most, you know, and I took it very lightly to respond to her because honestly, I didn't know what could happen. But I told her, things will be okay. Why? Because I value our educators that are there at my child's school, because I value the principal that is consistently checking after our students, and because she asked me, Mommy, sit outside at the school, just stay there the whole day for me. Make sure that we're okay. And you know what I did? I sat there the next morning, the whole freaking day, just to give her that peace of mind. Our teachers are overworked. Our principals are overworked. Our staffs are overworked. As a volunteer at my children's school, I see that they are going through a lot. And it is heartbreaking that those people in office, that are governor, that are senators, that are representatives, that are pro-gun, but not pro-sensible gun laws, are there and just willing to give us empty words. What I want to see from this, and what I will do personally, is organize parents, organize teachers, principals, community workers, and prepare. So once our legislative time comes and we're back in session, we're right there, knocking on those doors and demanding action from them. You know, my 6-year-old turns 7 tomorrow, and I feel guilty that I am able to have a birthday party for him, because there are children that will never have another birthday. It doesn't matter whether it's my child, my neighbor's child, you know, my friend's child. Any child in our country, any child in the world should not have to worry about going to school and whether they're going to be harmed by somebody, and they should be able to learn. Thank you. It's heartbreaking. You know, we've constantly had our children go through this ringer of performing through COVID, performing through these tests, and now we're going to expect them to perform through gun violence? We cannot allow our children to realize that this is a norm. We cannot become desensitized to this. We cannot make this like, oh, it's just another, you know, incident, because it shouldn't be an incident. This should have not happened. All I can think is this weekend I get to celebrate my son's birthday, and other families, 19 families, cannot kiss their babies goodnight. And it more than it irritates me, it infuriates me that, you know, they think, oh, it's just one incident. Oh, after this, what else can we do? There's a lot that we can do, and we need to show up. So any parent that hears this, any teacher, any community member that sees this, we need to be there and demand action. And when they fail us, we need to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rick Levy. I'm the president of the Texas AFL-CIO. And together with Secretary Treasurer Leonard Aguilar and Hani Khalil from the Harris County Gulf Coast, I just want to say how humbled we are to be part of this conversation, and thank both of you presidents for bringing us together. The stories that you bring to this table, the emotion that you bring to this table, the history that you bring to this table, anybody who hears it cannot be unchanged. I know that certainly is my experience. And I just want to say 2 quick points. Number one, that the hundreds of thousands of union members in this state that we represent hear you, understand you.
All right, guys, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you, continuing to keep you up to date on the latest coming from not only Uvalde, Texas, but also across the country, where we've had a number of people stepping out, calling an end to the gun violence. I'm sure you saw, we do have that NRA convention. It has began in Texas. Let's go ahead and listen into these opening remarks.
Too many are being forced to go through right now. It's not right. It should never happen again. If we as a nation were capable of legislating evil out of the hearts and minds of criminals who commit these heinous acts, we would have done it a long time ago. We do not agree with President Biden on the Second Amendment, but we share common ground on this. Last week, the president said, "I'm not naive. I know tragedy will come again. It cannot be forever overcome. It cannot be fully understood either. But there are certain things we can do." NRA members know that to be true. There are absolutely certain things we can and must do. Where we part ways with the president and many in his party is on the policy question and what we can and should do to prevent the hate-filled, vile monsters who walk among us from committing their evil. Restricting the fundamental human right of law-abiding Americans to defend themselves is not the answer. It never has been. Each year, over 1 million law-abiding men and women use a firearm to save their own lives and the lives of their loved ones. That is over 1 million innocent Americans every year who owe their lives and the lives of their loved ones to their Second Amendment rights. Taking away their right to self-defense is not the answer. But there are certain common sense things we can and we must do. We need to protect our schools because our children deserve at least, and in fact more protection than our banks, stadiums, and government buildings. They are our most treasured and precious resource, and they deserve safety and protection. That's why the NRA launched our School Shield program to help promote and fund the necessary security that every school child needs and deserves. That's why we help train school security assessors who play a vital role in improving the security and safety of every child, from when they get off the bus in the morning to when the final bell rings at the end of the day. We also need to fully fund our nation's police departments and school security resource officer programs. So that every school has a comprehensive security program tailored specifically to that school to meet its security needs. And that's why we, as NRA members, work so hard to support and train our men and women in law enforcement and the security profession. We also need to fully fund and fix our nation's broken mental health system. We need to put violent felons in prison where they belong. And put an end to the revolving door justice system that spits criminals back onto the streets and greases the skids for the next horrific crime. And finally, to quote the late President Ronald Reagan, we must reject the idea that every time a law is broken, society is guilty rather than the lawbreaker. It's time to restore the American precept that each individual is accountable for his actions. And that's why we, the NRA, will never ever stop fighting for the right of the innocent and the law-abiding to defend themselves against the evil criminal element that plagues our society. Because we know there can be no freedom, no security, no safety without the right of the law-abiding to bear arms for self-defense. As we gather, we know the eyes of the nation, the eyes of history are upon us. And that's a good thing, because every American deserves to know the truth about who we are and what we believe. So please, help me out here. Let's give America a real clear view. How many police officers do we have here today? Would you please stand up? Retired police officers, would you please stand up? How about any firefighters, paramedics, or first responders? Any active military, please stand and remain standing. Any veterans, please stand and remain standing. And let us recognize you this Memorial Day weekend. Anyone who works in healthcare in any way, doctors, nurses, any teachers. If you work in education, please stand and remain standing. If you work in manufacturing, construction, please stand up. And if you work in any trade, maybe a truck driver, a plumber, or an electrician. And how about stay-at-home moms who work harder than most people ever give them credit for? If you own your own business, stand up. Any professionals, accountants, executives, are you a law-abiding gun owner? Please stand up and be recognized. We here today, and millions more like us, are patriotic Americans, the heart and soul of this country. We love our nation. We love our children, grandchildren, friends, and family. And that's why we will always value, cherish, and protect our fundamental human right to defend ourselves, our communities, and our loved ones with our Second Amendment right to bear arms. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Your Executive Director of the NRA Institute for Legislative Action, Jason Wee-May.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the National Rifle Association Institute for Legislative Action's annual Leadership Forum. As we begin today's program, ladies and gentlemen, please stand and direct your attention to our flag as Texas's own armed citizen, Jack Wilson, leads us in our pledge.
Thank you again to all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to give more details on just some of these different images we are seeing up on your screen. The NRA Convention kicking off with some remarks surrounding the latest mass shooting that happened in Texas at a Uvalde elementary school where a gunman did take the lives of 21 people. 19 of those were children. We do have some pictures from Uvalde, Texas. That's in that upper right-hand box. And in the lower right-hand box, so we do have Governor Greg Abbott. He's going to be giving an update on his meeting with officials, especially after we had some devastating details being released earlier here today from our Texas DPS. They were sharing that there was multiple calls from within the classroom where that gunman was pleading for police to come enter in. There was a huge span of time between the police's initial response to getting to the school location to when they finally entered that classroom. So Governor Abbott going to be speaking about all of those details after his briefing, not only with those state agencies and local officials, but also as he has been meeting with members of the community. And they're going to talk about also resources available for everyone who's been impacted by this horrific scene that we saw just on Tuesday. So the governor going to be holding this press conference here very shortly. We're also going to be going down to Uvalde, Texas, giving you a live update with one of our Fox reporters who's been there following this story. A lot more to come as we continue to keep you up to date on the latest. Let's go ahead and take this opportunity, though, to step away. We'll be gone for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll be bringing you all of these live images and also all of these different pieces coming to us surrounding this mass shooting right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you right back here again in just 2 minutes. Memorials have been set up at multiple locations in Uvalde, Texas, after a gunman took the lives of 21 people. The Texas Department of Public Safety admits officers made a mistake when they arrived at the scene of Robb Elementary School during that shooting. They were also just sharing more details on how the shooter was going into the building before those 19 students and 2 teachers were killed. So we do have Fox's Rebecca Castor. She is joining us from Uvalde, Texas. And Rebecca, let's just kind of explain again how he got into that school and what details we do know at this time.
Well, Christy, today Texas DPS told us that the shooter was able to get inside the school so quickly because the outside door was left propped open by a teacher. He would then go on to fire 100 rounds in 4 minutes.
Very sad for our community.
Our video is playing or not, but today I spoke with Betsiba Gonzalez, and she is one of the hundreds of parents who came to the memorial in Uvalde's town square today. She brought her 3 sons with her, and she was just telling me that her children, they went to that school just a year ago, and she transferred them just because another school in town had a language program that she wanted them to be a part of. But she just couldn't help but wonder what that day on Tuesday would have been like if her 3 sons would have been at that school.
This could have been my kids, but I mean, I still think about it. Even though they're not my kids, they happen to the people here in Uvalde. We know everyone, you know. So it's very sad.
criticisms we've been hearing about the police response to the shooting is how long it took for law enforcement to enter the school. Now, DPS says when local police first tried to go in the building, they were fired upon by the shooter. So then they pulled back and they were under the belief that the shooter barricaded himself. But today, Texas DPS says, quote, there was no excuse for that and it was the wrong decision.
Well, we know, we believe there should have been an entry at that as soon as you can. Hey, when there's an active shooter, the rules change. It's no longer, okay, it's no longer a barricaded subject. We don't have time.
It's a decision that will impact this community for a lifetime. Now, Christy, I also want to share that I spoke with a trauma counselor here. She's here from California, and she's speaking with families, just trying to navigate this situation. And she didn't want to speak on camera due to the privacy of her career, but she did want me to share that some of the stories that she's hearing from these children and their parents are some of the worst things that she has heard in her 30-year career. Christy?
And did they give any advice as to how this community begins with their healing? Because as we know, and just heard from that mother, she feels guilty just knowing that she's grieving at a time when it wasn't her children who were taken from her.
Well, fortunately, just, in a matter of hours, there were many different support groups that are here in this community, different crisis response groups, trauma response group. We have counselors here from all over the country that have come here to help the community navigate this time. And what I'm really hearing from people is that there is comfort in grieving together. The recommendation I'm hearing from these counselors is to not isolate yourself, trying to process your emotions alone, but to seek out that help and seek out those friendships and to lean on each other during this time.
Yeah, very difficult time indeed, especially when so many young lives taken too soon. Rebecca Castor joining us from Uvalde, Texas. We do appreciate that update, especially giving more details as to that timeline and unfortunately just wrong decisions that really cost a lot of lives. Let's go ahead and show you just a couple live looks that we do have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Here is a look at what we'll soon have Texas Governor Greg Abbott sitting there at the table. He's going to be holding a news conference at the high school following a briefing with state agencies, local officials, members of the communities. And so he's going to be giving yet another update here from Uvalde in just a few moments. He also has some remarks that he had recorded for the NRA Convention that is being held in Houston, where we saw just earlier here today. It's still going on as well, but this is just showing you just some of the different videos of protesters standing outside of that convention center. There was a big rally that was being held as well with multiple different speakers. We had Texas Representative Sheila Jackson Lee. We also had Texas Governor candidate Beto O'Rourke. He was also speaking at that rally. So we've been playing out some of those different speakers. We've also been keeping track of all the protests that have been happening there just outside of the convention center. Seeing even from time to time, we had some law enforcement who had to get involved between two different parties having arguments when it comes to gun control. So they were also there, heavy police presence in Houston, Texas, as this rally or as this convention is being held. So with that being said, I mentioned we're waiting for the Texas governor. He also had some remarks being given at the NRA convention. We'll play that out here for you on Live Now from Fox after we come back from this 2-minute break.
That was awesome. Thank you, Jill. And as we gather here on this Memorial Day weekend, I think it's important that we all take a moment and reflect on the true meaning of this holiday. I also think it's important that we take a moment to remember the lives that were lost in the horrific tragedy earlier this week in Uvalde. So please, join me, stand one more time in a sincere moment of silence and reverence. Thank you all. Friends, sadly, as Wayne said, we can't legislate evil out of someone's heart. And while prayer helps, and trust me, I am a huge believer in prayer, and we should never, ever underestimate the power of prayer, there are other things that we can do at the same time. But condemning the NRA and law-abiding gun owners for the evil acts committed by deranged criminals is not one of them. Over the last 10 years, we have called for more funding to secure our schools and help protect our teachers and children. Over the last 10 years, we've called for more resources to give teachers and mental health experts the ability to help kids in need. And over the last 10 years, we have called for fixing our broken mental health system once and for all. And sadly, none of this has been done. Government can somehow find a way to print huge sums of money for hundreds of pet projects, but they can't seem to find money to secure our schools and fix our broken mental health system. That's just not right. And we at the NRA, we grieve for the lost souls. And we at the NRA have heavy hearts during these trying times. And we at the NRA want something meaningful done that can actually solve the problem, not serve a political agenda. The only thing the 5 million members of the NRA do is support and fight for a fundamental human right. The hard-working moms and dads and sons and daughters of the NRA, man, they are good people. And the hard-working moms and dads and sons and daughters of the NRA are law-abiding people. We want and have always wanted to enact real solutions to these serious problems, but those solutions do not come in the form of failed gun control policies that won't make anybody safer. And we will continue to oppose all those failed policies because they are not the answer and will only endanger more people. And we're going to take this message to Congress, the voters, and ballot boxes all across the country this November.